This story was posted by a user named Wife and an Affair in the Advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My wife had an affair with her co-worker. I28M recently discovered that my wife 28F had an affair with her former supervisor 35M at work who is married with kids. We've been married for 5 years and we're high school sweethearts. We were each other's first relationship and first everything. When we were kids, we were even neighbors. She has always been there for me. We both came from broken homes, but we always had each other, and we created something different from what we grew up seeing, or at least that's what I thought. Maybe I was just a big idiot the entire time. I still work remotely while my wife has returned to working in person. There aren't many women in her field, and she often vented to me about how her job felt like a boys' club. Her affair partner, who was still her supervisor at the time, was supposedly one of the good ones who looked out for her at work. Recently, my wife received a promotion and I was so happy for her. She became a supervisor herself. This came with new responsibilities, including a few business trips throughout the year. Her first trip happened last week, from Wednesday to Friday. Before she left, I told her I'd be rooting for her from home, and she told me she'd be leaving her heart with me and asked me to take care of it. That's something she always says whenever we have to be apart. On Monday, she came home from work early and I could immediately tell that something was wrong. She looked overwhelmed and there was a red mark on her right cheek. My wife is pale and tends to bruise easily. I asked her what happened, but she only asked me to hug her, saying she just wanted to feel my embrace. I hugged her, and after a few moments, she sat me down on the couch and made the confession that has destroyed me and completely uprooted my life. She had their former supervisor during the team lead trip. At first, I couldn't even process it. It felt like I was watching it happen to someone else, or like she was about to reveal it was a cruel joke. I think I would have preferred the cruel joke over reality. I remained quiet during her entire confession, not saying a word. I was just in shock. Cheating is a sensitive topic for me, as it is for many people. My own family was wrecked by an affair my dad had. I'm the one who caught him cheating and told my mom. My relationship with my dad is not good at all because he blames me for ruining the family, and he has never forgiven me. My wife saw what cheating did to my family and knew how much it tore me apart. Heck, she's seen me cry over this back when we were teens, and she comforted me. And then she turns around and does this to me, to us. Apparently, the man's own wife found out and confronted both him and my wife at work. It turned into a big scene with employees and customers all present. The woman called my wife white trash and slapped her. After the slap, other employees started intervening and the woman was escorted out of the building. My wife then called her older sister 30F. In her words, she said her sister scolded her and insisted that she needed to tell me about the affair and that I needed to hear it from her. I still didn't say a word and she asked me to please say something. The only thing I could muster in that moment was that I needed her to tell me what happened on the trip. She explained that on the second day of the trip, she went out for drinks with the other team leads. The group stayed out late and she felt she needed to participate for team bonding. Throughout the night, each team lead wandered off until it was just her and her former supervisor left, and they went back to his room to listen to music. He kept complimenting her, telling her how sexy she was and that if he were me, he wouldn't be able to keep his hands off her. Eventually, he kissed her. My wife told me she didn't know what came over her and that she wasn't thinking clearly, but she let him keep kissing her, which then escalated to him groping her. They eventually had sex. I didn't want any more details because I couldn't take it, so I got up off the couch and told her to stop. She reached out to take my hand, but I moved away and told her not to touch me. She broke down crying, profusely apologizing and begging for forgiveness, saying it was the biggest mistake of her life, that she hated herself, and that she wished she could take it back. She kept repeating how much she loved me and only me, insisting that the alcohol had clouded her judgment. I told her she needed to leave. She needed to call her sister to pick her up. She got up from the couch, crying even more, and tried to hug me, but I moved away again. She begged me not to do this, saying all kinds of things like she would quit her job, give me full access to her phone, and that we could go to counseling. I couldn't keep it together. I told her if she wasn't going to leave the house, then I would. I didn't even stop to pack a bag, I just went for the door. She grabbed my arm in an attempt to stop me from leaving and kept pleading for me not to do this, saying that after everything we've been through, this couldn't be the end of us. Despite everything, seeing her in that state while leaving her behind as she cried tore me apart because I love her. I love her more than I ever thought possible, but she broke me. She tossed our entire life and future away. I ended up going to my mom's house where I'm currently staying. I don't know how I managed to keep my composure during the drive, but when I arrived, I just cried. I don't think my mom has ever seen me cry as a teen or an adult. The only person who has ever seen me cry is my wife. I did tell my mom what happened because I honestly didn't know how to keep it from her, especially showing up at her place in that state. She was brokenhearted over it. She and my wife always got along. My mom treated her like a daughter, and that was the nature of their relationship. She didn't pass any judgment, but said I could stay as long as I needed and tried to offer some words of comfort. Ever since I left, my wife has been blowing up my phone with calls and texts, but I haven't answered or responded. The texts have mostly been begging me to come home and talk with her, asking where I am, and pleading with me not to give up on us. I just feel so broken. I thought I knew what this pain was like, but it's nothing compared to experiencing it myself. I never thought my wife would do something like this. I always believed there was no coming back from cheating for me, that the relationship would be over. But now I keep wondering if I should give our relationship another chance, go to counseling together, and try to salvage what we had. I keep thinking back to all the history we share, how much I love her, how we always felt like matching puzzle pieces, and how she was there for me when I thought I had no one. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to proceed. I'm at a loss. Update. Thanks to everyone for the advice, concern, and resources. With everything going on, I haven't been able to respond to every comment or message, but they've been very much appreciated. This week has been excruciating. I feel like a helpless kid again, watching as the world around me falls apart. I'm going through this without my wife, who has been my best friend and support. I was certain I didn't have the whole story, so yesterday I decided to contact the other betrayed spouse. I knew I needed to hear what she had to say in order to gain some clarity. She wouldn't have any reason to lie or withhold information from me. I found her Facebook account and wrote her on Messenger. She responded within 10 minutes and offered to video call right then. I immediately replied that I was available. One look without a word, and I could tell she was going through a similar hell as me. She said that shortly after being escorted out of the workplace last Monday, she actually tried to get in contact with me but couldn't find my details. In fact, one of the last things she said to my wife was a threat that she was going to tell me everything. As she was saying this, all I could think about was how my wife rushed home that day and how her sister told her that I needed to hear about the affair from her. I asked if she knew more about what occurred during the team lead trip or if this was really just a one-night stand and how she found out. What she told me confirmed my fears. The affair dates back to before the trip, with documented proof from texts indicating an intense emotional affair. OBS shared all of this with me via screen share, and I could barely keep it together. She told me that back in January, she noticed her husband was withdrawn and disinterested toward her. There were times that she saw him texting my wife, but he brushed it off as work-related conversations. The day before the trip, she went to the office to drop off something her significant other had forgotten and found them together in his office, standing close, joking, and smiling. She said the whole atmosphere between them felt flirty. When they noticed her, they parted quickly, and my wife's face looked panicked while her husband acted as if nothing was wrong. It was then that she felt certain something was going on between her husband and my wife, but she didn't address it because she wanted undeniable proof that her husband couldn't escape from. After the trip, her significant other became more distant and dismissive. That night, she waited until he fell asleep and then checked his phone. She went to his text thread with my wife where everything was laid bare. Intimate texts exchanged before the trip that started as emotional cheating. There were messages where the affair partner expressed that it was impossible for him to focus at work whenever my wife was around. In these texts, it was clear that AP was the pursuer and aggressor toward my wife. But that doesn't really make a difference because she never shut down his advances. Some of the pre-trip texts included AP bashing his wife and venting about repeated miscarriages. It was just plain disgusting how he talked about her to my wife. He kept mentioning how maybe he needed a woman like my wife. There were also texts from last Thursday night where AP invited my wife to join the team for drinks, followed by texts he sent to her the next morning that clearly revealed they had sex. At this point, there were no more replies from my wife after Thursday night. I didn't think it was possible for me to hurt any worse, but here I am. OBS said it took everything she had to remain calm, as she didn't want to wake her twins sleeping in the other room. She didn't confront her husband immediately. Instead, she said that in her heart, she was done with him and felt he had crossed a line he couldn't come back from. She expressed that she was angrier than she'd ever been during their marriage, and that through her anger, she was determined to humiliate him as he had humiliated her. So she faked her smiles and acted like everything was fine, waiting until Monday when she planned to expose him at work in front of his peers, underlings, and customers. She mentioned that this confrontation had been brewing for a while. Apparently, it was only a coincidence that my wife was at work that day as well. When OBS saw my wife with AP and another employee, she decided to target my wife too. As she confronted my wife tried unsuccessfully to get her to quiet down. OBS then stated that her husband showed no signs of remorse whatsoever, only anger at her public outburst. I learned from her that AP was fired the following day after the confrontation. She also kicked him out of the house and said one of the hardest things in her life was having to explain everything to her twins. I understood what she meant because I saw my own mom go through something similar after my dad's affair. She said this whole ordeal revealed who her husband really was. While he pursued my wife still played a part in the affair, and as a woman, she had no sympathy or respect for my wife whatsoever. I told her I in no way faulted her for that and that she had every right to feel that way. She actually apologized to me for her husband's role in the affair. I was literally at a loss for words for a moment, and then I apologized for the part my wife played in all of this. She said that now we are both part of a club we never wanted to join, a club our significant others forced us into. She asked me about my wife and me, and I told her that I honestly didn't know what I was going to do, but that I wasn't currently staying with my wife. She wished me all the best, and I did the same for her. Before ending the call, we exchanged numbers in case we ever wanted to talk again. Every raw emotion was heightened during our conversation. I confided in my mom about what I had learned, and she still didn't voice any judgment, but I could tell she was upset with my wife. A part of me feels great happiness that the affair partner is losing everything, his job and his family, and that maybe he's out there suffering as well. But I'm not proud of that feeling. At the same time, I feel immense guilt over it because a wife is losing her husband and children are losing their family as they know it. Those kids are in for a whole world of pain. I also feel anger toward my wife for doing this to us, for breaking our vows, and for putting my health in jeopardy. We did have sex after she returned from the trip, and the post-trip texts hint that protection wasn't used. I know I should resume contact with my wife regarding the information OBS has provided me and demand a timeline, but at the same time, I feel even more lost than I did when I made the original post. It feels like I'm just drowning here. Update 2. I want to start this off by thanking everyone for the advice, kind words, and support. Everything is appreciated. Admittedly, some comments and messages have been hard to read, but they're nevertheless needed, and I feel like they're coming from a good place. It's been 1 week since D-Day. After talking with OBS, I've been trying to process everything. I haven't been sleeping well. To know that my wife, who I've known since we were 5 years old and started dating at 13, who had been my best friend and confidant, had an affair. I feel like an empty shell. When I step outside, I feel like people know and they're secretly laughing at me. Has anyone else felt that way? I decided to break no contact to request a timeline. The plan was to go on Sunday without warning, and if I'm being honest, I wanted to give her another chance to be truthful and to see how she had been living. Some mentioned that AP could be at our home. It was painful to consider that she could be defiling the home we shared together for most of our adult lives, but after everything, it wasn't far-fetched. I texted OBS for a description of AP's car and explained why I needed it. She sent the information. I made the drive back and looked out for AP's car, but it wasn't around. I went into the house to find my wife by herself on the couch. She was stunned to see me. Her eyes were red and a little puffy, like she'd been crying. I hated seeing her this way, and I had this urge to comfort her, but then I recalled how we got here in the first place. It was almost confusing not to act in a way that would help her. My WW called my name with a sense of relief and moved toward me, but I asked her to stop. She did, then said that she'd been worried about me and thanked me for coming back home. I asked if AP had been in the house. She said no, but I searched the house while she followed me, promising that he was never here. I didn't find anything that suggested AP was present. I asked if she had any contact with him. She admitted he left a voicemail but said she didn't call back and blocked his number. She showed proof of this. We sat at the dining room table to talk. At this point, I tried not to get lost in emotion. I told her I would like her to answer my questions. She agreed and said she was just glad I was here and that we were talking again. I asked her if she had quit her job and she said she hadn't yet, but on the same day AP was fired, she was suspended for a week pending an investigation. Tomorrow she would learn the outcome. She said AP's firing was the sole reason she hadn't quit as she had offered. I asked her to tell me about the affair. She said she already had, but I told her that we both knew there was more to the story, and now I was giving her another chance to be honest with me. If I discovered any lies, there would be no going back. She was quiet for a few moments and then nodded. She revealed the extent of the affair, which matched what OBS had shown me. It started emotionally, with some flirting at work, but she insisted that they only had one time. She didn't go into every single detail that OBS revealed, but confirmed the emotional affair. She didn't say anything I didn't already know, but hearing her confirm it felt like a fresh wound opening up again. I was left in silence once more, just as I had been on D-Day. She asked me to please tell her what I was thinking. I asked her why she would do this. She knew my family's history firsthand, but still chose this path. Was she unhappy in any way? At this, she broke down crying and said she had never been unhappy with me or our marriage, that she loves me and our relationship is the most important thing to her. I told her that her actions speak louder than her words. She said she didn't know why she got involved in the affair, but she never wanted to hurt me and it kills her. By the time they had she realized that she had made so many mistakes and was in too deep, not knowing how to pull herself out, especially since AP had championed her at work. She told me that the affair was not a failure on my part and that it was all on her. I asked if she felt forced by AP, to which she replied that everyone loved him and that, as I know, there was a boys' club mentality. She said she froze up during She just kept saying sorry and that if she could take it all back, she would. My emotions were slipping, so I tried to speed things along and asked why she would have with me when she initiated it. She only said that she felt so disgusting and guilty that she wanted to wash it away by being with me again. I told her she didn't wash anything away. All she did was endanger me to ease her conscience. She didn't have a response, she just kept crying. I then asked her if she ever planned to tell me. She said she wanted to confess but was afraid because she knew cheating was a deal breaker for me. She thought she could fix it by stopping the affair and not communicating with AP outside of work. She claimed she stopped texting him after they had sex. I asked her if AP wore a condom and she revealed that the sex wasn't planned and that because she froze up, she didn't mention it to AP. She said that she would never forgive herself and that I had every right to hate her. Seeing the pain she caused me and being without me during no contact, or NC, had scared her immensely. She pleaded with me to give our marriage another chance, but I compared her to my dad, and that remark stung deeply. She insisted that she was nothing like him, but I asked where the difference was. She tried to take my hand, but I moved my hands out of the way. She said that we're not my parents and that it's different for us. She begged me to tell her we could get through this after everything we've been through. I couldn't say that. I then made my request for a timeline. It seemed to terrify her, but I insisted and she agreed. I told her that we needed to get tested. She agreed without hesitation. I was barely keeping my emotions in check, so I went to pack a bag and some essentials. She begged me to stay, saying that she would sleep on the couch but just wanted me to be home. I told her that I couldn't stay here with her. When I was leaving, she said she loves me so much and that she's sorry for everything. I didn't say anything in return. I couldn't. She then asked where I was staying and I admitted that I was with my mom. She asked if I could tell my mom something, but I told her I couldn't be her go-between. I know she's also worried about her relationship with my mom. As I mentioned before, she treated her like a daughter. WDW never really had her mom in her life due to neglect. She asked if she could hug me, but I said no and left. Now I'm just looking at my options. She told more of the truth this time, but reality is still reality. I don't know what to make of her statement that she froze up. I also don't know if I'm ready to tell other people about the affair because I feel so embarrassed. Anyway, right now I'm trying to take it day by day and would greatly appreciate any advice on how to proceed from here. Update 3. I've been keeping light contact with my wife. She texted that she was going in for the post-suspension meeting. An hour later, she said she was fired. We discussed the STD test and will be going on Thursday. Last night, she FaceTimed me and I was hesitant to answer. She still looked the same as she did on Sunday. She said she had finished the timeline and I told her I'd be coming over tomorrow. She mentioned that writing the timeline was one of the hardest things she has ever done, second only to our current separation. She was trying not to cry. Usually I would comfort her, but I couldn't. My mom offered to come with me for support. She said she wouldn't go into the house but would wait in the car. I think she was worried about me driving back. I accepted her offer and I drove us there. My WW was waiting for me inside with a 2-page document. She looked anxious. I sat beside her on the couch. It felt like D-Day all over again. I wanted her to read the timeline, but she was thrown by this. The fear was clear on her face. We had always been so attuned to each other, and her fear heightened my dread. I told her I needed her to do this for me, and after a moment, she agreed. It was crushing on D-Day. It was crushing when I talked to OBS. It was crushing when WW admitted to the emotional affair, and it was still crushing now. The timeline covered everything from WW being hired to D-Day, how her friendship with AP began, the culture at work, and how AP presented himself as different. While he joked with the guys, he didn't go along with the nonsense and kept his department intact. He started looking out for her and went out of his way to get her seen and credited. A friendship developed. AP began venting about his home life and she became a listening ear for him. He would ask about hers. It seemed he was probing for information. She told him about her mom relapsing. He grew bolder in venting. She wished she'd spoken up, but felt blinded by her view of AP as one of the good ones. At work, co-workers mocked her for being AP's favorite, etc. She didn't confide in me about this because at the time I was dealing with issues involving my dad. She felt like her problems were petty in comparison and I didn't want to burden me. Instead, she vented to AP, which started the EA, meaning AP was being told about issues that I wasn't aware of. This hurt to hear because we had always maintained an open line of communication with each other. There wasn't anything we couldn't talk about. No matter what I had going on, she was my first priority and I would have been there for her. We were a team. AP started flirting at work and through text, and she began flirting back. He told her that a promotion was coming up and that he wanted to ensure she was a contender since she was one of the best employees. After the promotion, he hugged her. That was their first physical contact, and he joked that she could thank him some other time. When the team went out for drinks, they broke off to their own table and he vented about his wife and his kids. They went to his room under the pretense of listening to music and taking the party upstairs to celebrate her promotion. He turned on music and talked about the view from his room. He pulled her close and started dancing a bit, repeatedly saying how sexy she was and that if he were me, he wouldn't be able to keep his hands off her. He eventually kissed her and she froze up. Her mind shut down. Her thoughts and emotions weren't present. A P started groping her all over and it escalated to sex. She did an orgasm and AP finished quickly. He told her that was a hell of a celebration. He eventually fell asleep. She quietly got out of bed and left for her room. She immediately went into the shower and scrubbed her body repeatedly, but she still felt filthy. She didn't sleep that night and just cried as she thought of me. The next morning, there was only one meeting, but she didn't go. AP called and said he was disappointed he missed out on a second go in the morning. She barely replied, and when he asked if something was wrong, she lied and said she was hungover. He told her he'd cover for her at the meeting and tossed around the idea of them staying behind another day. She was afraid to tell me about what happened because she knew how cheating was a deal breaker for me. She made a plan to stop the affair by not communicating with AP beyond work. She came home early, even more wrecked with guilt as we reunited, but she acted like nothing was wrong. On Saturday morning, she initiated in an attempt to wash away what she did, but she only felt worse since she had been with AP without a condom. On Monday, AP pulled her aside and she told him they should leave what happened in the past because it was a mistake. However, AP refuted this until another employee approached them. After the confrontation, she called her sister in a state of panic. My sister-in-law found out the same day I did. There's more to the timeline, but I've summed it up. While reading it, she cried and took short breaks to catch her breath. I wasn't holding up much either. She touched my hand as she repeatedly apologized, but I removed my hand from under hers. I had to get out of there, so I asked for the timeline and left. Inside my car, I broke down and my mom embraced me without saying a word. I sat there crying in her arms like I was a little kid again. I was in no condition to drive, so she drove us back. My WW kept calling and texting, blowing up my mom's phone, but I told my mom that I would handle it. I eventually called her back. She asked if I was okay, but I replied, why in the world would I be okay? She apologized and admitted that I was right. She was no better than my dad. She said doing the timeline was like confronting herself and that it gave her clarity. She expressed that she loves me and has only ever loved me. Before we got together, we were friends who became best friends, and she treasures every moment with me. She said she hates herself for every choice she made at work and that she knows nothing she's going through compares to what I, OBS, and the kids are experiencing. She added that nothing she's lost means anything compared to losing me. She asked if I could find it within myself to reconcile, promising that she would spend forever trying to show me what our relationship means to her and do the work to make things right again. I couldn't respond and my right hand was literally shaking. I only said that I needed some space. Do I regret hearing the timeline? Not really, because I needed to know. Sometimes decisions can be hard for me. I tend to pick them apart, but once I make one, I do my best to stick to it. That's kind of always been my way. I have always loved my WW. We have been through a lot together and I don't want to lose our relationship, but I still look at what's happened and I'm just broken. I do think individual counseling would be beneficial. I did it for a year after my dad's affair. I also still want to pursue the polygraph route as well. I know I need to have my WW take a pregnancy test too. She's on birth control, but still. I would appreciate any thoughts and advice on this whole situation. Update 4. Since my wife read her timeline, there hasn't been a moment when it hasn't been heavily weighing on me and I still haven't slept well. I've read the timeline at least once every day, and with each reread, I experience a variety of emotions: sadness, hurt, anger, and embarrassment. Sometimes I can't even put how I'm feeling into words. I don't think she was lying or doctoring it. Everything matches with what OBS showed me. I believe the timeline was impactful for her. The affair is the affair, but I do believe that AP preyed on her. I'm angry that I was unaware of it and didn't protect her. When we were 17, there was a bad incident with her mom. She came over to my house and I held her in my arms, promising that I would always protect her no matter what. I feel like I failed her with AP. I didn't see his motives, I only took her word. On Friday night, I texted OBS to see if we could talk. I wanted her input and to see how she and the twins were doing. She called me after just putting her kids to bed and mentioned how rough it's been on them. She's been trying to focus on them. She said it's going to be a bitter divorce. AP is acting like the wronged party and is puffed up with himself. He hasn't apologized or anything. He's living at an extended stay. She changed the locks so he couldn't come and go. I asked about AP's history regarding past cheating or abuse of power. She knew where I was going with this. She has suspicions of past infidelities over the years. A woman always knew but never had proof he couldn't deny. She believes he grew overconfident and sloppy with my WW. There was one allegation 5 years ago at AP's previous job. A co-worker reported him to HR for retaliating against her after she refused his advances, but nothing came of it. She was viewed as a difficult employee who was frequently late and dismissed as bitter after AP wrote her up. OBS admitted she ignored the warning signs because she was pregnant. There weren't any other allegations and he had a great reputation. It took me a minute to process this information. I asked if AP had given her a timeline. She said she didn't care for one because she just wants a divorce. She asked if I had made a decision yet regarding my WW and I told her that I hadn't. She suggested consulting her attorney when I was ready or just for a consultation. I took the information and thanked her. We talked for a little while about life post D-Day before hanging up. I felt more anger toward AP. I do believe he set his sights on my WW, but she still had an emotional affair that only grew, and I feel so deeply hurt, lost, and betrayed. I really hate all of this. Yesterday, I still couldn't get what OBS said off my mind. My sister-in-law called me and the tone of her voice was troubling. She was worried about my wife, saying that she didn't believe WW was doing well and that she had not been eating. She asked if I had talked to her at all, but I hadn't since Thursday. So far, my wife has been respecting my request for space. This news did not please me in the slightest. I hated the idea of my wife being in this state, and every day without contact or seeing her has been extremely hard for me. She asked if I could try talking with her, but she didn't have to because I had already decided to go see her. On the way over, I stopped at a local restaurant that my wife loves and ordered her usual meal to go. Then I went straight to our home without prior warning. Admittedly, a part of me wondered if I might find AP there this time, but again, his car wasn't around. I entered the house and my wife was lying on the couch. The TV was on, but she wasn't watching it. She looked like she was going through hell. Conflicting emotions hit me. On one hand, some of her choices brought this on. On the other hand, I wanted to comfort her and promise her that everything would be okay. She sat up, surprised to see me. She moved as if to hug me, but then stopped herself. I showed her the food and told her that I needed her to eat something. This caught her off guard, and she said that I didn't have to do this, but I insisted that I wanted to. I helped her get settled at the table, got her something to drink, and she started eating her meal. I asked if she had heard from AP or if he had been to the house, and she said no. I then asked if I could see her phone. Without any hesitation, she handed it over to me. While she ate, I spent some time searching through her phone. There weren't any new conversations with AP, and his number was still blocked. I waited until she finished eating before bringing up anything that could distract her. I mentioned that her sister had called, which threw her off. She promised that she didn't ask her to do that and that she had been trying to respect my request for space, but I said it was okay and that I wasn't bothered by the call. She said I shouldn't have to rush home to take care of her, but I replied that our vows say otherwise. They still matter to me. She started tearing up and said that she ruined us, that she ruined me, and that our relationship was the very best part of her life and meant everything to her. She expressed anger and disappointment in herself, saying that I only ever loved and trusted her, but that she hurt and betrayed me in a way that would tear me apart the most, and she would never forgive herself. At this point, something happened inside me. Her words hit me deeply, and I just broke down. She kept saying that she didn't deserve me and continued tearing herself to shreds. The last thing she said was that I must regret being with her. For the first time since D-Day, I cut in and said that my whole life has been wrecked, but she knew that I don't regret her. I listed how many times she saved me and that I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for her. I reminded her about the day we first met at the neighborhood playground when we were 5. And how at 13, when I admitted my feelings for her, I nervously stumbled over my words while she held my hand to reassure me. Even then, I knew I wanted to be by her side. When I proposed and she said yes, I was beyond excited for us to start our lives together in that way. I never wanted to part from her. She was it for me, and that never once changed before D-Day. We just cried without saying another word. I tried to gather myself and then told her that I needed to go. As I was leaving, she thanked me for coming over and said that she understands my need for space. She added that she would accept whatever consequences come her way, but that she's not giving up on us and is going to start looking into individual counseling. I only nodded. I have my first counseling session scheduled for Monday, but I feel like I'm nowhere closer to knowing how to proceed, nor do I feel any less lost. Every emotion you could possibly imagine is just wrecking me, and I feel trapped in a maze. I would appreciate any advice. Update 5. Hi everyone, it's been a whirlwind since my last post, to say the least. Thank you to everyone who reached out with kind words and checked up on me. I honestly wasn't expecting the show of community I have received from this subreddit. It's all very much appreciated. So it's nearly a month since D-Day for me. A lot has happened since then, and it still seems surreal in many ways. On one hand, it feels like D-Day was 1,000 years ago. The days feel like weeks, and the weeks feel like months. On the other hand, D-Day seems like it happened only yesterday. The daily hell of mind movies has persisted. Mornings didn't used to be so bad because I had a few moments before I realized that my wife wasn't with me, and then reality comes crashing down on me. But I had a mind movie yesterday morning. I've talked with my therapist about them, but it hasn't made the movies any less persistent or painful. These mind movies are like being forced to watch a movie you don't want to see. You can't pause it, turn it off, or walk away from it. It's just on, and you have no choice in the matter. I go back to work this Monday. Honestly, I'm kind of worried about returning. Even though I work remotely, it still requires focus, and I worry about how the mind movies could affect me. It's a fear of mine, the possibility of one coming on during work. I don't really know what to expect. Saturdays have been some of the worst nights. Before D-Day, Saturday nights were home movie nights for my wife and me. We've always been big film buffs, which is what started that tradition. As Saturdays come and go since D-Day, they serve as an aching reminder. Apparently, some music and dancing are now triggers for me. I tried cooking the other day to keep my mind occupied. Cooking is a joy of mine. However, when music came on from the TV, it triggered me. My wife and I used to cook dinner together while music played. We'd slow dance to songs at times. Suddenly, all I could think about was my wife sharing a dance with AP in that hotel room. It caught me off guard. It felt like a tarnished memory, and it hurts. I think individual counseling has been going well so far, more so than it did during the year I went as a teen. Back then, I bounced around between a couple of therapists, but I believe I found the right fit this time around. Sometimes he speaks less and just listens. Other times he asks more questions. He has told me that healing is not going to be linear. We've talked some about the affair and my relationship with my wife. He said that the affair wasn't my fault and that I had no control over it. I was in the dark and it was out of my hands. What I do have control over is deciding where to go from here. Admittedly, I gave some pushback on that because I don't feel in control of myself emotionally. I feel lost in the wind. But he told me that despite what's going on around me, the next step in how I proceed is my sole decision. He described reconciliation as a gift only I could make and offer. My wife has started going to individual counseling herself now. She's never been to therapy before, so after her first session, I was curious about how it went. I texted her about it and she said it was new to her, but reiterated that she's committed to the process. I know my wife has also started reading How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair. I've been reading some of the book as well, and honestly, it has made me feel validated and covers a range of emotions that I've been grappling with. My sister-in-law updated me on my wife. She's been eating more regularly again, but it's still a struggle. This transition from no contact to light contact for space, while still having a desire to talk with her and wanting to see how she's doing, has been one of the most difficult experiences I've ever dealt with. Something I've been weighing is whether or not my wife and I should tell others about the affair. I've had a lot of mixed emotions about it. I've been weighing the pros and cons, but I'm leaning away from it. We only have a small circle around us, and I don't really see the value in anyone else knowing outside of my mom and Sil. Those are the people most involved with us. My dad has no involvement and has never shown support. He'll most likely just give a speech about glass houses and all that mess. My mother-in-law isn't much involved with us either, although she's been more of a presence than my dad. The relationship between my wife and my mom has also been weighing on me. Prior to D-Day, they always had a strong mother-daughter relationship. My wife calls my mother Mom. She hasn't even called her own biological mother that in a very long time. My mom has been devastated by the affair. She's dealing with her own feelings of betrayal due to what my dad did to our family, and now she sees it happening to me. She still hasn't outright said anything against my wife, but I know she's hurting too, and I can tell that the bond they shared has taken a severe blow. I don't know if that bond can recover or at least return to a level of closeness similar to what they had before. I know my wife feels this loss deeply as well, and it hurts her. Maybe it's not my place to worry about their relationship right now, but I do. I can't help it, and it contributes to the anger I feel, me and others having to deal with the fallout of something we never chose. Even with OBS and her twins, I know all too well the pain those kids are already experiencing and will continue to experience. It feels like watching history repeat itself in some ways. Pain, that's all that seems to be going around. I believe my wife is in pain too, and I keep thinking if only she had considered that before the affair, maybe things would be different right now. I wanted to give an update on various things that have been going on. Has anyone had to deal with the fallout of a relationship between a wayward spouse and a family member who were close before D-Day? How have you coped or been coping with triggers or fond moments that are now tarnished? I'm asking for advice and perspectives on this situation. Update 6. Since my last post, I've gone back to work. This was my first week back, and juggling that with 2 sessions a week of individual counseling has been a delicate balance. It's been weird being back. I felt like a fish out of water for a while, but I did fall back into a bit of a rhythm. There were times when my focus slipped. I guess it's going to take some time to readjust with everything else going on. However, being back at work did keep my mind occupied in a way. I'm thankful that no mind movies or triggers have surfaced at work so far. Last Saturday night was particularly difficult. I was scrolling through the TV guide when Singin' in the Rain came on. Just the title took me to a place. It's one of my wife's and my favorite movies. She used to quietly sing along whenever we watched it. She would claim to anyone that she couldn't sing, but she has a beautiful voice. It was overwhelming, and before I knew it, I started crying. Out of nowhere, my mom's dog came up to me and rested its head against me. He sensed my distress and was there to provide some comfort. Dogs are a true gift and are always there when you need them. It's been hitting me how much I miss the little things, such as hearing my wife sing. I used to joke with her that I'd be the first one online buying tickets to her concert. On Tuesday night, while I was going over a work project, I received an unexpected FaceTime call from my wife. When I answered, she looked agitated. I asked her what had happened, and she told me that AP had emailed her. I questioned her about it because I was under the impression that AP was blocked. She said it hadn't crossed her mind to block his email too, but she was about to do so. However, she first wanted to send a rejection response back to him and thought it would be best if I reviewed it. She said she knows that confronting AP and shutting any door he tries to open falls on her, but she wanted to be transparent with me and shut AP down with my full knowledge and approval. She apologized for bringing me into it and said she had no right to ask for my support, but I cut her off right there and told her that I appreciated what she was doing. Her immediately coming forward about the email meant something to me because with me being away from our home, she could have easily kept me in the dark about it or replied without me knowing. That and being given a say in her reply to AP made me feel included in the process. Sometimes I think about how I never factored into the affair. It felt like I wasn't even a blip on the radar. Sometimes I wonder, well, hell, did I ever cross your mind while this was going on? Did you ever second guess your actions because of me? My wife showed me the email from her tablet, and what I read made my blood boil. Between the time AP sent the email and the time it took her to call me, only a minute had passed. She said she was disgusted by the email and that she saw through his behavior in a way she hadn't before. I don't know where to begin with AP's email, I only grow more disgusted with him. In the email, he went on and on about my wife blocking his number and whether I had made her do that. He tried to fish for information about the status of our relationship since D-Day, and of course, he trashed OBS some more, complaining about how she kicked him out and that she's being a "see you next Tuesday" about the divorce. He used the actual word, but I won't because it's a word I choose not to use. He wrote that my wife should know by now that he has her back, saying he would like to see her and that she should come over to his room at the extended stay. My wife wrote back an unforgiving reply. She said that she chose on her own accord to block him, and as she told him on D-Day, she didn't want to continue things. She stated that as far as his divorce goes, he deserves whatever he gets, just as she will deserve the same. Anything they're experiencing is nothing compared to what their respective spouses and families are dealing with. She said she hated who she was with him and that she wants him to leave her alone and not contact her anymore. After she finished and reread her reply to me, I gave my approval. She sent it and then blocked his email address. We talked for a little bit afterward, not really about AP, but about how we were each doing. She said I shouldn't be concerned about her, but I told her that I was. She said she would never forgive herself for bringing this upon us, that we were each other's safe haven, and she made a mess of everything. She acknowledged that words aren't enough and that trust has been broken, but she means everything she has said and hopes it will show through her actions. She expressed how much she hates having played a part in uprooting so many lives, and she genuinely hates herself for it. I stopped her from continuing because despite the immense hurt and betrayal I feel, hearing her say that ripped me apart inside. My wife has a little garden at home. Gardening was something she picked up during the lockdown. I asked her how the plants were doing, and she said that she was struggling to find comfort in it like she usually did, but that the plants were doing well. She showed me the newest plant, which has certainly grown since I left on D-Day. Before we ended the call, she asked if we could talk again, but I told her that I wasn't sure. At the time, I couldn't promise anything. However, I couldn't stop thinking that maybe a meetup in a natural public space wouldn't be the worst idea. There's a local park near us that has a lake. It's a pretty quiet and relaxing place. We used to go there sometimes. Later that night, I texted her about meeting up at the park. She responded with yes no more than 10 seconds later. From there, we agreed to meet up at the park the following day at 6 p.m. To say that I was nervous after solidifying the plans would be putting it mildly. I didn't know what to expect anymore, whereas before D-Day, I had been so certain about us. I originally included our meeting in this post, but I kept running into errors while trying to incorporate it. I ended up separating them, so I'm going to make a follow-up post detailing our meetup very soon. I was also wondering if I should provide AP's email to OBS. I'm not sure if it's the right idea or if it would be something unnecessary that could lead to more hurt for her. I appreciate any advice that can be offered. Update 7. Leading up to leaving for the park, I felt like my emotions were thrown into a tornado. I didn't know what to expect and was overthinking and second-guessing everything. I thought it would be best to arrange some safe topics for us to discuss, and I also prepared to cut the day short if needed. My wife beat me to the park. She was already waiting in the parking lot when I drove up. I took a deep breath before getting out of my car, preparing to cut the meetup short if it proved to be too much. We actually got out of our cars at the same time, and she came to meet me. I could immediately tell that she was anxious too, and we kind of awkwardly greeted each other. I sensed that she was self-conscious about her appearance, so I complimented her. It slipped out without a second thought. She looked beautiful. I feel like that's a contradiction given the betrayal and immense hurt I feel daily from her actions. She seemed caught off guard by my compliment. showing a shocked look on her face as she thanked me. I suggested that we go for a walk around the lake, and she was up for it. On our way to the pathway, we passed a shaved ice vendor at the park, and I asked if she would like anything. I thought it was a good idea to help keep cool with the heat our area has been experiencing. We looked at the menu and both selected the same flavor at the same time: strawberry. The vendor had a little chuckle at that. It reminded me of how attuned my wife and I were prior to D-Day. My wife went to pay, but I stopped her. She said that I didn't have to, but I told her it was my treat, and besides, I was the one who invited her out. After getting our shaved ice, we walked out to the path circling the lake. At first, our walk was silent, kind of an awkward silence. The atmosphere around the lake was peaceful with not many people around. Only a handful of families were spread out. It felt like she didn't want to push me to talk. A lot seemed to be communicated in that silence, but we were both unsure where to start. Could we just be ourselves again for this moment without addressing the affair elephant in the room? Despite having gathered safe topics, my mind went blank. Anything pre-planned went out the window. As I walked with my shaved ice, I thought about what we were even supposed to talk about. Finally, I broke the silence and asked how her day had been, which started our conversation that lasted for our entire walk. We talked about how each of our days had been so far, the nature around us, the ducks walking around, and the ones floating on the lake. We also commented on a guy who biked past us and remarked, "What is he trying to prove by biking in this heat?" We discussed her garden back at our home, and she asked how I was doing with my return to work, attentively listening to every single detail of my mundane work project. She wanted to know all about it and hear what I'd been up to. I realized that we hadn't really had these kinds of conversations since I left on D-Day. I couldn't deny that I missed it. We even talked about our neighbors. She mentioned that one of them annoyingly decided to set off fireworks late at night all weekend. It felt like we were just spending time together again. And I remembered how much I used to enjoy it. I still feel conflicted about it now as I grapple with everything that the affair has unleashed on us. Then the conversation shifted to our current situation and how things have changed. She mentioned how much better the weather had been just a few weeks ago, and I replied that everything was better just a few weeks ago. It got quiet again between us. I ended up asking how her job search was going, and she opened up about that. She's been having trouble finding new work and hasn't heard back from any particular job yet. She said that the opportunities in her field were limited and that she was still looking into customer service positions. There's a new local restaurant preparing to open, and they're hiring for servers and hostesses. She mentioned she's considering applying there. I asked if she was still okay financially in the meantime, and she said that she should be for now. My wife has always been good at saving money even when she didn't have to, so I don't really doubt that. But despite everything going on, she's still my wife, and my love for her doesn't just go away. I wanted to make sure she was okay in that area. Eventually, she asked something that I could tell was troubling her. She asked how my mom was doing. Instead of saying, "How's your mom doing?" she said, "How's mom doing?" I spoke a little about her situation. I didn't want to guilt my wife with how my mom had been feeling, but I couldn't just put on a poker face and lie about it either. I knew she would see through it. So I gave her a summarized version. She had a dejected look on her face as she looked down at the ground. I brought up my mom's dog, whom my wife always loved, and showed her some pictures I took of him. Just like talking about my mom, the dog pictures affected her as well. We talked about him for a little bit and how I'd been walking him through the neighborhood lately. Towards the end of our conversation, she started tearing up as if she were fighting back tears. Something happened that stunned me. I instinctively put my arm around her shoulder. I think that simple gesture shook her too. She wasn't expecting it. I had to hold back my own tears as I thought about how messed up everything has become. For a moment, I thought I might have to cut the meeting short. I wasn't sure if I would be able to continue, but I just tried to focus on my breathing. She apologized, and I told her that she didn't need to apologize for this part. But she looked at me and said, "Don't I?" asserting that this was all on her. After that, we stood there quietly while she gathered herself. It was getting hotter outside, so we walked back to the parking lot. I walked her to her car. Before she got in, she thanked me for meeting up with her and expressed how much she had missed us being together like this. She then asked if we could meet up again, and I only said that maybe we could talk about it another time. She nodded and got into her car. I told her to drive safely and watched her drive off before going on my own way. When I returned home, my mom asked how things had gone and how I was holding up. She listened and offered me some words of comfort. She was distant about my meeting with the wife and only asked if I thought I could handle it. All in all, the meetup was bittersweet. A part of me cherished it and didn't want it to end, but I felt all the pain accompanying it. It's strange. I felt rejuvenated in a sense after spending that time with my WW, but I'm also emotionally exhausted. I've been seriously considering whether we should meet up again, but I haven't made any plans yet. For now, I'm going to send AP's email to OBS. Thanks to everyone who voiced their opinion on that because I wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do. I feel like it's something she needs to know and it could help her with her case. Update 8. I met up with my wife again on the 4th. We've never done anything major for the 4th. Mainly, we would have cookouts with my mom and sister-in-law at times. Those usual plans were not in the cards this year, and my wife wouldn't be with her sister, who still had to go to work. So I thought maybe my wife and I could go see the fireworks. Admittedly, I went back and forth on the idea, but ultimately decided to follow through. I texted her to see if she would want to go, apologizing for the last-minute invitation. I received an almost automatic read notification. She replied that the timing wasn't a problem and that she would love to go and that she'd get ready. I told her to take her time. When I sent the text, there were still about 3 hours until the fireworks started. We met up downtown about an hour later at a Starbucks, which was our meeting spot, and then headed toward the area where the show would take place. During our walk, I noticed her hand twitch toward me a few times. I think out of instinct, she wanted to hold my hand. This gesture didn't happen when we were at the park, but I assume that was because we had the shaved ice, so our hands were preoccupied. We could be walking into the backyard and we'd come out holding hands. Before D-Day, whenever we walked together, we held hands. I think she wanted to hold my hand but was trying to respect my space or wasn't sure if I'd be receptive. I don't know how my reception would have been either, and I hate that I don't. The affair has affected me in so many ways that I'm still coming to terms with. We talked as friends would. However, there was an awkwardness due to the reality of our current situation. It's not the same as it once was, and the truth is, it's not going to be. That realization is still hard for me. There wasn't much talking during the fireworks. We just watched them in each other's company. We actually left a little early because a group nearby was getting persistently obnoxious. Afterward, my wife and I walked through downtown for a little bit, heading in the direction of our cars, but not in a hurry. Our conversation from before the fireworks picked back up. Honestly, it felt nice and such a relief to just have her with me like that. Despite everything that I'm feeling, I've missed her so much, and it was a relief to know that at least she wasn't back at our home alone, that I could see her with my own eyes. But it was also laced with pain and sadness. I asked if she would like to grab a bite to eat, and she was up for it. We went to that local restaurant I mentioned in a previous post, the one where I bought a meal for my wife when my sil informed me that she wasn't eating. She told me that she applied for the hostess position at another restaurant that's opening up in August. She's been feeling down about the whole job search because it hasn't been turning out well. The jobs in her chosen field haven't been reaching out to her. There could be many reasons why she hasn't received a response yet, but she worries about whether she was actually good at her job or if it was just AP pushing her along. During our conversation, she received a text which she showed me without me having to ask. It was from her sister. After we arrived back at our cars, we lingered a bit as we talked. When we were parting, she thanked me for the night and I thanked her for joining me. She said that she feels like she doesn't deserve these moments, but at the same time, she misses me. She feels selfish for it and doesn't know how to deal with those two conflicting feelings. I told her that I understood what she meant. She asked if she could see me again, and I told her that maybe we could set something up for the end of the week or the following week. She agreed. As I was leaving, I couldn't shake this horrible feeling knowing she was going back to being on her own. After the 4th, everything regarding my marriage, the new normal, reconciliation, divorce, etc. has been weighing on me. I've been overthinking and second-guessing myself. I hate feeling so unsure of my decisions regarding my marriage. It wasn't this way before D-Day. I've talked about this in individual counseling, and I know that the next path forward, whether it's reconciliation or divorce, depends on me. It has been a particularly rough time since the fireworks. Final update. The Friday after the 4th started off on a better note. I felt less heightened and awoke to my mom's dog at my bedside. The dog has been a good comfort, even just from taking him out on walks. It's strange. Just a few months before D-Day, my wife and I were discussing getting a dog of our own. I was determined to take the day slow. Work was going relatively well. When my lunch break came, I went to get a little snack, but out of nowhere, this trigger hit me and it felt like I was being pulled apart like cotton candy. I was literally hunched over the kitchen counter trying to catch my breath. I believe I was having a panic attack. Of course, this alerted my mom's dog. I want to say this episode lasted for a good 5 to 10 minutes. It was one of the worst triggers I've had, if it's even possible to rank them. My mom was out on a grocery run, and with the way I was feeling, I didn't want to be alone, so I called my wife. My breathing was still hitching when I did. She answered on the second ring, and I think she could immediately hear the distress in my voice because she responded with urgency, asking me what was wrong. When I didn't respond right away, she tried to switch to a FaceTime video call. I don't know what she saw in my face, but it looked like it shook her. I asked if she could just stay on for a bit, and she nodded. It took me another couple of minutes to settle down. My wife asked again what was wrong. I knew I finally had to tell her. There was no way around it given what she had just seen, and I didn't see the point in keeping the mind movies and everything else hidden from her. I told her that it had been happening for a while now, that I've been getting mind movies of her and AP in the hotel room, and that there were certain things that are now triggers for me. She never said a word and just took in everything I said. I told her that this particular episode was strong. Before I knew it, I broke down crying as I tried to explain. I managed to tell her that sometimes it feels like I'm having trouble breathing, how I only get a few hours of sleep now, and even that isn't peaceful, and that I feel like a shell of myself. I said I couldn't bear to tell her any of this before because it felt like I had lost her, and I didn't know how to approach her with broken trust, that it felt like I was grieving the loss of her as well. For me, it's like losing the woman I love, my best friend, and my family. She started crying and said she was so sorry for what she had done to me. We just cried together for a little bit. After we both settled down, she said that she had been speaking with her therapist about feeling the same losses and emptiness that I described, but she feels it's different in the sense that she's the one who imploded our relationship and family. She wants to fight for our relationship and doesn't want to be without me, but also wants to respect my space. She said our meetups have meant everything to her, yet she fears them as well. She's afraid that one of our meetups or texts or calls will be the moment when I say it's officially over. She said she won't try to fight it when it happens because she deserves it. Hearing that wrecked me. I told her that I haven't tossed away our relationship and that my not being home doesn't mean that I have. I expressed my appreciation for her efforts and for taking individual counseling seriously. I asked if she was experiencing any forms of mind movies or triggers as well. She said she has random flashes of that night with AP and has encountered triggers related to certain words he would say to her. I could only agree that we're a messed up pair these days, and she repeated that she's the one who did this to us, as well as to OBS and her kids, and my mom. I refuted this, saying that it doesn't all fall back on her. AP played a significant role in what he did to his own family, but she kept insisting that she's the one who let him into our lives in the first place. She asked what she could do to support me through the mind movies and triggers, and I told her that I wasn't sure. After a moment of silence, I asked if she would be open to talking with each other about what we were experiencing, like being there for each other as friends, which was the foundation of our relationship. We could discuss it in counseling and also talk about it with each other. She said that she wants to help me in any way she can, but she doesn't know if it's possible or even fair for me to be trying to support her through the consequences of the affair. I knew she had her counseling session coming up, so I started to end the call. Before hanging up, I brought my mom's dog over and it impacted my wife. She waved and called out to him. He recognized her immediately, staring at the screen and wagging his tail. We shared that moment for a bit. Before hanging up, she thanked me for confiding in her about what I was experiencing, and I thanked her for being there and opening up about what she was going through. She said that I could call her anytime I wanted, and she would do her best to help me combat the mind movies. To be honest, I cried some more right after the call. I tried to resume work, but I felt sluggish. When my mom came home, I went to help her with the bags, but I couldn't even fake it. I think she knew something had happened while she was away regarding my episode. She offered me some words of comfort. It's conflicting, and it still feels that way. On one hand, it felt nice to open up to my wife again, but it almost felt wrong in a sense. Like a part of me was shouting, "Why are you doing this? You need to run and protect yourself." I find the two sides impossible to reconcile. One of the major hurdles of betrayal for me is that she had these deep, intimate conversations with AP. It feels like another violation. It was something we shared and owed to each other, yet she gave it to AP even before the work trip. If I'm going to be open with her about what I've been experiencing, then I need her to be open with me as well. I need it to be a mutual exchange, not her holding back. I've struggled to figure out how to give her that push. It's new territory for me. Before D-Day, we had an open line of communication. A part of me wonders how I can know just how much to push and when to pull back and give her some time. When the emotional affair started, she said she didn't want to burden me with her problems because I was going through some things. She felt like she would be adding extra worries. With that in mind, isn't it just as bad now if she continues to keep these things from me? Isn't that how we got into this position in the first place? One thing I am certain about is that I feel it's time for me to start being more proactive regarding this situation. I need to have the necessary conversations with my wife, and there are still questions I would like answers to. I don't know if I'm going about this the right way or if there's even a right way to deal with things like this, but I feel like I need to try. This story was posted by a user named Fluff Buffer in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for refusing to take care of my niece after she called me a slur. 29M and my wife 30F have 2 kids, 5M and 3M. My wife works a full-time office job while I work from home with extremely flexible hours. My sister 26F, let's call her Barb, and her husband 30M, let's call him Nick, live nearby and work full-time jobs. They have a daughter 5F, let's call her Tracy. Because of my comfortable work schedule, when our kids started going to daycare, we decided that I would drop off and pick up my niece from daycare alongside my own kids. I didn't mind this arrangement. In fact, I thought it was great for my kids to spend time with their cousin. I get along with Tracy as well and always thought of myself as her cool uncle. She's a sweet kid and usually well behaved. Most days, I bring her and my kids back to our house where I make them snacks or dinner, and in the afternoon or evening, my sister comes to pick them up. A few days ago, the 5-year-olds were watching Bluey on TV while I was preparing snacks with my 3-year-old when I suddenly heard yelling. I rushed over to see what was happening, and my son was yelling at Tracy that my dad's not a girl, while my niece yelled back, he's a F word, that's like a girl. I was kind of in shock at first, but I turned off the TV and sat her down to explain that this is a very bad word and we shouldn't be calling people that. Regardless, I'm not a girl. Because this is a bad word, she should apologize to me since we don't act mean to each other in this family. I told her that if I hear this again, I'm going to talk to her parents and she will get in trouble. She said she wouldn't get in trouble because that's what her dad called me and he's not in trouble. I was stunned. I told her that regardless of what her dad said, it's still a very bad word and she should not use it around me or in my presence. She should apologize regardless because it hurt my feelings, which she did because she's a really good kid. We talked some more and I probed her about other things her parents said. From what I gathered, Nick, my brother-in-law, told my sister in Tracy's presence that men shouldn't be sitting at home all day doing childcare, that cooking is a woman's duty, as is cleaning, and really most of the things I do around my house. He implied that I'm a girl because I do housework and because my wife earns more money than I do. I explained to her as best as I could that men and women can work from an office or from home, that my wife or a Barb working long hours from the office doesn't make them men, and vice versa. However, I didn't dwell on it with her since it's not really her fault. I didn't immediately bring this up with my sister because I figured it would be a difficult conversation. I didn't want to have it in front of the kids, and I wanted to talk it out with my wife first as well. That evening, I discussed it with my wife, who seemed really upset too. I told her that I think I should demand an apology from Nick and my sister, and she agreed. I called my sister and explained what happened. She said that it's just a word and that I'm blowing it out of proportion. Obviously, Nick doesn't dislike me. I said I don't care whether he does or doesn't dislike me. He is talking negatively about me behind my back to both my niece and to her, and she seems very chill about this rather than standing up for me. She said that was just how Nick was and that I should stop being a drama queen. I told her to leave me alone. If that's how she felt, she could pick up her own child from daycare, and then hung up. I know it was really short notice and rude, but I felt disrespected by people I had done so much for over the years, who were my family. My wife said she understood and that I shouldn't back down until I at least received a proper apology. The next 2 days were a weekend and there was no daycare. I assumed there would be calls or texts from Barb, but there was nothing. In fact, the suspicious lack of any messages or calls made me think she didn't take my words seriously, which made me even angrier. The calls finally came when it was time to pick up Tracy for daycare, and I didn't go. I dropped off my own kids and didn't even answer for a while. I know it was petty, but I had been stewing for 2 days, and letting Barb stew for a few hours seemed appropriate and felt really good. Around noon, when she called again, I picked up. I was going to smugly tell her that I was ready for my apology and that we could put this behind us, but instead, she went off on me about how irresponsible I was and how she was late for work because of me. To this, I simply said, "I told you I wasn't going to pick her up. You had 2 days to make arrangements." She kept yelling at me, so I hung up again. She continued calling and sending texts about picking Tracy up from daycare, to which I replied that I would not be doing so, then stopped responding. When I came to pick up my kids, Tracy expected me to take her as well, which was very hard on both of us. I know it's not her fault, she's 5, and now she suddenly doesn't get to come over to our place to play and have snacks. But at the same time, I didn't want to just let this go. I felt like I deserved an apology, so I explained that her mom and I were fighting, but that I'd pick her up again once we worked it out. She obviously didn't take it well, but I apologized, took my kids, and left. A bit later, I received a call from my mom. Barb had roped her into picking up Tracy. However, my mom is disabled, so she was having a really hard time with Tracy and asked me why I was being mean to Barb. I told her everything, expecting her to take my side, but instead she pulled a "you know how Nick is." To this, I replied that the more I realize how Nick is, the less I like it. If he thinks all this stuff in general, and about me specifically, I sure as hell am not going to be doing free labor for him. She said I was blowing this all out of proportion. I told her that I wasn't the one doing it. All I asked for was a simple apology. Everyone else seemed to prefer all of this drama over just giving it to me. She suggested that I should just be the bigger man and not let it get to me. To that, I said I was done and told her to have fun with Tracy. That evening, I got a call from Nick himself. I was hesitant to answer, but I chose to do so on the off chance that I might actually receive that apology. Nope. Apparently, my behavior is causing Barb great distress, and since we're family, how could I do this to my own sister? I told him that if we're family, how can he talk negatively about me to his child, whom I take care of daily? He said he was only joking and that it was all in good fun. I told him it was neither good nor fun for me, and I want my apology. He blew up on me, telling me I was a F-word who couldn't take a joke and called me a hysterical little girl. I told him to fuck off, that I was done with him, and hung up. This led to a bunch of calls from Barb and my mom, which I didn't answer. Barb texted me that it wasn't fair for Tracy to pay the price for my being petty. I replied that it wasn't fair for Tracy to pay the price for her parents being ungrateful pieces of shit. She then yelled at me about how she was going to lose her job and how I was being cruel to her and to mom. I told her I was done, and unless her next message was an apology, I would block her number. It wasn't, so now I've blocked her. For the past few days, my mom has been picking up Tracy, and it's been really rough seeing her at daycare and explaining that grandma is going to pick her up. She hates it and tells me she isn't having fun with grandma and wants to come over to our place. It's breaking my heart. But at the same time, I never got a single apology from anyone except the 5-year-old. And I feel like letting this go would just tell my family that it's okay to ignore my boundaries. However, I do love my niece and I don't want to traumatize her or have her resent me. She is a good kid and none of this is her fault. So AITAH. And what do I do? The post has barely been up for 4 hours, and I am already so grateful for all your support and advice. The angle of Nick actually wanting Barb to quit her job is not one I'd considered, but now I think it might actually have merit, which makes me very worried for her. At the same time, I can't really do much until she at least acknowledges that that's just how Nick is, or stop overreacting isn't going to fly with me. I also assume it's only a matter of time until my mom is no longer an option, so I hope to get a chance to talk to her about it, ideally because she sees my point of view, but I'll settle for her being desperate. I will also make sure to stress to Tracy that I love her and none of this is her fault. Thank you all. User important ad said NTA, Nick is always the AH, so people are used to putting up with him. You standing up to him and holding him responsible for his actions is breaking the status quo. They would rather tell you to help stabilize the boat than tell Nick to stop rocking it because it's easier to bully a nice person than it is to change a bad person. User accurate prompt said NTA. Nick was so disrespectful about you and how you choose to live your life, despite the fact that you've done nothing but be helpful and caring toward their daughter. He's outed himself as a homophobe and misogynist and a genuinely nasty person that you shouldn't bring anywhere near your family. It's very telling how your family sees you merely as free childcare and nothing else. A complete lack of respect. The fact that the child has remembered these comments suggests that it's not the first time he said such things, and he's clearly been constantly criticizing you without your sister shutting it down. Your mother, the enabler, and your sister are horrible people for downplaying the impact of those words while expecting you to continue caring for Tracy as if nothing happened. Until you receive a sincere and heartfelt apology from all of them, I would completely refuse to provide childcare for them. If you do get one, it's entirely up to you whether you decide to help them out again, potentially with some monetary compensation. Even then, I'd completely understand if you never wanted to help them out again. It's a shame that the impressionable child will have to suffer as a result of her parents' disrespect, but ultimately, reinstating childcare would let them win and excuse their behavior without consequences. You're not a doormat. Don't allow them to walk all over you. A day later, OP provided us with an update. Just to clarify a few things, my dad died from a heart attack 2 years ago, which came as no surprise because he smoked a lot and lived a pretty unhealthy life. We weren't really surprised, it wasn't his first heart attack. He was a great grandpa and a great dad right up to the end. His death left my mom alone and she doesn't work. My mom has multiple sclerosis, which is mostly steady but slowly gets worse over time and flares up occasionally. These flare-ups are made worse by stress, which my mom is currently experiencing. A flare-up often means that her recovery level isn't quite what it was before, so we mostly try to keep her stress-free. My dad had life insurance, so her house is paid for and she had a little money. However, there's also a caretaker coming over 3 times a week to clean, cook, do shopping, etc., which she can't afford. My wife and I pay for this. As I mentioned in a comment on the original post, my wife and I are probably better off financially than Barb and Nick. They have a fancy house and fancy cars, but also have a mortgage and loans. The great response I got made me think about this situation again, and I thought about how I could stand my ground without giving up on Tracy altogether. I figured that there was no perfect solution and I had to settle on something. I took the day off work because I just needed to process and deal with this situation. One comment on the original post really got to me about how someone would feel in Tracy's place, and I just can't do that to her now. I know this isn't the update some of you have wanted, but I just can't. I love her like she was one of my own, and my kids do as well, and it's not her fault. I unblocked my sister because obviously if I'm going to be interacting with her child, she needs to be able to reach me. I talked to my mom during the day and she was distraught about having to pick Tracy up, which is pretty hard on her. I told her I was willing to do it, but I'm coming over and she's gonna have to hear me out, to which she agreed. I talked to her for a long time, avoiding snark and lashing out this time, and just explaining that how serious Nick was or how he is doesn't matter. I used that rocking the boat analogy someone linked in the comments and further stressed my point by saying that it shouldn't matter if I was justified or not in getting upset. I am her child, and if something upset me, it at least warrants giving me the benefit of the doubt before siding against me. Eventually, it seemed to come through. She apologized and we hugged it out, and I think she got it. She's not a very confrontational person and generally really tries to keep the peace. This time, she went about it wrong. I'm not saying I'm not mad, but she's my mom, and she apologized. I explained to her that she shouldn't be covering for me because that means I have no leg to stand on when confronting Nick and Barb, and she was receptive to it. I texted my sister that we needed to talk and that I'd drop Tracy off at their place that night, to which I got a stoic thumbs up. I picked Tracy up from daycare and she was overjoyed. She was actually a little possessive of me, staying by my side all afternoon instead of running off to play, which was cute but also made me feel a little bad because of the impact of me not picking her up. I explained to the best of my ability that she's not in trouble and I'm not angry with her, but I am angry with her parents and we need to work that out. I assured her I'll do my best to not stop picking her up anymore, which made her really happy. I dropped her off in the evening, and once she was in bed, I sat down to talk with Barb and Nick. I told them flat out that mom wasn't going to be covering for them anymore, and if they didn't let me finish what I had to say, I would get up and leave and they can find new arrangements for Tracy. They weren't happy, but were willing to listen, so that was progress, or at least the threat working. I explained that this was the situation now. I don't need them to mean their apology, but I sure as hell was going to need one. This was principle now. I have spent years taking care of their child, and if they wanted to be assholes, I wasn't going to do it for free. So this was how it goes now. I am no longer going to be dropping her off in the morning until further notice. There was no excuse for the way Nick acted, and it needed to have some lasting impact. I was no longer going to be paying for family outings and family vacations. It was a man's job to support his family, so good luck with that. The exception is Tracy, who is always welcome. If I hear any more BS being talked about me behind my back, I was going to start charging them for my service. My plan was to dangle the thing they want, child care. restoring it, but at the same time giving some repercussions and a threat of things getting hard for them again. I also laid it on pretty thick about how I am a man, so I obviously have my pride and can't have that be disrespected, even by my own family who I obviously love. Nick was not happy about this, and my sister actually had to take him outside to talk it out without me, but eventually they did agree to it, and I got my apology. I could probably press it further, but I didn't want to risk having to either back down or hurt Tracy again, so I took this. There were no tears and no warm hugs, but I get to walk away with what I wanted, giving them some payback without having to give up my time with Tracy. I still plan to talk to my sister alone about her relationship with Nick and about how she sees me, but I figure I should let things calm down a bit before I do. I know this isn't the resolution some of you wanted, but at the end of the day, I need to find a solution I can live with, and for me, this is it. We'll update if anything changes. User Kiria said, repercussions for the adults are good. Tracy doesn't feel punished, but the adults have real consequences if they violate your boundaries. I think that's really important. To this user, Katie Bean said, agreed, OP was in such a terrible position, and I feel like he really threaded the needle as best as anyone could. As he said, he had to make a decision he could live with. He loves his niece and can't bear the thought of hurting her, and I would 100% feel the same. But this solution makes it clear that his parents are still in the wrong, where they should be. OP, I hope you take the time with your niece to do some counter-programming against her parents' toxic rhetoric. That poor girl needs to learn what is normal and acceptable, or she's doomed to marry a douchebag like her father because her mama taught her that's the ideal. User Queasy Flowers said, as much as I would have enjoyed reading about you screwing over your relatives, I can't fault you for putting your niece first. She really loves you and you love her, and that's beautiful. I will say that your sister is an ungrateful, awful sibling, and Nick is just a POS. I could write paragraphs of insults about that pathetic little man, but I'll spare you. User Because of Blue said, why aren't you charging them, and why were you paying for their vacation? You kind of do sound like a doormat, and I can see why a homophobic and most likely racist person would take advantage of you. I'm guessing it isn't going to stop. They're just going to hide it a little better. They still see you as a piece of shit that they can walk all over. To this user, Lemon Cake said, I agree that he's still being a doormat, just a slightly smaller one. I have a feeling that if he charged them even a nominal fee, they would refuse and dump the work on the grandma who isn't physically capable. That's clearly something OP wants to avoid. This next post was made in the Surviving Fidelity subreddit by a user named Bourbon Blessed. The post is titled, Wife Cheated. I, 35M, have been married for 7 years to my 33F wife, no kids. 2 years ago, she started a new career and has been very successful. At the time she started, she mentioned a man that she works with, but said on more than one occasion that he was a jerk and she didn't like to work with him. Since then, she has softened a bit and really doesn't mention him much. I felt like I had no reason for concern. I've always trusted my wife, and although our marriage is not perfect, I felt like we got along pretty well. Fast forward to about a month ago, I started noticing some changes in behavior. She was texting a lot more and never letting her phone leave her side. She seemed to have more things going on at night and on the weekends. She became cold toward me and wouldn't reciprocate any affection, and she lied to me several times about strange things. The last lie was when she was packing for a business trip, and I noticed she had purchased a new, much more revealing bathing suit than anything I'd ever seen her wear. I asked her about it, and she said she ordered it online, and once she tried it on, decided it wasn't appropriate for a business trip to Florida with her colleagues, so she leaves for the trip and takes the bathing suit. While she was gone, I decided to do a little digging. I'd never in our entire relationship ever gone through my wife's things, but I'd had enough of all the lies. In one of her work bags, I found a drawing someone had done of her, almost like a caricature, but it was done on paper from a hotel. I also found a post-it note with driving directions to her male co-worker's house written in her handwriting. I went through our bank statements and found that many times when she was supposedly at work, she was out at different restaurants around the city. This was enough for me to investigate further. I'm a private investigator by trade, and ethically, I have no problem invading someone's privacy when confronted with reasonable suspicion of wrongdoing. I placed a GPS tracker in her car. The Sunday after she got back from her trip, she told me she was going to work at a coffee shop and run some errands. Her car never came within 1 mile of a Chipotle, but when she got home, she walked in holding a Chipotle cup and confirmed she had eaten there. Then on the following Tuesday, she told me she had to go to a company dinner and would be working late until the dinner. The GPS showed her leaving work at 3:20 p.m. and driving to the restaurant where her car remained until 9 p.m. The final straw came the following Saturday. We were supposed to watch my niece play tennis at 8 a.m. She said she wanted to drive separately so she could leave from the venue and go work at a coffee shop. After the match, she told me she was heading to X coffee shop and added a few details about why she wanted to go there. I said, "Have a good day," and went to my vehicle. Well, on the GPS, I watched as she drove directly to a Comfort Inn motel. I got to the Comfort Inn and waited in an adjacent parking lot until I could confirm she was actually in the building and not sitting in her car. I called her from the lobby and asked, "How is X coffee shop?" She replied that it was good, asking why I wanted to know. The only other thing I said was, "Come down here so we can get this over with." Once she came down, she said these exact words: "It's not what you think. He has to do this because he's been caught with other girls before." I asked what she was talking about, and she said that he always works in hotel rooms. She insisted that they didn't do anything physical, and that's when I told her to get out of my car. I drove away, and she called me 50 times. I finally answered and told her that if she told me even one lie, I would hang up. She admitted that they had kissed once about 5 months prior, but insisted it was a mistake and didn't mean anything. She repeated that they were just working. I asked how many times she had met him in hotels, and she said about 10 times over the last 9 months. I then asked what she did on that Tuesday, and she became defensive. She claimed she was at work all day until the work dinner. I called her a liar and hung up the phone. She showed up at our house while I was loading my car with my belongings and my dog. She stood in the driveway refusing to move until I talked to her. She was in hysterics, crying and apologizing. I moved out that day and have been gone for a month. We have met a few times for her to try to explain things. However, when it becomes my turn to ask questions, she becomes very upset, gets defensive, and says things like answering these questions isn't good for the relationship. She has also lied about several details, even when those details seem completely inconsequential. I've called her out on the lies, and she accuses me of trapping her by asking questions to which I already know the answers. Through all of this, she has remained adamant that this was not a romantic relationship. She said that she became really good friends with this man and that he was helping her with her career. She admitted that their conversations would become inappropriate when they discussed our marital issues. She acknowledged texting him and deleting the texts, claiming they weren't romantic but could be seen as flirting. She also said that she has been depressed for a long time and that he was good at talking her out of those feelings and encouraging her in her work. I know I'm being mind screwed, but there's a part of me that believes her. It may be that I want to believe her because I love her or I'm afraid of the truth. I'm really hung up on finding out the truth, but the reality is I don't see any way that I can get over the facts that I do know, so why does it matter? Am I losing my mind? Update: we are a month out from D-Day. I spoke with her last night and here are the highlights. I asked if she has talked to the man over the last 4 weeks. She said that he doesn't know that I showed up to the hotel on D-Day and called her out. She said that she hasn't talked to him about the situation because this is an issue in our marriage and doesn't involve him. I asked if she has stopped all non-work related communication with him. She said that she is tapering down. Tapering down, I lost it. She said she feels like she has to taper down rather than go no contact because he doesn't know that I busted her. Infuriating. She then lied about a completely insignificant detail. I called her on it and I was 100% confident that she was lying. She denied it to the point of yelling and never relented. I left it and chalked it up as one more unresolved issue in this saga. Update 2. After she told me she was tapering off social communication with the other man, I hid a voice recorder in my house and left. Last night I reviewed the tape and discovered my wife and this other man had spent well over an hour on the phone with each other over the course of at least 2 phone calls. My recorder died in the afternoon. I would assume they talked again in the evening if not more. I didn't hear too many specifics from the phone call, but I did hear a few damning things. They talked for a while about the current state of affairs in our marriage, something she claimed he knew nothing about. They talked about how to use the secret phone app on their phones so as not to be detected. She called me a dick for showing up late for breakfast that morning, and they talked and laughed about a million other topics. I haven't heard my wife that giddy since we were dating. I confronted her about all of this, and she admitted to some of it, denied other parts of it. I don't really care anymore. Update 3. For the past 2 weeks, I have gone no contact with my wife. A few days ago, she texted me and asked if we could talk. I told her that unless she's willing to confess to everything, I was not willing to talk. She then said she knows I've wiretapped her phone and that I already know everything. I told her I need to hear it from her directly. She finally agreed to sit down and tell me everything. She came to my house and confessed that her relationship with the other man was indeed sexual and that it had been going on for the past 6 months. She admitted that she purchased a hotel room one day before our anniversary to be with him. She also confirmed that she had continued talking to him after being caught and he was helping her deal with my questions. She claims that she has now broken it off with the other man for good and wants to work on our marriage. This confession came 6 agonizing weeks after I caught her in the hotel. I believe the only reason she confessed is due to my persistence. However, she said that she was always planning to tell me, but wanted to make sure it wouldn't hurt either one of us too badly. The damage done during those 6 weeks is insurmountable. User Throwaway CVP said, "Why are you wasting your time? You had all the proof and now you have a confession. You don't have kids and you're young. Why are you wasting your time? Don't let the sunk cost fallacy catch you." She cheated for 6 months, probably having sex with him 2 to 3 times a week, and took you for a fool. Show that you're not one. User Bensel said, "Take her back, and next time she will take her affairs underground, making it so hard to find that you'll need to get a whole team of PIS involved. Nobody should have to go through something like this." User HPSI said, "As long as you keep relying on her coming clean to give yourself closure, this will never end. You know more than enough to understand that she is screwing him and lying about it. That's all that matters. Let go of all expectations of truth or closure or literally anything else from her. As long as you hinge your progress on her actions, you won't move past this." A while later, OP gave us an update post. Basically, my wife of 7 years had an affair with a coworker. I, a private investigator, caught her in a hotel with the guy and she denied any wrongdoing. First, let me say this. If you're in this situation and you're even remotely don't do it. I say don't do it because if you do, you're going to miss out on the greatest time of your life. I mean that 100% sincerely. I know it's impossible to see when you're first going down this road, but trust me, don't miss out on this life. Now, the update. We got divorced. I took my time in making that decision. I wish I wouldn't have taken that time, but who cares? She wanted to stay together for what reason I have no clue. She lied and gaslighted for an eternity, and that tore up any reconciliation possibility for me. It's the hardest thing I've ever gone through. During my marriage, I was all in. I wasn't perfect, but I loved my wife with all my heart and wanted to be with her forever. I would have done anything to make her happy, and I think I did on several occasions. Now that I'm away from that relationship, I can see it for what it was, a narcissist crushing every ounce of energy out of a good person. That marriage was completely one-sided, with one person giving everything and the other person taking even more than could be given. By the end of the marriage, I truly thought I was worthless as a partner. She degraded my profession, my personality, and my looks. Since getting divorced, my business has flourished and I've been able to date women that I would have thought were way out of my league. I seriously thought I was ugly, in part because of the way my ex-wife made me feel, but now I'm having gorgeous women much younger than me approach me in bars. I've been in a couple of wonderful relationships with great women. They ended amicably for general compatibility issues, but it illuminated how terrible of a partner my ex-wife really was. I don't have any contact with the ex anymore. I really don't even think about her very often. This divorce became contentious because she thought I was getting too much of the money, even though I was taking less than 50% because I wanted it to go smoothly without breaking up businesses and retirements. Can you imagine that? Cheating on someone, then getting upset about the amount of money they're taking, even though it's less than 50%. That hammered home for me that I was making the right decision and I needed to get away from this garbage as fast as possible. I lost friends in the divorce, good riddance. Most took my side, but I don't care about those who didn't. They made it easy for me to jettison them. I lost my in-law family, and this is one of the hardest parts. I really loved some of them, but I get it. I sent enough correspondence to the AP's wife that I'm 100% confident she knows. She never contacted me back, and I'll respect her decision. Some advice if you're fresh in this nightmare: separate yourself from the situation. This is the only way you're going to be able to think clearly without being gaslit. Get professional help. I was in therapy for a long time. It helps. I'm so much stronger now because of it. Surround yourself with friends and family as much as possible. Make healthy choices. Go to the gym, limit drugs and alcohol, get outside, and try to sleep. Take people's advice but make your own decisions. It's your life. There were some really dark days after D-Day, but after the initial heartache, it has been the best time of my life. I'm truly happy every day. If you're going through this and need some advice from a self-proclaimed expert, hit me up. I'm happy to help. A huge thanks to everyone here who helped me when I was struggling. User SheDig said, I escaped a relationship with a cheating and gaslighting narcissist myself. One thing they seem to do is project all of their insecurities onto you. By the end of my relationship, I felt like an ugly goblin who had no future or any good qualities. After I went no contact and cut him out of my life, I realized that I'm none of that. He was the ugly one, inside and out, who felt the need to insidiously destroy my self-esteem so that I could be trapped. They play chess with you and you don't even realize that you're a player in this heavily manipulative and soul-destroying game. They feed off lying and hurting those that naively trust them. I'm happy to see that your eyes are open. Glad to hear you're doing better. Cheers to a continued happy life for you. To this, OP said, it's a different world once you understand the game, isn't it? Congrats to you as well. A deleted user said, amazing update. I hope to join you in happy mode in due course. I'm surprised that I'm able to do so much better than I thought. There's nothing like upgrading after cheating. I keep thinking, what doesn't kill us makes us so much stronger. In a few years, I'm sure I'll look back on all of this and be grateful that everything worked out better than expected. I'll find a great man as my husband, someone worthy of respect and admiration. I've lost friends too after they became narcissistic flying monkeys, but I'll upgrade in due course. I feel like when you level up, you lose interest in what was holding you back. Under this comment, OP said, that's probably the best way to put it. When you level up, you lose interest in what was holding you back. My rearview mirrors have broken off. I'm too busy enjoying life to think about the past. You'll get there too if you stay the course. Get all of the hurt out of your system, then release yourself to live your best life. It's utopia on the other side because you'll realize how strong you are now for having gone through all of this. User Moon Memphis said, I read your update with great interest. I was involved with a woman some time ago who I could practically swear had no soul. She was incapable of telling the truth, even in the smallest things. A master gaslighter who cheated constantly on a whim without so much as attempting a believable lie. I could not put up with her for long, and when I turned her loose, she still worked for 2 months to get me back. Not happening. I don't understand these types of people, but if I can add to your advice, don't play their games. All of you as individuals are worth much more than how little the cheaters value you. Posted by a user named Lollylu, who about 1 year ago. The post is titled, Mom changed wedding cake behind my back and doesn't know that I know. My fiance and I are getting married this fall and the cake has been a huge point of contention with my mom. It's a long saga, but the gist is that we wanted a dessert bar or cheesecake instead of a traditional cake. My mom initially insisted on having at least a small cake for us to cut. We compromised and got quotes. Right before we put down a deposit, she decided that having just a cake for us and not for guests was tacky, so we needed to get a sheet cake to serve as well. We were annoyed because she was the one who suggested it, so we cut our losses and opted for tiered cheesecake and mini cheesecakes as we originally wanted. My mom would not let this go for the past 6 months. She then decided to focus on pushing for a groom's cake. My fiancé did not want one. When I told her this, she said it's really only a groom's cake in name and not about what he wants. I told her a firm no multiple times because she wouldn't give up. That brings us to this week. I received a text yesterday saying she was at the bakery and had paid for the order. I got suspicious because I never included her in those communications. I called the bakery today and was told by a very apologetic employee that my mom had added a multi-tiered groom's cake with different fillings, flowers, the whole kit and caboodle. We still have cheesecake, but I feel like it'll look silly next to what is essentially a wedding cake. My question now is, what do I do? She doesn't know that I know. I'm furious and hurt. Obviously, it's just a cake, but it's not really about that now. She went behind my back and crossed multiple boundaries after I told her no. Am I being a bridezilla for not letting her have her traditional wedding cake? User Tropics and Caffeine said, ask the bakery to convert the cake into additional cheesecake and mini cheesecakes. Consider requesting a smaller groom's cake that looks nothing like a wedding cake. Do not tell her you did this. When you go to the bakery, have a password put on the order so it cannot be changed after you make the appropriate adjustments. She thinks she has gotten something over on you. If she checks on it, the password will prevent her from making any further changes. If she shows up at the venue with yet another cake, instruct the staff at the venue to put it in the back and not bring it out. To this, OP said, "Thanks for the advice. Having the cake changed to more cheesecakes is a good idea. Never in a million years did I think I'd have to become like one of the Redditors and password protect my wedding, but here we are." User was a coot said, "It is not just a cake, it is a breach of your boundaries and your wishes. Cancel her order and put a password on all your wedding accounts. You are not marrying her, you are marrying your partner." Under this, OP said, "Exactly. It's the breach of trust that has been the most upsetting. I need to call back tomorrow and see if it's possible to cancel and get a refund since she paid in full. I suspect she did that intentionally, thinking she was being clever." User Neuro Octopus said, "No, you are not a bridezilla. Adulthood is earned, not given. Cancel whatever you did not request and have them refund her card. If she mentions it, firmly and calmly state that you will be directing your own wedding. If she pulls funds, be adults with what you have. The point, after all, is the joining of your lives." Update. Hello again. A big thank you to everyone who gave advice on my original post. I'm now married and had the best, most relaxing honeymoon with my husband without any pesky family bothering us. By the time I posted, it was too late to cancel the wedding due to deposits and contracts, so it continued as planned. To clarify, yes, my parents did pay for the wedding, although my husband and I made it clear several times that we did not expect or need them to cover everything. No, I don't think their payment excuses my mom's actions. My parents reiterated that it was our wedding and we should do what we wanted. Clearly, the cake was the exception to this, even though she had previously said to get cheesecake if that's what we wanted. My husband and I got a laugh out of everyone's suggestions for how to handle the cake. Initially, I wanted to take the petty route and surprise my mom by calling the bakery to change the cake design to something she would find tacky that would reflect my husband's hobbies. After taking a few days to weigh my options, I realized that my desire for petty satisfaction would ruin my relationship with my mom, which had honestly never had this dynamic until wedding planning. I knew that she was absolutely in the wrong and acting like a child. And while I'm technically the child in this relationship, I wanted to be mature and handle this like an adult, if only for my own moral high ground. I communicated with my parents and listed all the reasons why this situation was hurtful and completely out of line. Shock of the century to everyone on Reddit, I'm sure. It didn't go well. I received a series of texts from my mom that demonstrated she couldn't take accountability or comprehend that I wasn't mad because she ruined my wedding by ordering a cake, but rather that she went behind my back knowing it would surprise and upset me on my wedding day. I attempted multiple times to redirect her attention to the actual issue with little success. We ended the conversation with her apologizing for a cake making my husband and me so upset. This obviously wasn't a genuine apology or the main issue, even if she thought it was. She also agreed to move the groom's cake to a meal we had the day before the wedding, which I was fine with. At this point, we were a week out from the wedding, and the thought of continuing to press the issue was too much for me to handle with everything else on my plate. I decided to drop the rope leading up to the wedding so I could refocus on enjoying my day as best as I could. I interacted with my mom as little as possible on the day of, and our wedding party and coordinator did a fantastic job being a buffer. While I've had some contact with her since then, it has dramatically declined so I can get some much needed space. Obviously, we'll need to have some tough conversations, but I'm choosing to spend my time with my new husband first. Weddings, they really bring out the crazy in people. Oh, and the cheesecakes were a huge hit, by the way. And a year after that, OP gave us their most recent update. I'm back with a 1-year update on how my mom changed my wedding cake order without me knowing. People have reached out for an update, and coincidentally, I've had several friends get engaged who have similar family dynamics to mine. I've shared all of this with them, but I feel the need to blast this out online too. Now that I'm a year out, I can acknowledge that I love my husband and our life together, but having a traditional wedding was a big mistake. When I think back on our wedding day, I am devastated to admit that the few emotions I remember from that day were not about how much I love my husband or excitement over our future together, but rather anxiety over my mom and whether things were about to blow up. If you're recently engaged and have difficult family relationships or aren't completely sold on shelling out a ton of money on a wedding, please let this be yet another loud voice yelling at you. Elope, have a courthouse wedding. Don't invite problematic guests. Do whatever you want to do, but for the love of God, avoid that family drama at all costs. I wish I would have stuck to what I originally wanted, but alas, I made my decision and have to accept it. What I didn't mention in my initial post was that my relationship with my mom immediately and irrevocably changed as soon as I became engaged. Even though I knew she could be a lot, I had no idea what I was in for. If I could do it all again, I would have stopped that wedding planning train in its tracks after the first few signs of craziness. The cake was, unsurprisingly, just the last straw of craziness that happened. Greatest hits include telling literally everyone she knew that we were getting engaged less than 10 minutes after my husband told my parents he planned to propose. Upon sharing the proposal photos with her, commenting on how big I looked in the pictures, telling a family member who commented on how beautiful I looked at a pre-wedding event, yeah, well, she's gained a lot of weight. Trying to crash my first look the day of my wedding and acting hurt that she wasn't invited. Crashing my first look and throwing a fit when my wedding coordinator wouldn't let her in. Making the wedding all about how she never had a say in anything and that I was the controlling, immature one. We do still have contact today, but it's limited and I am very guarded with what I choose to share. She never genuinely apologized or acknowledged the stress and hurt she caused. Short of some major changes on her part, I don't see that happening. So yeah, the moral of the story is to absolutely soak up the fresh excitement of getting engaged, but seriously, ask yourself if there's anyone in your life who will make wedding planning hell on earth. If you're oh so fortunate to have a character like that, have a plan to handle it, and be prepared to enforce those boundaries. And for the extra crazy families out there, maybe just elope. This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I am 28F and my best friend kissed my husband. It's destroying me. I, 28F, have been with my husband, 27M, for 6 years, married for 4 years, and we have 2 kids, 3F and almost 1F. Everything in our relationship is perfect for us. He's the best husband and father to our kids that I could have asked for. I am absolutely in love with him, and his actions and words have always shown me that he feels the same way. There's no better feeling than going to sleep in his arms every night. Last weekend, my husband and I had some friends over for a barbecue. We were all outside in the backyard, surrounding my husband, who was at the grill. As the food got closer to being ready, we all started sitting at our backyard table. Once the food was ready and on the table, my husband went inside to use the washroom and grab another case of beer. I didn't realize that my best friend, 28F, had followed him. When he was coming back out, my best friend hid behind the wall, separating our kitchen and living room, and surprised him by pulling him in and forcing a kiss. My husband immediately pushed her back and yelled. She started crying and ran out of the house. My husband came back into the backyard and asked to speak to me privately. He immediately told me what had just happened. I was shocked and told him that it would be okay and that we could talk after everyone else left. I managed to put on a brave face for the next couple of hours, but I was mentally distraught. After everyone left, my husband sat me down and told me what happened, showing me the footage from our living room camera. It was exactly as he had described it. My best friend of 10 years, the person I treated as my literal sister, had forcibly kissed my husband. After our third date, she was the one I told that I was going to marry him. She knows how much I love him and how strong our relationship is, yet she chose to come between us. For goodness sake, our 3-year-old calls her auntie. My best friend tried showing up the next day just to talk, but my husband had to hold me back from beating her up. He kicked her out and told her not to come back. It's been almost a week now, and I'm nowhere close to moving on. I don't blame my husband one bit. He's completely innocent in this situation, and if anything, he's the victim. I've been lying on my husband's chest and just crying every day and night. I'm so angry and frustrated, and I don't know what to do. My husband has been amazing. As always, he just gets it and understands how I'm feeling. He brought me flowers almost every day and cooked my favorite meals multiple times in the last few days. I love and appreciate him all the more for it. I just don't know how I'm going to move on or trust any of my friends again after this. User Potential Diver said, you need to move on from that friendship and tell her not to contact you. There's no way she can explain her actions and you just can't trust her anymore. To this, a deleted user said, seriously, she was so jealous of your life, OP, that she threw away your friendship just on the chance that she could ruin it all for you. I would completely cut contact with her and be very honest with any mutual friends about what happened. User 420fixie boy said, honest to God, we had the exact same situation happen. My wife's former best friend was in a long-term unhappy relationship. Her boyfriend was a scrub who didn't want to get married, didn't want to go back to school, and worked a part-time gig as a 35-year-old trust fund barista while she brought in all the money. She constantly complained about his lack of interest in dates, or even alone time with her. She wanted to be a mom, but he hated kids. She was 35 and willing to stay because she was afraid to start over. My wife and I had a bunch of friends over for a big party the day before our wedding. We had a courthouse wedding, so this was like our reception. She came over to help me set up while my wife was gone getting her hair done. As I turned the corner to set up the table, she came out, put her hand on my chest, and leaned in to kiss me. I gently pushed her away and pretended like it didn't happen. I didn't want to ruin my wife's party. It was eating me up inside. So I told my wife the next day after we had on our wedding night. She was really angry at first, but we talked about it and came to the conclusion that her friend was actually a sad character. This girl had a string of bad relationships with complete losers. Her current partner didn't really like her, and she was just looking for happiness. My wife and I have been together for 10 years and are best friends. We've had our issues, but overall we love each other and genuinely enjoy our time together. We are both ambitious in our careers and passions and are raising a beautiful baby girl together. I'm not a super hot guy. I'm balding, athletic, but without a six-pack. I'd rate myself a 6.5 on a good day. It wasn't about that. This woman was seeing her best friend happy and getting married, something she would likely never have. Maybe she wanted to sabotage her friend's happiness because misery loves company. Perhaps she saw a man who was willing to commit and love his wife and wanted to steal me away as a last-ditch effort to have that in her own life. Either way, after staying up for hours hashing it out, my wife determined that she would end the friendship but also let go of her anger. She started to pity this girl for never being able to find love and for reaching such a low point in her desperation. Maybe this story will help you come to the same conclusion. Either way, your husband is a good man. User Snoo Foxes said, you were betrayed and lost your best friend. He was assaulted. Yes, it may be considered minor assault, but it's still significant. Please process this with him because he's going to wonder if he ever gave off any mixed signals and might feel guilty. Even after you've discussed it a bunch, he could start feeling that way, and I'm pretty sure people will ask him about it repeatedly, which could easily lead him to doubt himself. He'll also be thinking about signs she was giving off that he missed and might want to spend a couple of hours going through past encounters with you to try to put it all to rest. This is regular processing, but for him and as a guy, he won't let his mind go there while he's comforting you. That's fair enough, but eventually, when you're ready, make sure you're the one helping him get through this. A few days later, OP gave us an update. After reading many of the comments, I realized that it was possible my husband was having an affair with my best friend. He may have known about the camera and acted accordingly to ensure I didn't suspect anything. Her running out of the house crying, my husband showing me the footage before I asked, and his love bombing would all make sense if he were cheating with my best friend. I can't be with a cheater, and I had to make sure my husband was loyal to me. On a side note, I made sure my husband was okay after being forcibly kissed. He said he was fine and didn't feel assaulted, it was just a kiss. He mentioned that he was worried about me because he knew how much this friendship meant to me. Over the weekend, while my husband was doing yard work, I looked through his phone and laptop. Both of us have full access to each other's devices, and I didn't find anything out of the ordinary on his phone. I checked his messages, WhatsApp, social media, and deleted messages folder. There was nothing suspicious on his phone or laptop. This morning, after my husband left for work, I arranged for our next-door neighbors, a friendly elderly couple, to watch the girls for a couple of hours. Then I went to my best friend's place without telling her I was coming. She works afternoon shifts, so I knew she would be home in the morning. When she let me in, she seemed scared and I demanded to know the truth. She confessed that she had always been really attracted to my husband and had tried making advances before, but he always shut her down. She admitted to being jealous of me and my perfect life with him. I should have seen the signs earlier. When our firstborn was learning to speak, my best friend would always try to get her to call her mama. When she held our daughter for the first time, she accidentally sat in my husband's lap. She had been trying to replace me for years without me noticing, while my husband kept rejecting her advances because he only wanted me. She said that she had drunk more than she should have at the barbecue and decided to try her luck when she saw my husband going inside alone. I forced her to show me her phone as well, and again, there was nothing implying an affair. All her messages appeared to line up with my husband's phone, so I knew there was nothing deleted or manipulated. She apologized profusely and asked me not to end our friendship over this. I told her that she meant nothing to me and that she could have been happy for me. I treated her like a sister all these years just for her to try and steal my life. Now, I know for sure that my husband never cheated, but the guilt for doubting him is eating me up. If I tell him that I snooped through his phone and laptop and met up with my ex-best friend to verify that he wasn't cheating, it's going to impact our marriage. He'll be very disappointed in me for not trusting him, and if anything, he will lose his trust in me. If I don't tell him, the guilt will continue to consume me. I've never lied or kept secrets from him before, and I don't want to start now, but this is an impossible choice. He's only ever shown me how much he loves and cherishes me, and he doesn't deserve to be betrayed like this. I will update more when I tell him the truth. Update: I told my husband everything, that I looked through his phone and laptop and confronted my ex-best friend. I showed him both Reddit posts and explained that even the few comments speculating that he was having an affair made me paranoid, which led me to act on it. I apologized for doubting him and thanked him for always being an amazing husband, for turning down her advances, and for spoiling me, especially when I was down. He said that he understands and acknowledged that he should have told me earlier about her trying her luck. I'm also starting therapy next week to address my paranoia and trust issues, process the end of my friendship, and generally try to get into a better mental space so I can be a better individual, wife, and mother. Edit 2. That post pretending to be my husband is not actually from him. User David Goldstein said, "You listen to the idiots on this subreddit who sow doubt about your husband's loyalty despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. You can be honest with him, but you know him best, or so you thought. Only you know how he will react to your actions. Tread lightly with this one. Advice from this sub may do more harm than good, even my own." Under this user lady, Morgana said, the vast majority of the responses were that her husband did nothing wrong and that she should dump her boyfriend. The fact is, OP made some very poor decisions, and now she's planning to make another one. OP, don't dump all this on your husband just to absolve yourself of guilt. You didn't believe your husband until you had more proof. You should feel guilty about that. The consequence of your bad choices should be living with the feeling of guilt, not blowing your poor husband's world up even more. A deleted user said, "This is why people shouldn't come to Reddit for advice. Her poor husband did everything right, but the masses on here were sure he was a cheater." Story was posted by a user named Turbulent File about 3 months ago. The post is titled, "I'm babysitting my sister and she thinks she needs to go to the ER for her period." Okay, so I, 19M, am babysitting my little sister while our parents are on an international trip. It's like a completely different time zone and the signal sucks. They get home in about 6 days. But we are both pretty self-sufficient and felt like it would be fine since my parents left us food and money and stuff. We've been doing great for a whole week so far. Anyway, this morning she got her period while we were just sitting and playing video games, and she got blood all over the couch. I paused the game while she took care of it and put on a tampon, not making a big deal out of it. I was trying to be nice because I know it can make girls cranky and it hurts and stuff, so I got snacks and a blanket and we kept playing. Well, about 40 minutes later, she freaked out because she bled on the couch again. I asked her if she put the tampon on wrong or what. She changed again, and I even helped her clean the blood off the couch this time. I figured she'd use a bigger feminine product. No big deal. About 30 minutes after we started playing again, she paused and went to the bathroom. I heard her scream, so I ran over there thinking there was a spider or something, but she came out holding this chunk. It was like a chunk of blood. Looking at it, I thought, shit, maybe that's an organ. Is that your kidney? But she said, no, it's a clot, and she was freaking out about it. Yeah, it was gross. It was about the size of a hacky sack. So I told her to go flush it. Anyway, she cleaned herself up, but then said she didn't want to play anymore. So I was like, okay. She spent an hour on the couch with her face all scrunched up doing yoga breathing and telling me her cramps were the worst ever. I gave her Tylenol, but she wouldn't take it because she said she felt like she was going to throw up. I brought her water and juice and warmed up that gel thing you stick on your stomach, you know? So I was trying to help. Then she said, "Oh no," got up and went to the bathroom. As she walked there, blood was going down her leg. She yelled for me from the bathroom, so I went in there. She was sitting there when I heard this plopping sound. There were more of those chunks, maybe 2 of them. She said, "I think we need to go to the ER." I asked why, and she told me this was more blood than she'd ever had and that she didn't feel good. But periods are supposed to suck, right? And she wouldn't take the Tylenol either, so she didn't really try to manage it at home. Then she started yelling at me, telling me that I had to take her because she couldn't drive. But I'm pretty sure our parents will kill me if I take her to the ER for her period. Is that a thing? She's sitting in the shower now because she thought the warm water would feel good and that she was sick of bleeding on stuff. It's more comfortable than the toilet. I asked her if she just needed a bigger tampon, but she told me to shut up, so now she's not even communicating with me at this point. I've asked her a few times if she's okay in there, and she tells me I'm bleeding out. Mason, what do you think? So she's not unconscious. I don't know anything about this, but also know that she hates blood and flips out about any minor cut too. Is going to the ER because of a period a thing? Can you bleed too much? I thought there was only a certain amount of blood in the every month. I feel like she'd be more comfortable at home anyway if she'd just take the Tylenol. I don't know what to do. My sister is average teenage girl height, pretty skinny because she's a ballerina and doesn't eat meat. She takes Accutane for her pimples. I'm not sure if there's other stuff that's important. She's had her period for about a year now, I'm pretty sure, maybe more. She takes Flintstone gummy vitamins sometimes, the ones in the purple jar, and she's obsessed with Celsius energy drinks. She wears contacts and had her wisdom teeth removed 2 months ago. I want her to be okay, but I'm not sure if going to the ER is a good choice. Help. Alright, so I guess I was posting updates in the comments, but it's better to do it here. Anyway, my sister is okay. She had some scans that were all fine, and they don't think she has fibroids or tumors or anything like that. She's feeling a little better, but is still staying here for at least another day. Our mom and dad are flying home tomorrow now. My mom was pissed that I texted her instead of calling at first. I already had someone try to find me on Instagram, so if you know me or her, no you don't. She doesn't want this going around school or whatever, so don't dox us for at least 3 years. She's cool with me updating though, as long as I don't use her name or anything. Also, our parents don't know about this either. I feel like we should wait until it's been a few years to tell them too, so they don't kill me. She's going to hold this over my head forever. Anyway, they think she has a blood disorder that makes her not clot properly. I'm not 100% sure how it works because she had big clots, but they said they're pretty sure that's what's going on because her PTT took longer than normal to clot. They're waiting on von Willebrand testing to come back, but they think she probably has type 2. I'm going to Google that tonight because I don't know what it is and I've never heard of it. So if any of the doctors know what that is or if this sounds like it, let me know. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this to blow up like this. I thought this was just doctors answering questions like a helpline. But my sister said thank you to everyone for telling me to take her and that she's okay. Hi, so it's me again. Anyway, my sister was on her period and thought she needed to go to the ER and she actually did. I've got another question now, but first, thank you to everyone who answered my first post and educated me because she was in rough shape. Except for the girl who suggested drinking whole milk. Even I'm not that stupid. Anyway, so my sister has von Willebrand disease type 2. My mom and I also have it apparently. My mom just got gaslighted for years about how much she bled and it took my sister almost dying for us to all get diagnosed. Anyway, I play in a recreational rugby league. I'm going to have to pay dues soon and I don't want to be out the money if I'm going to get told I shouldn't play anymore because it's a contact sport. But I don't see a hematologist for 5 weeks since I'm not urgent. So I was wondering if any of the doctors know if I'm going to get told I probably shouldn't play rugby anymore. I also like rock climbing. Is that going to be out? Should I learn chess or crochet or something? Thanks again. User Ectopatra said, I think a really cool, underrated part of this is that the sister felt comfortable enough with him to actually show him the hacky sack size clot. You can just tell from that they have a good relationship. User Kazel's Princess said, don't be so quick to give up on teaching. You're 19. Of course, you don't know everything, but you have demonstrated a willingness and ability to learn. You've also learned to have sympathy for those 5th grade girls who are getting their first periods and are miserable and scared about it. User Eggbeater said, OP is awesome, entertaining, and a great brother. I cannot imagine my 2 sons coping so well at that age if this happened to their sister. I'm sure they would have just told her to shut up and stop whining. This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My late husband had a son he never told me about. Now my daughter wants to know her brother. My life was turned upside down last month when I was informed of my husband's death in a work-related accident. This would, of course, be hard enough to cope with, but shortly before the funeral, a young man appeared at my house claiming to be my late husband's son. My husband hadn't spoken a word about him to me. The young man claimed to have not known about me or either of my daughters until he was notified of my husband's death and found the obituary in the online version of our local paper. The young man was 18 and must have been born before I met my husband. He also claimed his own mother died years ago and was never, to his memory, in a relationship with my husband. So the boy's existence is not proof of infidelity on my husband's part. However, I still feel just as betrayed. My husband never breathed a word of him to me. This boy lives in the UK where my husband sometimes worked. He traveled a lot in his line of work, and I can't help but wonder how many other secret children he had. How many times did my husband visit this boy and never tell me about it? What else was he not telling me? This boy had pictures of himself and my husband at various ages. He says he was brought up at a boarding school and my husband visited him sometimes. Though I very much want to, I have no reason to doubt his story. The boy asked to come to the funeral. I wanted to say no, but I felt like I had no right. My kids saw me talking to this stranger and poked their heads in to ask what was going on. Before I could stop him, the boy introduced himself to them as their half-brother. Now, not only do I have to figure out how to cope with all this information myself, but I also have to find some way to explain it to my children. My 8-year-old doesn't seem to get the full implications of her father keeping this kind of secret from all of us, but my 12-year-old is clearly upset, although she won't talk about it with me. At the funeral, the boy kind of lurked in the corner, but when lunch was served afterwards, he approached both my girls and was playing games like tag with my 8-year-old and some of her friends who joined in. I didn't think this was appropriate, and when I told him so, he apologized and said he did it to raise her spirits, and it's what people did for him when his mother died to cheer him up. Something about his answer irked me, and I got the impression he was trying to manipulate me into feeling sorry for him and using my children to do it. My mom and my sister came over to help me after I got the news about my husband. Of course, I talked to them about what was going on and they were shocked. My mom brought up the point that the boy might be after money. All of our important assets were in both of our names and I am the only beneficiary of his life insurance policy. But I was not sure what could happen if he tried to sue. I asked the boy frankly if money is what he was after and he said, "No, I couldn't take any of your money. You have kids to take care of." It irked me the way he said that, as though I was offering money and he was trying to show how good he was by turning it down. It felt as though he expected me to give it to him anyway. I asked the boy what he wanted, and he said he wanted to get to know my children because they're his sisters. In my opinion, they might be his sisters, but he's a stranger to them regardless of biological relation. Apparently, at the funeral, he told my 8-year-old he was going to ask me if he could take my girls to the aquarium, and so that got her hopes up about it before I could even make a decision. I said yes only if my mom or sister went with them because I wasn't about to let my girls go with a strange man, no matter what. Over the next week, he also took my girls to the park, ice cream place, and the lake, with my sister as a chaperone every time. I agreed to this, and it was helpful because it gave me a chance to break down and cry to my mom without the girls around. When he left and my 8-year-old hugged him and told him not to go, he said, "I promise I'll come visit again." I stepped in and said, "No, I think it would be best if you didn't come back here." He looked hurt, and my 8-year-old cried, but I was sick of him promising things without getting approval. She thinks it's a cool mystery like from a TV show that she has a secret brother, and she doesn't realize how disturbing it is that her father hid his existence. My sister asked me later why I told him not to come back, and I told her I think the whole thing is weird. I don't know this boy or his real intentions. He could be some kind of weirdo trying to get my girls alone. My sister says I judged without ever getting to know him, and he seems like a very sweet young man. He grew up mostly without a family, and he could have been jealous that my girls got all his father's attention, but instead he wanted to connect with them. My opinion is that even if those are his intentions and he's totally innocent, I still don't want him around my home or my girls. To me, he is just proof that my husband lied to me for years, and it makes me sick to look at him. My girls don't need this drama either, and even my 8-year-old is going to be traumatized once she is old enough to realize how much her dad was hiding. My girls and I don't owe him anything. My sister says that I don't have to want him in my life, but I don't have the right to deny the girls their brother. She pointed out social workers do everything they can to avoid separating siblings because of the trauma. I said it's not the same thing because my girls have only known this brother for a week. My sister said it's also important because my girl's brother is now the only person they know of their culture. My husband was like 1/8 Hawaiian, and so the girls and their brother are like 1/16. The boy appears to be white, and my daughters and I are black. But this boy was raised in the UK and he isn't part of Hawaiian culture, and honestly, I think culture is something natural and not something to force because of your genetics. My girls don't live in Hawaii, they live in Oregon, so that is their culture, not black culture or Hawaiian culture. I don't force myself or my girls to participate in African culture just because of our genetics. I thought my 8-year-old would get over her brother, and she did go several weeks without asking about him, but yesterday she asked about him again. I feel bad about ever allowing them to go anywhere together and bond. I wish I'd handled the whole thing differently, and now I don't know how to explain the situation to my kids. My 12-year-old hasn't asked about her brother, but she has been extremely closed off since her father's death, and I don't know how this issue might be complicating what she's feeling. I just need outside opinions to know what to do about this. Edit. Well, the comments alerting me to how this might be a scam attempt have opened my eyes. I didn't want to introduce this stranger to my kids, but when he showed up to deliver such shocking news, my children came in and asked what was going on. He introduced himself before I could think about how to tell my children. He asked if he could show up to the funeral, and I felt like I couldn't say no to that. But then he used it as an in with my children. He offered to them behind my back to take them somewhere, so then I felt like I would be the bad guy if I said no. It rubbed me the wrong way, but I brushed it off. I was in a vulnerable state, not thinking clearly, and he took advantage of that. I should have trusted my instincts from the beginning. The idea that there could be scammers who prey on grieving families is just horrible, and I had no idea of such a thing. I've contacted a lawyer to figure out how to establish if there is truth to his story and what my legal obligations are to the boy. I'm also going to have a long talk with my sister to see if during their outings he had done any kind of prying that might have led to him learning information about my family that he could use somehow. I'm already in the process of getting therapy for my children and myself. Edit 2. People have been saying a lot of nasty things about me, and I don't think I'm going to get much more productive input out of this, so this is going to be my last post on this topic. I considered taking the post down, but I decided to leave it up so people can be aware that scammers operate like this. They can be so good at what they do that even hundreds of third-party outsiders will take the scammer's side. In hindsight, I can't believe I didn't see it, and I cannot believe I ever let such a person step foot in my home or even speak to my children. If my daughter asks about her brother again, I'll have to tell her she was tricked. I don't want to do that to her unless I'm completely sure. So I most likely will be asking the boy for a DNA test, birth certificate, etc. However, not until I have the chance to speak to a lawyer. User Gen57 said, I think emotions are running high right now. You've had a double whammy. I think perhaps you need to maybe see a grief counselor over this. Your girls too. That said, it's not like this boy had any control over what your husband did. Making him pay for your husband's mistake is not fair. Second, I think you would be better served to set some ground rules. Like he needs to ask you first to take the girls somewhere before he says anything to them. That would be reasonable. Having someone you know go with him is also reasonable. Do you really want to deny your daughters a relationship with their brother? You know that's going to come back and bite you. User, no one cares, said, this sucks. I completely see your side of things. But then I think of his. First, get a DNA test. If it comes back positive, then stop and think about his side. He is probably there because his dad just died and he is now an orphan, likely looking for some kind of family connection. You guys are all he has now. Yeah, it's hard on you and your daughters, but imagine being him, left in a boarding school, hidden away from his dad's side of the family. He is probably feeling as heartbroken as your daughters, but unlike them, he may have no family to turn to help him grieve. I know you don't have to let him into your life or your daughters, but don't be mad at him. He hasn't done anything. Be mad at your husband for keeping him a secret. User Envoy Storm said, Reddit isn't letting me post my long reply, so the short of it is, you're completely taking out your anger at your husband on this dude and your kids. While your emotions are completely understandable given the situation, this isn't all about you. If you have the means to seek a therapist, right now would be the time with the confusion, grief, and anger. You're trying to twist the situation so you feel better. Me or my girls don't owe him anything. You're the one making it worse by not using self-awareness, finding any excuse to just have this shoved out of your life, and it isn't fair to your children. Did you even communicate with him that you felt like he was promising things without getting approval? Beyond that, maybe consider seeking out therapy for your children as well. The death of a father is dramatic and difficult. A while later, OP provided us with her final update. My husband's son was telling the truth. My husband's name wasn't on his birth certificate, but the DNA test did show he was related to my kids. He also had more photos, cards, and voicemails. Tons of evidence to prove that my husband did keep regular contact with him. Apparently, the son's grandparents were his legal guardians. My husband occasionally gave them cash as under-the-table child support. I did notice that my husband sometimes made large withdrawals when he went overseas. He said it was because shops there don't take his card. I wanted to believe it was a scam because I thought it made more sense than my husband having lied. Talking to my husband's son, a bit more revealed he'd been lying to him too. Apparently, he told him he was a cowboy and a pro football player. Then when his son Googled him, he switched to saying he was a gangster who had done prison time. Needless to say, none of that is remotely true. I can't fathom what could possess him to behave this way, lying to me, lying to his kid, not raising his kid. I'm questioning everything my husband ever told me and wondering if it was me who died. Would he have abandoned our kids as well? I feel horrible for that boy. I'm in therapy and working on ways to cope and forgive my husband for my own peace of mind. She's helped me work out why I reacted to my husband's son the way I did. I thought he was manipulating me and my kids. But what I actually sensed was that he wanted something from me and my kids. I felt like my daughters and I were not in a place to give anything emotionally or financially, so I recoiled from him. But that doesn't mean he's a threat. My kids went to therapy as well. My 12-year-old has weekly sessions. However, my 8-year-old hated it, so I've pulled her out for now. Many people have shared their own stories of being separated from biological relations and the effect it had on them. I don't understand it because genes don't mean much to me. However, I don't have to understand to respect it. I personally don't feel like I'm in any place to have any kind of relationship with my husband's son, and I don't think he wants one with me, but I will allow him to visit sometime if my girls want to see him. My sister agreed to continue to supervise. As far as money goes, the lawyer advised me that there aren't many assets that the son is entitled to because they were in both my and my husband's names, except for a few investment accounts that were only in my husband's name. Thankfully, not where the majority of our savings are. I know people think I'm an evil witch for caring about money, but I need it to feed, clothe, and educate my own children. User Classic House said, "Look, I get that he isn't your kid, but do you really think it's fair not to give him anything from the inheritance? That is still his father's insurance and money. How can you claim that you suddenly feel bad for him and his situation, but then pull a complete 180 when it comes to money that is rightfully just as much his as it is yours? It bewilders me. You are not a good person, OP." Under this comment, user Unholy Buy said, "Exactly. The kid wasn't raised by him and thought he was arrested or God knows what. He had to learn that his father died and find the family he didn't even know existed, only to be turned down so terribly. He's getting no insurance, no love, nothing. I hope OP's daughters realize what she's doing in the future and that they learn the truth." And to this comment, OP said, "I haven't kept any secrets from my daughters about this situation." User Sharky Boys said, "I really don't know how to feel about this, because while it was very obvious you need therapy and I'm glad you're getting it, I don't know what to think about the rest of this. He wasn't being weird nor manipulative in the first post, nor did I really see any valid reason for you to be angry and annoyed at him for wanting to connect with his siblings. Your husband's faults are not his, and to take that out on him feels cruel. He lost both his parents and was lied to by his dad and is trying to connect on some level with his family. You are not the only one who has lost someone, and while I understand grieving, that doesn't negate the harm you've caused, and I hope this is a big focus in your therapy. Your husband was the one at fault, and you were trying to take that out on an 18-year-old, and that doesn't seem healthy. In the end, I hope you try and be supportive of your children's relationship to their brother, because he sounds like a good brother, and considering your children are young and impressionable and have seen the way you treat him, they may do the same. I hope you allow them to see him because they deserve an opportunity to decide for themselves what relationship they want with their sibling. Being safe is important, so I get a supervisor, just please don't assume your beliefs are your children's children's. They may want that cultural or genetic connection, and as long as it isn't harmful, they should be allowed to have it. Good luck. I hope you are healing. I hope therapy goes well. I hope you are happy. To this, OP said, in hindsight, I can see my reaction was wrong. I don't have anything against my husband's son. I feel horrible for him. At the same time, I don't have it in me to build a relationship with a new family member right now, but I will try to be supportive if that's my kid's wish. Thank you for the kind words. User Dark Raven said, I can't imagine going through what you've been through. That said, I'm so glad you've come to some peace around it and will allow your girls to get to know their brother. Both of my children have half-siblings in the world, and I hope that one day they'll have a chance to meet each other. As parents, we won't be around forever, and siblings are who you make your family and extended family with. Maybe one day you'll get to a place where you can explain to the son why you had the reaction you did, and who knows, maybe you'll grow to accept the boy. You can't ask your husband why he kept it hidden, but the boy is a part of him that's still around. I'm sorry for your loss and all you've been through. Hang in there. This story was posted by a user named Enort in the relationship subreddit. The post is titled, I, 22M, suspect something between my GF and my friend. I'm really freaking out right now because if what I suspect is true, this living situation is about to get really complicated. Please tell me I'm just crazy. Sorry if this is long. Background. We are two couples living together and we all attend the same university. The apartment was originally leased by my girlfriend of about 2 years, Alexis 22F, and our mutual friend Brooke 22F. The apartment is huge and expensive. There was originally supposed to be 3 girls living there, but the last one backed out abruptly. They were planning on moving somewhere cheaper, but they had put a lot of work into the apartment and loved it so much that they hated the idea of leaving. I offered to move in when my lease was up in May so we could split the rent and utilities 3 ways. I was sleeping over often anyway. Both girls were absolutely ecstatic about the idea. Shortly before I moved in, Brooke started dating my best friend, Derek. This was cool because now both couples got to hang out with their best friends and significant others all at once. It seemed perfect. Derek began sleeping over a lot, and when his parents sold their house and left in October, he temporarily moved in. We haven't really pushed him to find a new place because splitting everything 4 ways is helping all of us so much. However, only Alexis and Brooke are on the lease. Surprisingly, the apartment owner does not mind as long as rent gets paid because we are always quiet. Incident 1. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, Brooke and I have early classes, so we're gone by 8 a.m. Derek and Alexis start in the afternoon, so it's not unusual for them to leave together, though they usually take separate cars. One day, I decided to wait for Alexis outside her class to surprise her with lunch. I watched everyone shuffle out of the class, but Alexis wasn't with them. I texted her asking where she was, and she replied, "Just got out of class. Gonna go home to study." I called her to see if I had just barely missed her or something, but there was no response, which I considered weird because she had just texted me a second ago. She didn't answer until much later, which is also unusual for her. Later in the day, I ran into Brooke and she mentioned in passing that Derek had stayed home sick. She was going to bring him soup, blah blah. At the time, I didn't think much of it. When I got home later that night, I noticed Alexis's car was in the exact same spot. I asked her if she'd gone to class and she got quiet before sheepishly admitting to skipping because she felt the professor was terrible at explaining things. She knows I hate when she skips classes. I kissed her and said I trusted her judgment. While I was doing the dishes, she explained that she probably won't skip again because being bored alone in the house was the worst. I laughed and we went about our business. At night, we went to bed, and as I lay there drifting off, it hit me. She shouldn't have been alone because Derek was home sick, right? She was still up on her phone, so I popped awake and asked her where Derek was that day since Brooke had said he was home sick. She seemed startled by the question, but that may have been from me being half asleep to suddenly wide awake with a random question. She said he was there briefly in the morning, but went to do errands or something and she wasn't sure. After the other incidents, I realized that the scattered way she answered this question seemed off, but that may just be my imagination. Incident 2, I went to throw some trash out in the kitchen garbage when I noticed a condom wrapper that was the exact same brand Alexis and I use. It wasn't super visible, sort of tucked behind a cereal box, but the distinctive color caught my eye. Brooke and Derek always use a different brand. It was weird because we usually keep the wrappers in our respective rooms' garbage cans, so they never appear in the kitchen. Furthermore, because of exams and general stress, Alexis and I hadn't slept together in a few days. I didn't really dig around for a used condom or anything, I just went back to the room to check if any of ours were missing. I really couldn't tell because we buy in bulk. My first thought was that Brooke and Derek had run out and broken into our stash, and I was upset that they hadn't even asked. Later that night, I mentioned the condom wrapper to Alexis and her eyes got wide. When I mentioned my theory, she got unusually distressed and went on a rant about them violating our privacy. I suggested we talk to them about it and she immediately shut the idea down, making me swear not to bring it up unless they did it again. She didn't want to have this awkward conversation, which was weird to me because we're all generally pretty open about given that we live together, though it is possible that Alexis was being genuine because she's from a conservative small town and doesn't talk about these things as much as we do. Incident 3. Me and Derek are cool with the dudes in the apartment next to us who are graduates from our university. We don't hang out or anything, but we have the kind of relationship where we make small talk about sports or whatever in the hall and are comfortable asking the other to keep it down without it being awkward. Last Monday, I was locking up when no one else was at the apartment when I ran into one of the guys from next door. We talked football for a bit, and then he mentioned that one of the couples in the apartment is really a fan of morning sex and that the walls were way too thin. I laughed because Alexis and I usually had weekend mornings when we had the house to ourselves. The more I thought about it later in the day, the more I realized that we hadn't been having morning sex in about a month. On the weekends, it had been more towards the evening or not at all. Did he mean on weekdays? My heart sort of dropped. I kind of want to ask him to elaborate, but the conversation ended and I feel like I missed my chance. Plus, it's a weird thing to ask, and I feel like I must be being paranoid. So there you have it, Reddit. Am I crazy? Am I looking for signs that aren't there, or is something up? And if so, how do I proceed? I don't want to ask her just yet because I don't want to come off as crazy and jealous if nothing's up. If something is up, I don't want them to start hiding it better. I was thinking of dropping by one of those mornings they're alone together, but I don't know how to time it right. If I drop by too early or late, they might get more cautious. User Bernie1 said, "Your neighbor is a bro and giving you a massive hint in my opinion. Edit, damn man, well now you know. Definitely owe one to the guy that tipped you off though. Stay strong." User Throwaway99 said, "Too many coincidences. Dude, her cheating is very much a possibility. Talk to Brooke about the condom wrapper thing, you may have your answer." User Ka said, "The chances are pretty good that something is going on. Sorry man, but that many things stacking up one after the other just screams cheating to me. Your best bet is to go home early one day and see what's happening. Definitely keep your eyes open for the next few weeks." To this, OP said, "That sounds like the best plan. I'm just praying I time it right. I'll definitely update if anything new happens." Update. The majority of you suggested that I speak to Brooke and attempt to walk in on the act. I decided to do both. Sunday night, everyone was back in the apartment. I had every intention of speaking to Brooke about the neighbor's comment alone, but before I could, she said something that completely threw my theory off. She told Derek to get to bed so he wouldn't be tired for work in the morning. What? I knew Derek had a job on campus, but he had always worked the same night shifts. Being as casual as possible, I inquired how long he'd been working mornings and when he started. He said he picked up the extra shifts a month ago and worked at 9. I spent the rest of the night trying to figure out whether he was lying about that, whether he still had some mornings here at home, whether Alexis could be seeing someone other than Derek in the mornings, or if I was just a paranoid loser. I went to bed feeling emotionally drained and confused. The next morning, I left for classes as usual and operated on autopilot. I alternated between thinking I'd run home to check on Alexis and thinking I had way too much work to run around based on a theory that I wasn't even sure about anymore. In the end, I walked out of my first class and straight to my car to go home. In a weird way, I sort of wish I hadn't. When I got to the apartment, Derek's car wasn't there, just Alexis. I walked to the apartment with my heart pounding like crazy. I don't know what I was expecting. Outside the apartment door, I could immediately hear a guy's voice inside. I heard him talking and laughing with a soft, feminine mumble replying and giggling back. I've been on this subreddit long enough to see all the different reactions people have to this situation. I never once contemplated what I'd do. I pressed my ear to the door to see if I could make out what they were saying, but I could only catch a word here and there. There was a lot of giggling. Then I heard the sound of Alexis being tickled and shrieking. Maybe I should have waited longer. In retrospect, I wish I had, but I couldn't take it. As soon as I started fiddling with my keys, there was dead silence inside. She was with Mark. I never mentioned Mark in the previous post, but he's one of the guys in the apartment next to us. He's the only one I've never liked. Such a know-it-all douchebag attitude. He always made inappropriate comments toward both girls, but I never thought anything of it. As soon as I opened the door, they both gave me a deer in headlights look that removed any naive doubt I may have retained about the situation being innocent. I had planned on yelling at them or demanding answers, but my eyes began to well with tears. I didn't want them to see that, so I said, "Nice, real fucking nice," and bolted back to my car. I heard Alexis yelling my name in the hallway and picked up the pace. I sort of expected her to be chasing me, but by the time I got to the car, there was no one following me. I drove to a park near the apartment and sat there in disbelief. My first thought, weirdly enough, was, how is my family going to take this? What the hell am I going to tell them? My family loved Alexis. They joked about our wedding and regularly called her part of the family. Then I started thinking about living arrangements. Our finals end in about 2 weeks. There's no way I can handle moving now. I'm applying to an extremely competitive graduate program and I can't let anything get in the way of that. Definitely not this cheating AH. I'm writing this from a friend's house. I explained the situation to him and he told his parents, who welcomed me to stay in their home. I'm going to have to go back home to get some clothes sometime. I'm planning on going during this lab period when I know Alexis can't skip tomorrow. It took her about an hour to start blowing up my phone, but once she did, it didn't stop. She started off asking me to come home so she could explain. Before I even had the chance to respond, she sent another message begging me to come back because she was having an anxiety attack. Something I always help her through. Maybe I'm heartless, but all I could think was, good, you earned it. There was a pause and then she sent, "I don't know why you get so jealous, we were just hanging out." I waited. She sent, "Look, I know it looks super sketchy. Believe me, if I were you, I'd think the same thing, but we didn't do anything. He needed advice on his girl problems. You have to believe me." No, I don't. Normally, I would have gotten a weird sense of satisfaction watching a cheater scramble to cover their tracks, but my stupid brain just kept replaying all those great times we had together and wondering if she was cheating then too. I want to know when this started, but at the same time, I'm worried it's been going on for longer than the month I've suspected something. I received a text later that night from a number I didn't recognize. It was the nice guy from next door. He said that he got my number from Derek. He was extremely sorry for what I was going through and that he would have told me sooner, but wasn't completely sure. He said he knew his friend was seeing a girl with a boyfriend, but didn't put it together until he learned the girl's name. As many of you suspected, the comment was him trying to tip me off. So yeah, I guess he's bro of the year. I don't think Derek and Brooke know yet. I haven't texted them, I haven't found the words. I know it's going to turn our living arrangements and friendships upside down. I guess I should message them before Alexis paints a different picture. I wonder what the cool neighbor said when he asked for my number. I don't think he told them. They would have said something, right? Unless they took her side. Then I've lost my girlfriend and friends. Any advice on coping with something like this, especially from those who have been there before, would be greatly appreciated. I don't have many friends to reach out to besides the guy I'm staying with. Alexis, Brooke, and Derek were basically my family. Alexis and I had talked about spending our lives together. I have never been serious about a girl the way I was with her. Edit. I am genuinely moved by the amount of support you all are giving me here. Please keep it coming. I may not reply to all the comments, but I've read each one on both posts. I'm going to tell Derek and Brooke soon. I'll try to do a follow-up when I have some sort of plan. Update 2. You wonderful people. Between the comments on both posts and my inbox, I have an immense collection of personalized pep talks, which I am referring to whenever I feel down. I got advice and stories from all sorts of people. Married, single, old, young. Wow. I never thought the internet would bring me this level of support. I just want you guys to know that by typing up some comments, you have made a very real difference in someone's life. I gotta say, it feels a little strange receiving 6 Reddit Gold Awards and making it to r/best of just for sharing the worst day of my life. I got a lot of messages urging me to join Red Pill. This experience has soured my view of Alexis, not women in general. I received some messages saying I write too well and that this is obviously made up. I have 2 words for you. I wish. A clarification on the last update. I wasn't clear about what I saw when I walked in. They weren't literally having They were just sitting on the couch with a deer in headlights look that was incredibly incriminating, and they both went quiet. It was obviously not a guess who dropped by situation. Anyways, onto the update. I've been extremely busy with the semester ending, and I took the majority's advice to bury my head in work. I've spent a lot of time at the library because Alexis never goes there. In the process of posting the last update, I realized how dumb it was that I hadn't contacted Derek and Brooke with my side of the story. I screenshotted the text from the cool neighbor, Will. Within a minute, Derek was blowing up my phone with calls and texts that made it very apparent he didn't know anything. At the same time, Alexis was sending texts begging me to meet up with her. Feeling miserable, I sent back a single text to Derek saying I wasn't feeling up to talking and then put my phone away for the night. In the morning, I got a text asking me to meet him at my favorite restaurant for dinner and drinks on him, assuring me that no one would be there, not even Brooke. I haven't had any appetite since everything went down, but the offer meant a lot, and I really did want to see him, so I decided to go after classes. I got to the restaurant first, and I had my heart in my throat, worrying that Alexis would somehow be there, but she wasn't. Derek came up to me and gave me a big hug, opening with, "Dude, what the F?" So here's where things get a bit crazy and dramatic. A lot of you suggested that Brooke might side with Alexis or had been covering up for her the whole time. I wasn't so sure because while she is closer to Alexis, she and I have been friends for a bit longer. According to Derek, as soon as he told Brooke, she was absolutely furious. In his words, "I sort of wanted to bitch Alexis out, but Brooke took care of that and then some." Remember how I said Alexis came from a conservative small town? Her parents had no idea that we were living together, and she constantly stressed that they couldn't know or they'd cut her off financially. They liked me enough to be polite, but they were always worried a relationship would distract her from school and didn't want her getting pregnant or whatever. Derek said that Brooke demanded Alexis pack her things and find a new place, or she'd call up her parents and tell them everything. He told me that later that night, Alexis was sitting in the living room hugging a sweater I'd left behind and wailing at the top of her lungs that her life was over when Brooke yelled from her bedroom, "Well, maybe you shouldn't have screwed Mark then." Imagining that moment was kind of funny. Brooke's always been a very no-nonsense girl with a hot temper, but I definitely didn't expect this. It was extremely touching that she took the cheating so seriously. During that dinner, all my fears about losing my friends were completely washed away, and I was able to choke down a few pieces of sushi. When we left dinner, Derek promised to let me know when Alexis was gone so I could move back in. I declined his offer because, one, even if she does move out, everything in that apartment reminds me of her, including Derek and Brooke. Two, Alexis and Mark probably had slept together in my room, so I really don't want to sleep in it. Three, in the current emotional state I'm in, I don't want to be third-wheeling a happy couple, even though I'm sure they'd be considerate. He understood my points, but said to let him know if I changed my mind because Brooke and Alexis's friendship seems to be pretty much over. This week has been pretty uneventful, but I keep having to dodge Alexis. Luckily, I'm in an undergraduate program with only 60 students, so we have many classes together. I asked two friends to keep an eye out for her after giving them a summary of the story and started showing up to class at the last minute. As far as I know, she only waited outside of one of my classes. I got a text saying, "SJA has been spotted in front of classroom. Waterworks in progress. Proceed with caution." I ended up skipping the class because I didn't know if she was going to leave and I really didn't want to risk it. Later that night, she sent me a really long Facebook message explaining everything from the beginning, and it sort of made me sick to read. I contemplated not reading it, but once I opened it, I just had to. She said that he had been flirty with her in the halls and that she tried to be friendly back, but it must have come off as flirting because he kissed her mid-sentence one day. She said she felt guilty that she led him on, and that guilt prevented her from rejecting his future advances because she felt like it was her fault it happened and she has trouble saying no. She claimed that they had only slept together 3 times and that she hated it. He had pushed her into it and that she was going to end it during the conversation I walked in on. She said she understood if I needed some time and space, but that she'd do absolutely anything to make it right, and would spend the rest of her life making it up to me by treating me like a king. I'd never have to cook, clean, or do my laundry again, giving me full access to her phone and passwords. She even suggested we install Life 360 so I would know where she was at all times, cutting off all contact with Mark and all her male friends, having makeup whenever I wanted, Yeah, that sounds like a healthy relationship, right? I didn't answer. I kind of wanted to keep her on Facebook and watch the shit show unfold, but I know how I am. I didn't want to compulsively check her page or go through old photos, so I blocked her. Derek sent me a text a few hours later saying she's crying and screaming about you blocking her. In happier news, the family I'm staying with is fantastic. I felt a little guilty about taking up their space, electricity, etc., so I offered to pay rent and cover some bills, but they declined. The dad said, "First month's free. If you need more time here, then we'll talk about it," and winked. My friend told me that they have hosted his and his sister's troubled friends before, so it wasn't a big deal. Still, I'm unbelievably grateful. As for Will, I called him to thank him for everything. I wasn't up to inviting him for dinner just yet, but I will. He apologized profusely. He said he can't stand Mark, not just for what he did with Alexis, but for various other things that I won't go into. He told me that Mark has been unusually quiet the past few days and told another one of the guys that he had gotten dumped. Whatever, I don't want to think about it. So that's really all I have for you guys. I'm still going to be friends with the Derek and Brooke, but I'm going to limit my contact with them because they remind me of Alexis so much. I sent Brooke a message thanking her for kicking Alexis out, and she said she'd do it regardless of whether or not I move back in. She's going to give me a heads up on when Alexis is gone so I can get the rest of my things. In the meantime, I'm spending a lot of time studying, applying to grad schools, and hanging out with the guy I'm living with. Earlier this week, I posted in my university's Facebook group searching for roommates for next semester, and I already have a few replies. I'm going to wait until after finals to tell my parents about the situation because my mom asks a million questions about everything, and I'm not in the mood to answer them. Again, thank you for all the messages. I did not expect this level of attention, and while it has made me a bit paranoid that someone will recognize the story from the details, screw it, I needed the support. I love you guys. Update 3. Well, I really wasn't planning on updating, but a lot of you have prodded for one, and I do owe you guys after all the wonderful support I received. Once finals ended, everything hit me like a ton of bricks. Almost worse than the initial insult. I removed all my social media pictures with her, threw out stuff that reminded me of her, took our songs off my playlists. We've been inseparable since we met. So this was over 2 years of accumulated memories. Long story short, it was very hard, but I had an urge to get it all done before the new year. That whole cliche of new year, new me thing, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, one particular Redditor sent me a message about how Alexis might be driven to self-harm now that she's lost everything. I know that seems like an overdramatic prediction, but I couldn't get it out of my mind after reading it. What Alexis did was absolutely terrible, but I felt like a final conversation might give me better closure and maybe help her understand that it's completely over and encourage her to move on. So I planned to meet with her before everyone went home for break. A lot of you were big on icing her out, so I'm genuinely sorry to disappoint, but I had to do this for me. I sent Alexis a message. If you want to talk, we can meet up somewhere, but there's no way we can be together after what happened, so please don't ask. She responded almost immediately, asking when and where. We arranged to meet at an off-campus coffee place. When I got there, she was already at a table and got up to hug me. I waved her away and she jerked back like a puppy that had been kicked. I felt shitty immediately, but I wanted to get it over with. We made some small talk. She asked how I'd been, how finals went, etc., but I sort of interrupted it. I asked her if she had been unhappy with our relationship. Her eyes got wide and she said no a bunch of times before going quiet. So I asked her why if she wasn't unhappy. Basically, she retold the story about having trouble saying no and him being so pushy. I stopped her and asked her to cut the BS and just take responsibility, that maybe it excused her actions up until he kissed her mid-sentence, but 3 times. Yeah, no. She looked down, shrugged, and muttered, "You're right, I know." At this point, she started tearing up and said she was so sorry that I'd never understand how sorry she was. Then she asked if there was any chance we could be together again, which I was kind of expecting even though I told her not to. I just shook my head. I told her she could still live with Derek and Brooke if she wanted to, but she declined and told me she already had plans to move in with another girlfriend of hers. From there on out, the conversation went in circles with her trying to explain away her actions by saying she had difficulty turning down guys due to her fear of being seen as a frigid bitch, while I tried to get her to admit that excuse was garbage. I don't know why, I just really needed her to stop using that crutch and admit she had ruined a perfectly good relationship with a very real future all on her own. But she just wouldn't. She was always stubborn. Finally, I let it go and we parted ways somewhat amicably. As I was leaving, she grabbed my hand and parted her lips to say something, but ended up shaking her head and letting go. The conversation made me feel worse than I had at first, but ultimately it really made me see that she was never the kind of person I wanted to be with, even without the cheating. She never took responsibility for anything. I just never really thought about it too hard. I think I was still in the honeymoon stage or something. So at this point, I left the coffee place and asked Derek to hang out. I ended up going to the apartment, and although Brooke was there, she mostly stayed in her room. We drank some beers and played video games, which really cheered me up. We also talked a bit about everything that had happened. He admitted that they hadn't been able to find a third roommate and asked me again to stay with them. I could tell he really wanted me to, and I felt guilty about them being stuck with the lease, so I accepted. I told them I needed to wait until Alexis took all her things though. The furniture is hers from before I even moved in, and I still don't want to sleep in that bed. Also, Brooke apologized for getting so involved in the situation and yelling at Alexis. Apparently, her stepdad had cheated on her mom, and it's a sore subject for her. I told her I genuinely didn't mind, and she was welcome to do it again if the mood struck her. I also bought Will some food and drinks at a great place near campus. A lot of you wanted to know the other things Mark had done that had Will so pissed off. Apparently, he had to be harassed to pay rent, claimed he couldn't contribute to any of the household expenses, and regularly came in yelling and laughing at odd hours while agreeing to keep it down but then carrying on at the same volume. Just standard douchebag roommate crap, really. Will is a really cool guy. We talked a lot about the situation with Alexis, but also about school and sports. It was actually pretty fun. I eventually did tell my folks about the situation, and as expected, my mom bombarded me with 1,000 questions and cried a lot. So that was fun. Going home made me feel a little better, but my older brother got engaged on Christmas Eve, and given the recent circumstances, I wasn't as excited for him as I should have been, which made me feel like a shitty sibling. Plus, it's all my family can talk about now, and I'm just not in the mood. Life isn't perfect now, but I'm doing better. Alexis moved her stuff out, and I bought a secondhand bed and dresser from another student. I had my first round of classes last week, and although I'm going to sound like a total nerd, the courses are really cool, hands-on, and the professors are incredibly nice people. Derek and Brooke have been really supportive and don't make me feel like a third wheel at all. I saw Mark in the hallway once. He totally ignored me, and I ignored him, but the urge to punch him in the face was very real. I guess that's something that will go away over time. I almost wanted to call him out on the whole thing, but with the kind of person Will had described, the conversation would have gotten me nowhere and probably pissed me off even more. Sorry, this update isn't as exciting as the previous ones. Thank you for your love and support, Reddit. It really helped me through such a bad time. User Chivalrous Pervert said, I am completely not surprised by this. In my life, I've watched multiple friends and family members who were cheated on by their wives or girlfriends, and there hasn't been a single case where the guilty party admitted fault and took responsibility for her actions. She'd always either make excuses for herself or try to blame her boyfriend or husband for her actions. People who cheat almost always rationalize it in their minds. To this, Bringing Sassy Back said, my mother not only rationalizes her cheating, but also cheating in general. She always says, people don't cheat unless they're given a reason to. I always thought that was really weird of her to say until I realized that she was full of it regarding how she got with my stepdad. User 1 Year Wonder said, I knew a guy like Mark once. He moved to a larger city and got stabbed within a week for pulling that shit with the wrong people. I felt bad for his mom, but I wasn't surprised. Let's all just hope that something similar happens to your Mark too. People like that don't get to enjoy their lives. Much like how Alexis couldn't take responsibility for her own BS, people like Mark are always having issues and can't ever figure it out. Really, living like that is its own punishment, but maybe not as satisfying as clocking him would be. It is slightly comforting though, knowing what kind of bullshit people like that put themselves through. User JD Trans said, I really want to punch Mark in the face for you. He wouldn't understand why it happened. To him, it would just be a stranger who asked him for the time and then delivered a mean left hook. I was actually thinking of sending you a message to wish you well. I was digging through my old comments to find the thread, but luckily this is still up here. Good job, OP, and hopefully you'll find someone who is better for you. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled AITAH for going behind my sister's back and taking our deceased mother's wedding dress. So I, F27, getting married to my fiance, M28, in October. He proposed last February, and we have most of the preparations already set up. The only thing I haven't found is a dress. I have been to many places, but I haven't found something I like. Last month, I asked my sister if I could use our mom's dress, as it was in the style I was looking for, and it would be a way for my mom to be there in spirit. Everyone tells me I am the spitting image of my mother. I have nearly her exact measurements, so I wouldn't even have to alter the dress. My sister said no since it was a gift from mom to her. My mom passed away when I was 15 after a long battle with cancer. My sister F35 had a long-term boyfriend at the time, and before she passed, my mom said she wanted her to wear her wedding dress when she got married. However, a few months after her passing, my sister broke up with her boyfriend and went years without any long-term partners. About 3 years ago, she came out as Aroace and has stated many times that she has no interest in getting married or having a romantic partner. I asked a few more times and she always said no. I feel like she is being unfair since our mom wanted the dress to be worn and she was also my mother. I was too young to receive any big gifts from her when she passed. I have said that I would return the dress to my sister after the wedding. I even told her I would get a different dress for the reception. If I could just wear it to walk down the aisle, I would be happy. She has still refused. Last week, I asked my father about it and he started crying because he was so happy. He told me that my mom would be thrilled for me and that he loved that I was honoring her in this way. My father has kept the dress in a safe spot ever since my mom passed. He brought the dress to my house earlier today so we could see how it looked and so I could store it with my things. It was everything I had ever dreamed of. I look like a princess, but more importantly, I look like my mom. Dad said he made the right choice and that he was happy for me. I just got off the phone with my sister, who called me screaming and crying about how I had no right to wear it and how that was our mother's gift to her. She told me she would never forgive me if I wore it to the wedding and that I was no longer her sister. I love this dress and how it connects me to my mom, but it was my sister's first and I feel like I've stolen from her. I might return it based on how this turns out. AITA, edit info. The dress is not legally my sister's. It was not mentioned in her will. It was with my dad because my mom wanted it stored properly. User Kali the Blase said, if your sister has no intention of ever getting married and you're giving back the dress after the wedding, what are you really taking from her? She will still own the dress and she never intends to use it in the way you're using it. Your sister is being very selfish. To this user, Creeves said, but OP's sister never really owned the dress. When their mom knew she was dying and that her daughter was getting married, she asked her to wear the wedding dress. That's all. The sister was no longer getting married, so she was never going to use the dress. As far as I'm concerned, OP is in the clear. User Dandy Bear said, your sister is being unreasonable. It sounds like she has unresolved feelings about the end of her relationship, your mother's death, or both. Those are seriously difficult things to deal with, so I won't call her the asshole, but under the circumstances, it's reasonable to say that your father's permission stands in for your mother's. I'm going to guess that your mother didn't mean for your sister to have exclusive use of the dress. She likely intended for it to be used next, but not exclusively by her. So I say you have the right to wear the dress. The question is whether you're willing to risk damaging your relationship with your sister over it. It is not fair for her to put you in this position, but you'll have to deal with the consequences anyway, so it's your choice either way. User Fantastic Music said, I think everyone is also missing the part of the story where OP's mom said she wanted the sister to wear the dress for her wedding, not to keep it forever or not share it with her sister. If the dad had it, then it wasn't gifted to her at all. It never left the mom's house since the sister didn't get married and fulfill mom's wish of her wearing it. Dad has the final say in this matter as he was the one in possession of the dress. To this, a deleted user said, I feel that if the dress was truly meant to be exclusively for OP's sister, their mother would have put it in the will. I think there may be some resentment regarding OP resembling her mother. I would be completely on the sister's side if she either wanted to get married or if OP was such a different size that the dress had to be significantly altered, but that's not the case. I would also consider the intent of their mom and whether she would have extended the invitation, and I think that is what the father is agreeing with. It definitely seems like perceived favoritism or resentment is coming out. Update. So last night my father texted me saying that he wanted my sister and me to have lunch with him today to talk everything through because there was some miscommunication on his part involving our mother and what she wanted. My sister has given me permission to update this post. We had lunch and my dad explained why he thought it was okay. The reason my mother had told my sister she wanted her to wear the dress at her wedding is that her partner at the time had asked for our parents' blessing and had plans to propose to her. According to him, the dress was supposed to be a wedding gift from both of them and a final goodbye from our mom. Our parents were usually really good at giving us things 50-50, even though I was younger. However, since I was young when she died, most of her valuable possessions were bequeathed to my sister. I did receive money added to my college fund from her savings and her favorite purse, so I did get some things. But our dad got everything else. And our mom instructed him to gift us some of her more important items during our big milestones so she could still be involved in our lives. After my sister and her partner broke up, our dad assumed that the dress was still part of that deal, even though our mom had talked to my sister about it before she passed. My sister told us the reason she wanted the dress so badly, aside from sentimentality. She has been trying to get IVF and wanted the dress for her future child. Later, when we were talking one-on-one, she also admitted to me that her ex-partner proposing is what made her finally realize she was ace. Even though she has accepted it, the dress is still a reminder of everything she wants to be able to want. Together, the three of us came to an agreement. Since my partner and I have discussed the topic thoroughly and agreed we aren't having kids, I will wear the dress at my wedding and have it professionally cleaned afterward. It will be stored with my father afterward, and when her future child gets married, they will have access to the dress if they or their partner want it. My dad also gave my sister our mom's old wedding ring to keep. In the end, we concluded that I was wrong for going behind her back, but she should have communicated more, and our dad should have told both of us his intentions before giving me the dress. Ultimately, we worked everything out and are talking about attending family therapy so nothing like this happens again. A deleted user said, OP, I hope you realize that the situation is still messed up. Just because you were younger doesn't justify you getting little to nothing of sentimental value from your mother, apart from one item that is on loan and will go back to your sister. I'm not saying you should have everything, but the sentimental items from your mother should have been split equally between you and your sister. Even if you were young, those items could have been stored safely for you. Even if you won't be having kids to pass them on to, you should be allowed to have sentimental items and mementos that you can display or use every day or for important events. There might be a piece of jewelry you wear every day that you'd want to be buried with, or you could will your mother's items to your sister's potential child too, to keep it in the family. I am glad the wedding dress issue was resolved in a way that has calmed down the situation, but I hope you realize that your sister still seems like an AH and appears to be the favorite. Your only living parent continues to favor her, which is not fair to you or to your mother, who presumably loved both of you equally. She would not like to see her daughter with just a purse and some money and little to nothing of sentimental value to remember her by. User Successful Moment said, I'm guessing that the sister finally relented when her dad told her it was a wedding gift, not a gift because she was the oldest or because their mom gave it to her. There was no wedding. OP had already asked to borrow the dress for the wedding and have it cleaned and returned. The sister could have avoided a lot of drama by not being selfish. Even if she does conceive a child through IVF, it costs about $25K each time and the odds aren't high. Most people try at least a few times to have a baby. It might be a boy and his partner might not want it, or a daughter might feel it is too out of style or the wrong size to work. Anyway, at least the original compromise suggested by OP ended up working. User Calico Cat said, first of all, congrats on your upcoming wedding. I'm so glad that you are able to wear your mother's dress. It sounds like your dream dress, and I'm sure your mother would be so happy to know that she'll be part of such a huge milestone in your life. It's great that the three of you were able to sort things out, but as others have said, it feels extremely unfair that your sister was given your mother's car, pearls, dresses, wedding ring, and wedding dress, while you were only left money and one of her purses. Your ages when your mother passed should not have had any bearing on how her possessions were shared between you and your sister. It's wonderful that you all have decided that family therapy is a good idea going forward. This story was posted by a user named FarHumor in the Infidelity subreddit. The post is titled, My wife admitted to having a drunken one-night stand last week, and it has turned me into a robot. I 32M have been married to my wife, Kate 30F, for 4 years and together for 9. Our relationship has been amazing, loving, and supportive. We have good communication, hardly ever argue, and our bedroom life has gone from strength to strength over the years. We discussed cheating in the past, and I was always clear that we would be over if it ever happened. Kate went home to visit her family last weekend, which was fairly normal. Before she left on Friday night, we had a minor argument about keeping the house tidy, so our communication was limited on Saturday. I knew she was going out to meet some friends at a bar, and I trusted her 100%, so I didn't think anything of it. Before I fell asleep, I texted her saying that I hoped she had a nice night. When I woke up on Sunday morning, I had a missed call from Kate at 4 a.m., so I immediately called her to check if she was okay, but there was no answer. After a few hours, I tried again several times, but still received no response. Around an hour later, I got a message saying she was fine and would be driving back soon. Kate got home late in the afternoon and looked awful. She had clearly been crying, was not wearing any makeup, and looked like a shell of a person. I knew right away that something was wrong, but she wouldn't let me hug her and barely spoke. I sat her down on the couch and made her some tea. I gently encouraged her to tell me what was wrong, and she burst into uncontrollable tears for at least 10 minutes while I tried to comfort her. She then proceeded to tell me, stopping every few words, that she had slept with someone last night after the bar. At that moment, something in my brain broke. I can't describe it any other way. I immediately got up, jumped in my car, and drove off. I went to a park and walked around for about an hour. Kate was calling my phone constantly, and I turned it off. When I got home, I grabbed 2 suitcases from the garage and went to our bedroom. I threw some of Kate's clothes and shoes into them and left them by the front door. Kate was lying on the floor in the living room, curled up into a ball, sobbing. I called her best friend who lives nearby and told her that Kate needed a place to stay and a ride to her place, and that Kate could explain everything to her later. I told Kate I was leaving for an hour and that her friend was coming to pick her up. She grabbed onto my legs, trying to stop me from leaving. When I returned home again, Kate was gone along with the suitcases. On Monday, with a clearer head, I answered one of Kate's many calls and told her that I needed her to send me an email with as much detail as possible about that night. If she left anything out, there would be no hope of reconciliation. I received this email on Monday night, but still haven't opened it. Since then, everyone has been trying to contact me, but I have just been working, exercising, and sleeping. One of her friends showed up at my house with an attitude, demanding an explanation. I told her to speak to Kate and close the door in her face. I have also been speaking to divorce lawyers, moved money into separate accounts, and blocked Kate and all of her friends on everything. Everything I have done since I found out feels like I've been on autopilot. I don't feel angry, upset, or overly emotional, just numb. Kate posted a note through the door yesterday asking me to meet tomorrow, but I'm conflicted. Should I meet her? Will it change anything? Is there any point in trying to reconcile? Is it normal to feel like a robot? And how do I snap out of this? Edit, just to add that when I came home the first time, Kate confirmed it was consensual. She was drunk but knew what she was doing. User Armor said, "It is normal. It's a self-defense mechanism. You have been hurt so deeply and completely, you can't process the pain. When the dam breaks, it's going to awful. My heart breaks for you. Good luck, friend." User Hidden in Plain Sight said, "You're doing the right things, OP. There is no excuse for cheating. You did nothing wrong. It's not your fault. Do not feel guilty. You deserve better. Alcohol can't make you cheat. It just makes it easier to do what's already on your mind. Cheating is never a mistake, but it is a bad decision. Cheating is a choice. She wanted to do it. She wanted to throw away everything you two had together. I'd say you are 100% doing the right thing. You should tell both sides of your family and mutual friends. Now, it's up to you how you take it from here. But if it's this easy for her to cheat, how long until she does it again if you stick it out? And this is just a simple one-night stand. It's hard to say which is worse, a one-night stand or a long, drawn-out emotional connection culminating in an affair. But this speaks to her incredible selfishness. Be very careful. Do whatever your lawyer says, and tell everyone. Not to be an asshole, but to maintain control of the narrative. Dana said, "Absolutely. When my ex told me she had cheated on me, I calmly said, then our marriage is over. She had her family pick her up, and I consulted divorce attorneys. I didn't see it coming, but I wasn't surprised given how she had been acting lately. The divorce took 9 months, and she didn't show up at the divorce hearing. You will always doubt Kate going forward. Anything she tells you, you will question. You will wonder where she is and if she's cheating again. On the positive side, she confessed and told you immediately afterward, which indicates that it wasn't planned and that she did want to be honest with you and work through it. If you can live with that, only you can decide." Update. After reading your comments, I decided to meet with Kate, but not read the email. Kate came to the house yesterday, and when I opened the door, she looked terrible. She tried to hug me and started mumbling apologies, but I stopped her and we sat down to talk. I started by telling Kate that I would be recording the audio of the conversation, and she agreed. I then asked her to explain what happened and told her that I hadn't read the email she sent. Kate said she had been at the bar with 2 friends and told me what she had to drink. I was surprised at how little she drank because it was the same amount we would normally drink when going out for dinner, a few glasses of wine and a cocktail. She admitted she was only slightly tipsy. One of her friends, Sarah, has a younger brother, Max 27M, who came to pick them up around midnight. It's a running joke in their group that Max has had a major crush on Kate since high school, and I had heard them joke about this. The 4 of them went to get some food, and Max then dropped each one off until it was just him and Kate. Kate said she didn't want him to drive the 20 minutes to her parents' place after working all day, so she decided to order an Uber from his apartment. She went into his apartment to order the Uber but couldn't get one. Max suggested she should crash in his bed while he took the sofa and he would drop her off in the morning. Kate refused and continued to try to find an Uber. They were sitting on Max's bed when he kissed her. She kissed him back and they ended up having sex. After that, she broke down crying from guilt and Max took her home. She cried for another hour before trying to call me to tell me what she had done. We had to stop several times because Kate kept breaking down and crying hysterically. She told me it was a huge mistake, that she got caught up in the moment, that it was terrible, and that she only loves me. After she was done, I told her that her story didn't make sense, but that it didn't matter at this stage because I was done. This caused another breakdown. I told her I was going to continue with the divorce preparations, but that for the next month we would be separated with no contact. I also told her that we would both remain faithful, get a full STD panel, and that she would tell our mutual friends and family what happened. If she sticks to these conditions, I would be willing to meet again to see if there was any way forward other than divorce. She enthusiastically agreed to this, but made it clear that she did not expect me to stay faithful to her. I know many of you will criticize this decision, but I need to be sure that divorce is the right option after I have had time to process everything that has happened. I am still 99% sure that is where we are heading, but I need to be 100% certain. Update 2. A few things have happened in the last week, so I thought I would make an update post if anyone is interested. First of all, I'm not in robot mode anymore. I have been experiencing bursts of intense feelings of anger and betrayal, but I've been keeping busy with work and exercise. My friends have also been great since they found out and have been dragging me out of the house to hang out. I decided to read the email and wish I hadn't. The story Kate told in the email was mostly the same, but there was no mention of going into Max's apartment to order an Uber. There were also pretty explicit details of what they did, for how long, and that they had apparently used a condom. I will never be able to forget this description. Many people who originally criticized me for kicking Kate out of the house have now apologized, but they can keep it. Kate's parents reached out to apologize as well, and I spoke to them because we had a good relationship before all of this. They begged me to try to work it out, but said they would understand if I decided to get divorced. I didn't commit to either option. Kate's other friend who was there that night contacted me to tell me her side of the story. It mostly matched up. Bar, food, home. She said Kate could stay over at her house, but Kate refused, saying she was driving home early the next morning. Max apparently insisted that he would take Kate home. The version of the story she told didn't mention Kate trying to get an Uber, only that Max invited her in and she accepted. I asked her if she had ever suspected anything before, and she told me that about a year ago she went to meet Kate for coffee but found Max sitting with her when she arrived. Apparently, Kate looked guilty, but when asked about it, she said they just met by chance. Sarah, Max's sister, also reached out to me, and I spoke to her too. She was angry with both Max and Kate and told me a similar story. Apparently, her whole family is upset with Max, and she has not spoken to Kate since she found out. She apologized on behalf of her idiot brother and said she had warned him to stay away from Kate since high school. She didn't think anything else had happened between them. I have had zero contact from Kate, but heard that she is going to be moving into an Airbnb near our house. Apparently, she is not coping well and has called in sick from work a few times over the last few weeks. She does have support from the friend she is currently living with, and I asked her parents to keep an eye on her. Her parents came up to see her this past weekend. I went out with some friends over the weekend and ended up drunk at a bar. I was talking to a girl there who I probably could have gone home with, but I stopped myself because I wanted to maintain my self-respect. Reading the email and hearing what they had done made me give up hope of repairing this, especially since I know she is not being truthful with me about other things, so who knows. I will be moving ahead with the divorce and might not even wait a month before telling Kate that this is my final decision. Update 3. Kate sent me an email last week asking to pick up some things she needed for work. My lawyer told me not to prevent her from accessing the house or her possessions, so I reluctantly agreed that she could come over on Thursday night while I would be at the gym. I told her to be out by 7:30, but when I got home at 8, she was still there. When I walked in, she had left a few work-related items next to the stairs and was chopping vegetables for dinner. She looked amazing with her hair and makeup done, wearing one of the dresses I like. The whole place had been tidied and cleaned. I calmly asked her to leave immediately, and she made her way to the door but stopped and asked if we could speak. I should have said no, but I eventually agreed. We sat down and had a conversation for around an hour that jumped from topic to topic. Again, I told her I would record the audio, and she agreed. I started by asking her if she had kept her side of the agreement we made the last time we spoke. She said she had taken an STI test, which was all negative, and a pregnancy test, which was also negative. She hadn't been with anyone else and had told a few friends and family what happened. Many of them were angry and were not speaking to her. I asked a lot of questions that had been turning over in my mind for the last few weeks. She confirmed that her reason for going into Max's apartment was BS. She said he invited her in for a drink, and she agreed, knowing at some level that something was going to happen. She can't explain why she did this other than being selfish and enjoying the attention. She also confirmed that she had texted with Max a few times over the years because he would shower her with compliments and make her feel good. He would always initiate contact, and she was apparently careful not to lead him on. She said she had never sent him explicit messages or pictures. Kate also told me that they had hooked up about 6 months before we got together but never had sex. She admitted that she was always a bit curious. Her story about being caught at the coffee shop was that Max had texted her asking what she was up to, and she told him where she was. He then turned up. She swore this was the first time they had ever done anything since we had been together. She said there was nothing missing in our relationship and that she hates herself for ruining her perfect marriage and causing me so much pain. I told her that I still didn't believe her story and that there was no point in continuing the conversation. She calmly asked what she would need to do to make this right, offering up her phone, location sharing, not going out without me, etc. I said that I had no plans to become her prison guard, especially when I would never get over the betrayal. Things then took an unexpected turn that caught me completely off guard. She asked me to turn off the audio recording because she had something private she wanted to discuss and didn't want other people hearing it. I refused and she reluctantly continued. She asked if I had been involved with anyone else since all of this happened, making it clear she was fine with it. I told her no, and she said that I must be going crazy and started talking dirty about all of the things I could do with and to her. This involved a lot of kinky things that I had wanted to try or had only done a few times. She said she wanted to meet my needs even if we did not get back together. She said we could have as many threesomes as I wanted from now on, or we could be open on my side only, and she would even find partners for us and me. She was trying very hard to turn me on, and I stayed silent until she asked who I wanted to have a threesome with. For some reason, I mentioned the name of her co-worker, who is 5 years younger than Kate and a total knockout. This surprised her, but she was in too deep and asked me what I wanted to do with her. I went into detail about a pretty hardcore scenario, and Kate was encouraging me until I said that the co-worker would just be watching. This again caught her off guard, but she went along with it. Later on, I realized that I only said all of this as a petty attempt to hurt Kate, which I don't feel good about. She was obviously convinced that her plan was working, so she pulled up her dress and got into my favorite position on the couch, begging me to sleep with her. I'll admit that for a few seconds my body reacted even though my head was not in the game. Everything suddenly came into focus and the content of her email came flooding into my mind. I can't explain why, but I started to laugh, not just a chuckle, but a full-on belly laugh. She looked hurt, moved away, and then started to cry. I told her it was time for her to go, and she left quickly, probably due to embarrassment. I also said she needed to hurry up and get a lawyer because we are getting divorced. The post-nut clarity after she left confirmed that I had dodged a bullet. I have a meeting with my lawyer later this week and want to move forward with the divorce as quickly as possible. Final update. I thought I would provide a final update on the situation for anyone who is interested. The last few months have been tough, and I have only seen Kate in person a handful of times. After a few weeks of no contact, I decided that we should discuss things with clearer heads. We went for lunch and had a calm, respectful conversation about everything that had happened and what reconciliation might look like. Kate said she would do anything to get things back on track, and I believe her, but I didn't commit to anything. After that, Kate asked me to go with her to see her therapist, who is also experienced in dealing with married couples. I thought about it for a few days before agreeing. The session was tough, with a lot of tears, but I didn't get a straight answer on why Kate had decided to cheat. The therapist was surprisingly fair to both of us and was not judgmental. We again discussed reconciliation, but I told her that I thought it was best to proceed with the divorce. Last week, I drove up to her parents' house to drop off some tools I had borrowed from her dad. We had arranged for Kate to be there and for her parents to go out for a few hours to give us a chance to talk. I spoke with her parents alone, who were heartbroken, which was hard, but they were both very supportive. During the conversation with Kate, I told her clearly that I had given it a lot of thought and wanted to move ahead with the divorce. It came down to the fact that, in my view, we would never get back to where we were, and I realistically can't see myself ever getting over the betrayal. Even if we could regain trust, it could take a decade of hard work, and that is too big of a risk for me. Kate finally accepted this, and we had a calm discussion about how we would divide assets, sell the house, etc., and wrote an email to our respective lawyers. We left each other on good terms. The divorce should be finalized by the end of the year, and the house will be put up for sale soon. In the meantime, we will go no contact and agreed not to start dating until everything is finalized. I've had a few casual hookups, and it feels strange to be going back to being single after all this time. I have been hitting the gym, spending a lot of time with friends and family, and getting back into my hobbies. I'm optimistic about the future. Although I'm still devastated by the loss of my marriage, I feel that this has helped me grow as a person. Thanks to those of you who have offered advice and support. User Own Writing said, "This is more than a one-night stand. She knew him for years and knew he wanted to sleep with her. Therefore, she thought about him for years. Unfortunately, many people have normalized adultery and think that their partner will eventually get over it. It's only in the fantasy world of movies and TV that a cheater gets a second chance. People of high moral character never cheat because it's never an option. It would cost millions of dollars to even attempt to change her lack of morals, and she will always be at high risk of cheating again. Plus, your future kids deserve a better role model. It's time to throw out the trash. The world is full of wonderful people who would never betray you." User No Reply at All said, "Unfortunately, you didn't dodge the proverbial bullet, but you found out who your wayward wife was before having kids. I wasted 12 years trying to reconcile before divorcing because I could never get back to what we had before I knew about the cheating. Quite frankly, anyone who says they got back together is only fooling themselves. For a loyal partner, there is no counseling, answer, or action that can erase the pain of betrayal. To be honest, she knows why she did it. It was a thrill she no longer had with you and a character flaw. That cheater flaw and need for thrill will never go away. Your WW most likely had a long-standing desire and curiosity to be with her affair partner, but after sleeping with him, someone else may have known, or the AP may have shown her who he really was, causing her to confess for damage control or some type of head game you'll never know about." The note with too much specific detail was her way of reliving the fun she had in a twisted attempt to triangulate you into the experience. Her cheating wasn't driven by alcohol, it was that 10% you couldn't give her that drove her to cheat. You did what I was too weak to do. Dump the cheater immediately. No matter what she says, her flaw means she will always be susceptible to cheating, which is why you could never trust her again. The saying, "once a cheater, always a cheater," is painfully true because in both your minds, it will always be there, and eventually she will act on her needs again. Have you asked her if she's still in communication with her AP? Because she probably is. This next story was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named TA Harper. The post is titled AITAH for being suspicious of my GF's friend after she tried to test me. I 30M have been dating my girlfriend Olivia 23F for the past year. We met at a coffee shop near my office, which I used to frequent for my morning coffee, and she worked there as a barista. I asked her out and she said yes. Things have been great so far, and I feel we are compatible in terms of what we like and want from a relationship. She has a group of 3 girlfriends she is close with. These girls are always very welcoming to me, but they seem quite immature compared to my friends. One of the girls is Harper23F. Harper is awesome and we get along well since we both like the same video games and music. Recently, Olivia and I were talking about taking our relationship to the next stage, and I asked her to move in with me. She spends 4 to 5 nights a week at my place anyway, so I suggested that she just move in. For some reason, her parents are the most excited about this, as she is finally moving out of their house. She also told her friends about it. On Saturday, Olivia decided to stay at her parents' house to pack some of her things. Harper messaged Olivia and me that she and her friends were downtown and asked if we wanted to hang out with them. Since Olivia was gone, she told me it was okay if I wanted to go out for drinks with the girls. I had nothing to do, so I joined them. It was just me and 3 of her friends, but we lost the other 2 girls midway, leaving just Harper and me. I was constantly messaging Olivia about what was going on, as I started to feel uncomfortable with the situation. As it was getting late, I told Harper that I would get an Uber for her to take her home. She said she wanted to go dancing instead. At this point, she was visibly getting drunk. I called an Uber for her anyway. As we were leaving the bar, Harper grabbed my t-shirt and tried to kiss me. I immediately pulled back and told her that this was making me uncomfortable. I would let it pass since she was drunk. She apologized. While we were waiting for the Uber, she again started getting handsy and said, "Let's go back to your place," adding that no one needs to know. At this point, I snapped at her and told her to please shut up until she got in the car. Finally, the Uber arrived and I helped Harper get in. She kept apologizing and saying, "Please don't tell Olivia." Once her Uber left, I tracked it on my phone to make sure she got home safely. I asked Olivia to check with Harper's roommate if she made it back to her apartment. As I was walking home, I called Olivia and told her what happened. Olivia was crying and I was genuinely upset about Harper's behavior. Olivia tried calling Harper later that night, but her phone went straight to voicemail. In the morning, Olivia came home and told me, "Hey, it's all good, it was just a test." I was angry at this point and asked Olivia to explain what was going on. Harper had messaged Olivia in the morning saying that Olivia was really lucky and that I passed the test. I asked Olivia if she was involved in this and she said she did not know that Harper was going to test me. According to Harper, she wanted to make sure that I was not a cheater before Olivia moved in with me, so she wanted to see if I would accept her advances. I told Olivia that Harper is full of shit because she was drunk and there is no way she was thinking straight. Moreover, when I snapped at her, Harper apologized and told me not to tell Olivia anything. Harper is just trying to cover for her mistake and is giving a bullshit excuse. Olivia thinks I am overreacting. According to her, Harper is her best friend and would never betray her. Although the test was stupid and Harper should apologize to me, Olivia believes she was just looking out for her best interest. Additionally, Olivia feels that nothing happened, so I should not make a big deal out of it. I just feel that Olivia is being naive and cannot see that her friend tried to get her boyfriend to cheat. It bothers me that she seems too immature to understand Harper's true intentions. I told her to stay away from Harper if she wants us to have a happy relationship. Am I the asshole for telling Olivia not to believe Harper's lies? Or do you think Harper's story checks out and I am just overreacting? I have never heard of anyone hitting on their friend's boyfriend to test the relationship. It seems like the most ridiculous excuse. User Muttfet said, "Here's the deal, Olivia will not drop Harper no matter what. You will not be able to badmouth Harper without upsetting Olivia, and Olivia is going to believe Harper over you. The number of red flags here is significant. Do not move this girl into your apartment." User Goski said, "Whether it was a test or not, you should still want nothing to do with Harper. Tell your girlfriend that if she insists on staying friends with Harper, then you shouldn't live together as you don't want Harper to invade your living space. Essentially, if she stays friends with her, your relationship can't progress, and it will likely be the end of it." User Rampaging Turtle said, "NTA, just end it. This is going to be an absolute nightmare." $5 says her friend will be texting you within weeks to get together. Okay, that makes me think if she's worth it, don't actually break up. But have your girlfriend tell her friends that you two broke up and let it ride for 2 weeks. See what her friend says. A few days later, OP provided an update. Before I go to the update, let me address the issue that most of the comments were discussing. Yes, I am aware that there is a 7-year age gap between Olivia and me. It also doesn't help that I am a 6'4" muscular guy and she is a 5'3" petite runner. I have dated girls my age as well as some slightly older than me and Olivia. I do not think maturity is a function of age. I have dated girls my age who were much more childish than Olivia. Out of all my relationships, I have been the happiest in the last year with Olivia. She may not be as academically gifted as I am, but she is ambitious and driven. She is a long-distance runner and is finishing her fitness training certifications. I am proud of her and how she takes care of herself. The relationship just works for us. Now for the update, Harper told Olivia that she was just testing me and Olivia initially agreed with her explanation. We discussed it and I told her my side of the story. I explained that Harper is bad news, but it's ultimately Olivia's choice if she wants to be friends with her. Olivia was more upset with Harper for not telling her about the test beforehand and had her doubts about Harper's story. I decided to drop the issue since I do not want Olivia to distance herself from her friend group because of me. Olivia just couldn't get over the incident and kept asking me for more details every day. Finally, yesterday we had a long discussion about it. I told her that testing someone's boyfriend is a very insecure thing to do. Doing it without telling Olivia was horrible, especially since Harper tried to kiss me and physically seduce me into coming to our apartment. My point was that if my friend ever tried to kiss Olivia and asked her to cheat on me, I would immediately drop that friend, if not do something worse. She understood that but kept repeating, what if Harper was just acting convincingly and did something stupid but not evil? She told me that although Harper is very promiscuous, she would never try to steal someone's boyfriend. She also mentioned that Harper has a specific type of guy she dates and that I am not her type. I don't want to admit it, but that hurt my ego. Olivia kept repeating that we would never really know what Harper was thinking that night. She may have been trying to test me, but got drunk and went too far. I suggested that maybe she should test Harper to see what was really on her mind. Olivia was confused but went along with what I was saying. I told her to message Harper, saying she was going to visit her parents over the weekend and ask if they could meet for brunch on Sunday. Harper replied and said it sounded great, so they decided on a place to meet. After an hour, Olivia and I messaged Harper from my Snapchat with just a blank image and said, "Thinking about you." We waited for 10 minutes and Harper replied with 2 topless bathroom selfies. Olivia was beyond mad at this point, but I told her to wait and see what happened next. Harper then replied saying, "Hey, Olivia is gone for the weekend. Maybe I can show you this in person on Saturday." At this point, Olivia was just trying to keep it together. She snatched the phone from my hand, took a selfie of her face, and sent it to Harper. Harper started blowing up Olivia's phone with missed calls and frantic messages. Her excuse was again, "I was right about your boyfriend. He is a cheat. I was testing him to see what was on his mind." Olivia did not reply to any of her messages and it took a while to console her. I felt bad about blowing up their friendship, but I knew what Harper was doing that night, and I felt she should not get away with it. Did I do something extremely immature for a 30-year-old guy? Did it feel good? Also, yes. I feel that any person hitting on their friend's partner deserves this treatment, irrespective of their age. I don't know if Olivia and Harper will patch things up in the future or how it will affect her friend group. Sometimes I feel guilty for the fact that I went out for drinks with Harper and her friends, which led to this whole situation. Olivia does not deserve to have her best friend betray her trust in this way. So, in the spirit of this subreddit, am I the asshole for testing my girlfriend's friend who tried to test me? Story was posted by a user named BC Clean in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My 29M fiance ghosted me since he found out about my past. This happened a week ago and I have not heard from him since. I have tried texting him, calling him, going to his apartment, and visiting his sister's house. I can't find him and everyone is telling me that they haven't heard from him either. Everyone except his brother, who obviously did not get the memo like everyone else did to lie to me. He actually told me that Greg doesn't want to see or speak to me. Here's a brief rundown on how we got here. We met 3 years ago at a church function. I've had a very rough life when it comes to men, so I usually don't engage with them in conversation other than briefly if I can get by with it. However, I was listening to Greg speak to a group of people about a book that I had just read, so I stood there and listened to him. After he was done talking, the group kind of hung around a little and I asked him questions about the book. He answered every single one, and the more he talked, the more I was attracted to him. Now, this may not sound like much, but it was the first time I had actually felt attracted to a guy since high school. As I mentioned, my experiences have been rough. Suffice it to say that after I left high school, I got involved with a very bad crowd. I turned to drugs, and when my family finally had all they could take from me when I was 19, they kicked me out. I don't blame them for this, by the way, because I stole from them to feed my drug addiction. They tried many times to help me, but when I stole a large sum of money from them and spent it on heroin, they had enough. I lived from friend's house to friend's house, couch surfing for about 6 weeks while still being a junkie. Eventually, I got caught stealing from them as well. I was homeless for 2 weeks and honestly lived on a park bench for a couple of days. I decided to start stripping and everything that goes along with it. In other words, I was doing private parties and private dances, and yes, it quickly turned into being paid for hooking up. I honestly don't remember a lot of that time because whenever I wasn't working, I was either high or working to get high. I did this for a few years. On my 23rd birthday, I overdosed and stopped breathing. The paramedics saved my life by performing CPR on me and bringing me back around. I was in the ICU for 3 days on a ventilator with several IVs. While I was in the ICU, a preacher came by to see me. He was just a minister who visits families and patients. He spoke to me about how life has a higher purpose. He said a lot more than that, but I won't bore you with it. Needless to say, whether it was him, my own frustration with my life, or God, I don't know, but it really moved me. When I got out of the ICU, I asked them to help me get off all drugs. It worked. I have been clean since the day I left and have never had a single desire to go back to that life. It wasn't easy at first, but every day got better. I got a job, reconnected with my family, and then met Greg. I had never been in love, not even in high school, but after going on just a few dates, I was head over heels for him. On our 1-year anniversary, he asked me to marry him with the idea that it would be a year until the wedding. I happily agreed, and it has been the best time of my life. I felt the warmth of his love every single day. But then my mom, dad, and I were making wedding plans, and one day while we were talking, they asked what Greg knew about my past. They meant whether he knew about the drugs. My mom said that if Greg never asked, then I really should just keep it to myself, that I was a different person and what was in the past should just stay in the past. My dad, however, said something that actually made sense at the time. I kind of regret listening to him now, though. He said that even though I had changed, who I was still a part of who I am, and hiding the past is really like lying. If Greg loved me, then he wouldn't care about the past. But if he ever found out on his own or some other way, he might not be so forgiving because he might consider it a lie. So last weekend, I gathered all the courage I could muster and decided to tell him everything. He knows things my parents don't know, and now I feel very much betrayed. At first, he thought I was joking, but when I assured him I was not, he kind of got quiet. Then he told me that he appreciated my honesty, but didn't know how he felt and that he needed time to think. It has been a week now. I let him go from Saturday to Saturday, only texting him a couple of times to let him know that I still loved him and to check if he was okay and if he had any questions. Well, he never responded, and it has been a week since I've heard from him. I don't know what to do. He has been my rock since we got together. Whenever I've been down, he has picked me up. When I've been sad, he has made me laugh. I truly hope I have not hurt him. I think that would be the worst thing of all. I know my past life was disgusting, but it's been 6 years since I've completely left that life behind. I was in another city, actually even in another state, so there is no way that past life can come back to haunt me here. I made no friendships or relationships during that time, so there is nobody who would seek me out. Can anyone please tell me what I can do or say to reach him? I really love him with all of my heart and will do anything to make this right. Update, we are taking about a 30-minute break. I asked for it, and he said he needed it as well. We have been at my place all afternoon talking. I'm not going to lie, it has been rough. I've cried more today than I've ever cried in my life, but we are talking, and as of now, we are still together, just no longer engaged. By the way, all of the crying has not been sad tears. He has also been very open about his past, and it touched me that he felt compelled to be this open when he didn't have to. I don't know if anyone really cares, but I'll try to write a full update later tonight. Thank you all so much for the words of encouragement. They have helped me far more than you will ever know. User Longtime Londoner said, you absolutely did the right thing here. I would reach out and say, look, I understand if you need time. I get that it's a lot to process. However, I need to know that this silence is a I'm processing this silence, not a goodbye silence. I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I told you this so you know me as a whole, not just the version of me that I rebuilt from rock bottom. UserFin14 said, "You have an amazing story of recovery. I think your father really nailed it when he said to be honest. If he loves you, he'll understand." That said, it was undoubtedly a lot to take in, and I can't really say what he is thinking now, whether he'll be able to process this and come around, or if it will prove to be too much. I'm not sure what else you can do. You can't take it back, nor should you. You know him best. Does he believe in forgiveness, redemption, and second chances? I hope he does. User Tunafart said, "Your dad was right. This was a consequence of your previous choices, not of your decision to finally let your fiancé know, and he deserved to know. There's nothing really you can do at this point except realize that if he thinks ghosting you in this situation is appropriate, then he's not the guy you think he is anyway. People will show you who they are if you listen to them. Get some counseling, seek help with this, and start the process of moving on." A few days later, OP gave us an update post. The title of the post was really inaccurate on my part because he did get in touch with me and we met for several hours on Sunday. So he didn't ghost me. He never intended to ghost me, and his family did not lie for him. In fact, before we had time to talk at church, his brother came to me and apologized for the way he handled my phone call. He said he clearly did not understand his brother's wish to be alone to think, and he interpreted that to mean he didn't want to talk to me. The rest of his family had no idea there was any significant problem and did not know where he was because he went away for the week and told them to only contact him for emergencies. Obviously, they knew something was up, but had no idea what. So the ghosting part was a combination of miscommunication and honestly just anxiety and impatience on my part. We both apologized for that and moved on. Anyway, we met at church for the morning service. I got there first and sat in our usual spot. He arrived just as the service was starting, but he came over and sat down beside me, sharing a quick smile as the service began. After the service, people were shaking hands and talking. This is when his brother came to apologize to me, and while we were talking, he slipped away to talk to a few other people. He came back over and asked how I was doing. I almost lost it, but held it together and said I was okay, though I was obviously tearing up as we spoke. He asked if I wanted to talk now or later, and I just wanted to get it over with. If he was going to break up with me, I wanted it done so I could go home and start grieving. So I said, "I'm ready." He said he really wanted to talk somewhere private and asked where I would prefer to go. All I could think of was my place so I wouldn't have to drive afterward. He followed me home, came inside, and said that he really wanted this to be civil. By this time, I was already a bundle of nerves, so I just blurted out, "Are you going to leave me?" Obviously, I was crying as I said this. What he said next left me with a lot of hope because I really thought this was a done deal. He said that a lot of what happens going forward would depend on what I said that day with him and how much I wanted to tolerate from him. That last part really confused me, but I was so relieved that he didn't say yes that I basically collapsed into my chair and told him that I was ready to do whatever it took. He then said that if that was the case, he would ask for two things from me: honesty and patience. He started off by apologizing for not being a better man. Well, that was all I could take. When he said that, the floodgates opened. Here was this wonderful man who I had basically lied to, and I had dropped what I can only imagine from a man's point of view to be one of the worst things you could ever tell a future spouse, and he was apologizing to me. I had to hug him and tell him not to apologize. He held me as I cried for a few minutes, but then I tried to gather myself to listen to him. He went on to say that he had a horrible week. He said he had to come face to face with a lot of his own insecurities, jealousies, and prejudices. He also mentioned that he learned something about himself that he did not like. He said that until I told him my story, he didn't realize how possessive he was and that he had a jealous streak. He talked a lot about it, but I'll skip that because it was really personal and this is already going to be the length of a book. He then asked me if I was willing to put up with him having some very probing questions and making some very personal comments about them. Again, I said I was going to do whatever it took. So he asked the following questions. Did I use protection every time? Did I have any hookups with anyone in the city we live in now? Did I have any idea how many people I had hooked up with? Have I been tested for any STDs? And if so, when was the last time? And did I keep records of it? Am I willing to be tested again and even again in the future? Did I ever hook up with anyone without them being a customer? What types of drugs did I take? When was the last time I took drugs? Do I feel any need or desire to take drugs or any other substances since this incident occurred? How can I guarantee to him that I won't turn turn back to drugs in the future? Does making love have any real meaning for me? Do I enjoy it, or is it just something I do now to be close to him? How much money did I steal? Did I pay back the money? Have I ever stolen any money or anything else without it being for drugs? How can I guarantee him that I won't steal from him in the future? This took several hours to answer because I often had to stop to compose myself, but I answered every one of his questions as honestly as I could. He often told me that I didn't have to answer them if I didn't want to and kept apologizing for asking. However, he said that to move forward with anything, he needed to know, otherwise he just wouldn't be able to. He then listed his concerns and asked if I really wanted to work on them with him. He said he would understand if I didn't want to. I replied that I wouldn't be here if I didn't want this. So his concerns were as follows. He is afraid that if times get rough in the future for whatever reason, I might steal from him or his family. Honestly, I was surprised by this, as it was not something I thought would be an issue, but it was the first thing he mentioned. To be fair, his family owns a business. They are not rich, but they are not poor either, so I guess he's worried that when he takes over, I might steal. In his words, he has an irrational fear that once a junkie, always a junkie. He said he doesn't know how strong he is and that it would kill him if we stayed together, and I sank back into that world. He also expressed concern that sex would be an issue going forward. He said he has had horrible intrusive thoughts all week. The fact that I have been with so many people and done so many different things makes him fear that nothing would ever feel special. Ultimately, he was afraid he would become bitter because he would feel like we were just having sex for him, and knowing that I would just be participating would really diminish his desire to have sex with me. Again, I listened to him and addressed every concern to the best of my ability. He acknowledged that a lot of this was something I could never really guarantee, but he just had to talk about it. I told him that I understood and had already suspected some of these issues would come up. As I mentioned, we spent several hours discussing this. We had to take a couple of breaks to ensure our emotions didn't get the better of us. He really went through a range of emotions himself, but I knew I had to let him express them if I wanted this to work. He told me he was willing to stay and try to make this work because he really loved me. Obviously, my heart leaped at this, and I cried again. However, he said that he did not feel we could go through with the wedding as scheduled and that, in all honesty, he would like to end our engagement and stay dating for a while. He said he felt that while he believes me and feels like he knows me, he wants to take the time to look at this from a new perspective. I took off my ring to give it to him, and for the first time, he broke down and cried. He told me to put it back on and that he just wanted to postpone the wedding, not end the engagement. I told him we could do whatever he thought we had to do. He said we would just tell people we were postponing the date due to scheduling conflicts and that we would let them know a new date later. Then we had to decide what we were going to tell our families. He said that from his side of the family, he would tell them he was feeling pressured at work and that he got upset over a misunderstanding about time away. I told him I would say whatever he wanted. He said it was best not to tell anyone else about my past except for our minister, with whom we are going to start couples counseling. We both agreed on this. As for my family, this is where the one problem we had that day came up. He just assumed my family knew everything. I told him they only knew about the drugs and stealing. He said he thought my parents should know because they are paying for the wedding, and it would cause some problems canceling events and such. He didn't want them to think this was just because I used drugs years ago. It wasn't a deal breaker for him, but he felt it was right. However, he would abide by whatever I thought was best. I really do not want to tell my parents. What I did was bad enough, but if they knew I stripped and myself, I don't think I could ever look them in the eye again. They have been so wonderful to me since I've come back. So in conclusion, this ended better than I ever dreamed possible. Yes, I know he has a diminished view of me. He was really upset that I waited so long to tell him, but I had to be sure this was inevitable, and he said once he gets over the initial shock, he will try his best never to bring it up again. He truly is a wonderful man, and I'm so very lucky that God put him in my life. He asked a lot of questions and expressed many concerns, but in the end, he is going to stick it out and try to make it work. I am so very happy. Edit, wow, there are a lot of serious misconceptions being sent to me via my messages about my life. Let me make this clear. I did not grow up in an abusive household. I was never raped as a child or teenager. I had a loving family whom I, through my own actions, broke the hearts of. I am blessed beyond words that they have accepted me back and have been nothing but loving and supportive. Both of my parents are my heroes. My mom was just trying to protect me. She wasn't trying to be my accomplice. Secondly, to address this here, if I wanted to stay with him, I had to let him ask those questions. He gave me every opportunity to shut it down, and several times while we were talking, he asked if I wanted him to stop. He was hurting, by his own words, from his own insecurities. Answering the questions, even as uncomfortable as they were, bonded us in my opinion because he actually engaged in conversation with me and listened to everything I said. Besides, some of my answers are not nearly as dramatic as some of you have believed. User PM me your misfortune said, "I'm so happy that everything worked out for you. Your fiance seems very level-headed and considerate, and I think those are important qualities in a spouse. The fact that he was mostly concerned and not judgmental also shows his value as both a partner and a person. Personally, I don't think you should tell your parents the full extent of your history for their sake. It sounds to me like your fiancé is only pushing that idea because of his own reputation. Perhaps he doesn't want it to seem like he's canceling wedding events simply due to your prior drug use, as he thinks they'd see that as too harsh when there's more to the story. You could certainly compromise on this point. Admit to your parents that there's more to the story about your past, but that you're not comfortable sharing it with them. Simply let them know that you fully respect your fiance's decision to postpone the wedding and think it's a good idea for yourself as well. It makes my heart so warm and fuzzy to hear success updates. I hope everything works out for you both. You will be in my thoughts." User Zen Moonstone said, "I wish the best for you. You did the right thing by being honest. Your fiancé loves you and hopefully this will bring you closer and help build a strong foundation. I would recommend offering to pay your parents for any cancellation fees, even if you have to pick up a part-time job on the weekends to make that happen." User Jinxity said, "If your fiancé is worried about what your parents will think regarding his postponement of the wedding, instead of telling them about your past, you can say that you pushed for the postponement because you wanted him to have time to absorb everything and reestablish trust. If you present it as a mutual decision, they won't think he's overreacting. Alternatively, you could say that he wants to take time to rebuild trust because you plan on being together for a very long time, so there's no need to rush into marriage. There are ways to shift the blame off your fiancé that don't involve telling your parents the things you'd rather they not know. I also agree with others that they don't need to know, especially since you have put that part of your life behind you." And a few more weeks after that, OP gave us her final post. "First off, things have been great between us. I mean, there have been issues, but nothing that I didn't expect or can't handle. I am still happy that he is in my life." When I last left off, he had asked me to tell my parents because he was afraid they would think he was being overly critical of my previous drug habit. However, he also told me that he wouldn't make that a deal breaker. He just thought it would be a good idea. After thinking about it more, I realized that I did not want to tell my parents about that part of my life. I believed with all my heart that they would support me, but I just did not want to go through the emotions of telling them. I explained this to him and he was fine with it. He said he respected my thoughts on it and would never say a word to them. I decided on my own to tell them that we were postponing the wedding. I explained that after we had talked, he wanted to stay together and just needed more time to think about things. I thought this was best as I didn't want him to be there having to explain anything. If something came up, I didn't want him to feel trapped. When I told them, they were obviously disappointed, but they understood. He had given me money to pass along to them to pay back their deposits, but they said they did not want it and for us to keep the money. I thought that was the end of it. Was I ever wrong? He came over for Thanksgiving dinner. He had lunch with his family. I was invited but could not attend due to not getting off work until late and then having to help my mom make dinner here. He got to my parents' house around 4 p.m. and we ate dinner at 5:30. My parents, both sets of grandparents, and several cousins were there. Dinner went fine, we ate, and everyone was having a good time until my cousin, who is several years younger than me, 12, asked when we were getting married. There was a long, awkward silence, and he just sat there looking at me for guidance. He finally spoke up and said, "Probably next summer," which my grandmother heard. Obviously, nobody had told them that the date was off. She proceeded to ask if she had the dates wrong in her calendar, to which my mom quickly jumped in to say there were scheduling conflicts. Well, that should have been it, but instead of accepting that, my grandmother started asking what the scheduling conflicts were, if it was the church or minister, because she wanted to get this straightened out. This went on for a good half hour, and I could just tell by the look on his face that he was sick of it. He never said a word, but looked almost very upset. Finally, my family started to leave at about 8:30. After everyone said their goodbyes, he and I went back to the living room and sat on the couch. I apologized profusely to him and he said he was fine, but I could tell he was not really fine. He was starting to be less tense though. My parents came back in from the front porch after saying goodbye to their parents and sat down. My dad apologized to both of us, saying that our family means well but can sometimes be overbearing. The three of us laughed, but I noticed my mom was not laughing. My mom proceeded to take a bad situation that was under control and actually ending, and decided to dump buckets of gasoline on it. She said she felt bad for her mom because she thought my grandmother was upset due to my grandfather having health issues and they were afraid he wouldn't live to see my wedding. This is where it all went downhill. She said it was silly to postpone things over a drug addiction that hadn't been a problem for several years. My boyfriend just sat there, but I could physically see and feel him tense up. My dad spoke up and he and my mom started arguing about it. From what they were saying to each other, I could tell they had discussed this after I told them, and I could see that even though my dad was trying to be polite and make my mom stop talking, he pretty much felt the same way. I just couldn't take it anymore. I felt absolutely horrible for Greg. Not only did he have to sit there for my grandparents, but now he was having to sit there for my parents while everyone blamed him for all of this. It wasn't fair to him. I spoke up and told my parents that I needed to talk to them and that they needed to stop arguing and stop blaming Greg for any of this. He squeezed my hand, indicating that I should stop. I looked at him and he shook his head no. I told him that this was not fair to him, and ultimately it wasn't fair to them either because they were blaming him for the wrong reasons. Obviously, this got their attention. I went ahead and told them that after they had kicked me out of the house, I had no home, no job, no education, no skills, nothing. I only mentioned that I became an exotic dancer, but they are not dumb. My mom immediately gasped and started to cry. My dad just sat there dumbfounded, trying to calm my mom down. After being basically hysterical for a few minutes, my mom apologized to Greg. She said she had no idea and that he was a wonderful man for staying with me even knowing that. I'm not sure how I feel about that statement, but I guess in the end, she was coming from a good place. The main thing was that it did take the blame off of him. My dad welcomed him into the family by jokingly saying this was just a typical Thanksgiving. I asked Greg if he would mind if I talked with my parents and said I would see him on Friday. I walked him out and we kissed goodnight. I told him how wonderful I thought he was, and he told me that I didn't need to tell them. He wasn't going to say anything. I said I knew he wouldn't, but things would never get better with them unless they knew the truth. I went back inside and spent the next several hours talking with my parents. Needless to say, it was heartbreaking on several levels. My dad openly cried, and I had never seen that before. He blamed himself for everything, saying that he never should have kicked me out and that he ruined my life. No matter what I said or did, I could not console him. My mom tried as well, but nothing was working. We all went to bed, and I was awakened by my mom panicking and calling 911. My dad was having chest pains. The ambulance came and said he was having a heart attack, then took him to a hospital that specializes in heart problems. My dad looked horrible, and I was scared more than I had ever been. I called Greg, and he came to pick my mom and me up and drove us to the hospital. They would not let us back to see him as they rushed him into surgery, but the doctor came out to tell us that the ambulance most likely saved his life by recognizing what was happening. A surgeon was with him putting in stents and had basically already used a plunger or something to remove a blood clot they found. We called our minister and he arrived within half an hour. My dad is scheduled to come home tomorrow. He looked great tonight and said he felt perfectly fine. Greg has been a rock for both my mom and me. When he left to get us food, my mom actually told me that I need to make sure to keep him because the only man she knew who was any better was my dad. I am just grateful that my dad is going to be okay. Greg said tonight when he dropped me off at home that life is never dull with me, and we both laughed. I have to help my dad realize that what he did was tough love and that he can't blame himself for my poor choices. He didn't just kick me out after the first, second, or even 23rd time. They tried for a couple of years to reach me, but I wasn't having it. I spoke with my minister about therapy for my dad, and he said he would talk to him as his minister and recommend another therapist if my dad is open to it. Hopefully, this should put an end to any updates. I know that Greg is the love of my life, and I'm doing everything in my power to make sure he knows how much he means to me and how I will never betray his trust in me. This story was posted by a user named Lovecats in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "My husband is cheating on me with our best friend. I recently found out that my husband, 42, is cheating on me with our married best friend, 32. She is the godmother to our 4 children. They don't know that I know, but I caught them making out at the end of our driveway when he was seeing her off after dinner with our family. We live on a small acreage and the driveway is a long way from the main house. She had forgotten some crockery at the house and I decided to walk it over because for some reason the two of them always took a while to say goodbye. Now I know why. That's when I saw them illuminated by her car's headlights, making out in the front seat with our best friend straddling my husband. In shock, I didn't know whether to throw her Pyrex at the car or just walk away. I decided on the latter and was too shocked to cry or be angry. When my husband got back, I had to pretend like everything was normal. I know that it's stupid, but I couldn't sleep that night and decided to go through his phone. She was obviously under a pseudonym, but I found a handful of their messages dating back 2 or 3 years. Her husband doesn't know. He's currently posted overseas as a diplomat. I'm sick with rage and betrayal. I'm lost and have no idea what steps to take next. Update. Wow, I didn't expect this much support. It's really overwhelming. Just to clarify a few things, this is a private account I created just for this post away from my usual account because I was scared it would be traced back to me. I want to remain as anonymous as possible. I don't live in the US, but in Australia. Technically, I can't file for divorce immediately since you need to be separated for 1 year and 1 day to file officially. My now ex-best friend just recently returned to the country. Her father has cancer after being posted with her husband overseas. The dinner was to welcome her home. What a welcome. There are some comments here about the headlights illuminating them. Sorry, I meant overhead lights. As to what I'm going to do now, a part of me just wants to confront my husband and see what lame excuse he has, but I need to get away from him. This level of betrayal physically hurts. I can't help but think of all the times that we spent together over the years and how long our families were fooled. My mind is going crazy. When she was single and he would rescue her from some bad date, or the times they were alone in my house when the kids and I were out. How irrationally angry he was when he found out she had a boyfriend and then chose to marry him. Thinking back on it, the two of them disappeared at her wedding. When I asked him where he was, he said he needed to reassure her that she had done the right thing. I feel so sick thinking of these things. Update. Thank you everyone for your concern and advice. As of tomorrow, my husband is out of town. I've tried really hard to act normal around my now ex-best friend, but it's proving difficult and I feel sick. I have been telling both of them that I've caught some terrible bug and just not feeling myself. While my husband is out of town for the next few days, my sister-in-law, who is the only other person who knows, will help me pack important documents and store them somewhere my husband doesn't know about. I've organized for my kids to stay with them for a week while I sort my situation out. I've spoken to a family lawyer and they have told me that the best way to start the separation procedure is to no longer be living under the same roof. I'm fortunate in that most of our assets are also in my name and the land our house is on was gifted to us by my parents. I'm planning to kick him out after his trip. But before that, I want to catch them both in the act again. I want to have some hard proof, send it to the ex-friend's husband, and get the ball rolling for moving on with my life. I'll update with what happens after the confrontation. Update. My husband came home 2 nights ago from his trip. While he was gone, I had organized a lot of important documents, anything that he could potentially use to try and get more than what he deserves. They are now safely stored, and my kids have been staying with their aunt and uncle for the past few days. I had packed all my husband's things, and he had been really good at keeping his tracks clean because there was no evidence of his affair within his belongings. I placed all his possessions in the garage, ready for the confrontation with him. I was super nervous because I wasn't sure if I was making the right decision. Once he came home and I remembered seeing him kissing our best friend, I remembered the deep hurt they had caused. I was in our kitchen when he came home and he knew straight away something was wrong. During that week, I had been distant and had barely answered his texts and screened his calls. I did answer every now and then and gave the kids a chance to speak to their dad. He asked why I hadn't been responding to his texts and tried to kiss me, but I turned away. Before I knew it, the first words out of my mouth were, "I want a separation." I have to admit that he didn't look very surprised when I said it. He nodded his head and said, "What do you know?" Which was just a punch in the gut because I wanted him to deny it or say something like it was a one-off thing. I asked him to tell me everything, like when did it start? He said they started about 10 years ago, at first with flirtatious messaging and a sneaky kiss in the office when they briefly worked together. The affair was on and off. She apparently always felt guilty, and her way out of that was to marry the next man that was interested in her and proposed. He admitted that they had hooked up on her wedding day and that when he is out of town, they meet. At this point, I couldn't breathe and was sobbing. I hated that the next words out of my mouth were, "Did you even ever love me?" He hesitated and said yes, of course, but he was never in love with me the way he was with her. I cleared my throat and said to him that he should tell her husband. There is no point hiding it anymore. I told him that all his stuff was in the garage and he could find somewhere else to stay. I let him know that I had spoken to a family lawyer and that when I feel ready, and only when I feel ready, will we see each other again and talk about future arrangements for the kids. I said any further communication can be done through my sister-in-law or my brother. I said he is allowed to see the kids, but only at their place. I am of course wanting full custody of the children because it hurts too much to give him anything at this point. He agreed to all my points because he knew he was in the wrong. He tried to say sorry, and then I absolutely lost my composure and screamed, "No way are you sorry. For 10 damn years, you have both deceived everyone we know. Please take your shit and leave and tell that woman you have been for 10 years that I do not ever want to see her face again." Certainly not my shining moment, but also a culmination of all the hurt and anger over the last few weeks that they have caused. I have no intention of talking to my ex-best friend or my soon-to-be ex-husband until I have had time to grieve. So thank you, community, for the encouragement and advice. I hope I can heal and move on from this. And a year after that, OP gave us her final update. Thank you to everyone who has been messaging over the last year to see how I'm doing and asking for an update. It's been a crazy, painful year, but our divorce has been finalized and I'm free. My ex-husband and my ex-best friend, as no surprise, are now in an actual relationship after the ex-best friend's husband found out about the affair. He divorced her, and since then, we have met up for coffee to check in on each other and our mental health. He's been great sending encouraging messages, and he lives overseas. From his Facebook updates, it seems he has started dating again, so I'm very happy for him. The legal and custody battles have been fairly stressful, but my ex-husband agreed to all my terms. Custody of the children was the only thing he really fought for. I have custody of the kids and he sees them on the weekends. The kids and I have all been going to therapy separately. My ex-husband wants to see them more, and during school breaks, the kids have the choice to stay with him or me. They have been good about it, staying with him for a week or so and then back to their mummy. Apart from necessary conversations, I steer clear of my ex-husband and the ex-best friend. It still hurts so much, and I understand that it will take time to heal, but I am letting go because I don't want them to have that level of influence over my life. I decided to sell the property we were living in and move closer to family and friends because, as you know, it takes a village. I have been extremely grateful for the support I have received over the last year. I'm tearing up just writing this, knowing that I couldn't have gone through all of this without my loved ones. As for myself, I am happy overall, still a work in progress, but grateful for life. The kids and I have been enjoying life, and when we have the time and money, we try to take little trips here and there so that the traumatic events of the divorce don't linger and can be replaced by good memories. Memories where they spent road trips and adventures with their mum. A deleted user said, "I am very impressed that you pretended you hadn't seen anything. I wouldn't have been able to. You need to book appointments with a divorce attorney so they can explain your options to you. You should document the cheating as that can help with the divorce. Can you take a video of yourself scrolling through the discussion thread messages? I know there is a lot of justified rage in you, but you have to stay rational and clear throughout this process. Lead with your head, not your gut. Stay cool and destroy his sorry ass with the law. And then tell your best friend's husband who he is really married to. I'd want to know if my spouse was a POS so I could get out instead of staying married. From one human being to another, I am sorry this happened to you. Good luck." User The Curious Cat said, "Collect all the evidence you can, even if it takes months. Continue to treat him well and fly under the radar. Privately meet with a lawyer. After you have adequate evidence, send a copy of all the information to her husband just before handing your husband the divorce papers. You can also forward this information in an email to all his friends and family. Leave and never look back. Co-parent for your kids, but cut him out of your life and find yourself. Forget that horrible friend, too." User Special Lychee said, "As many have said, collect the evidence, but I imagine that's more for you to use in case they try to gaslight you, or to send to her husband later on. Contact several divorce lawyers to get a plan of action and to make sure you and your children are protected as much as possible. After you have spoken to lawyers and made a plan of action with their advice, if you don't work outside of the household, start looking for a job or ways to be financially independent. Once you have a clear path lined out, sit your husband down and tell him a person of your choice is going to take over being the godmother to your children. It can be your sister if you have one that you have a good relationship with, or your mother, or anyone you prefer. If he asks why, make it clear that the person who helped him tear apart your family can't possibly have your kid's best interests at heart. Hand him the divorce papers and tell him how it's going to go from there on out. Send the proof to her husband if you want. If your families and mutual friends are on social media, you can make a business-like post stating that you have both decided to end your marriage. Depending on how private or not you are, you can mention that the decision was actually made by your soon-to-be ex-husband by being unfaithful. Of course, you're heartbroken and you're very grateful for your social network to be understanding and thankful for their support. Block the so-called best friend, and don't waste your energy hearing her explanation. You'll probably never be rid of her if they keep their affair going after the divorce, since she'll be part of your children's lives part-time unfortunately, but the less you have to deal with her, the better for your mental health. Edit to add that OP could start looking for a job after speaking with a lawyer first. I thought advice being in a certain order would make that obvious, but to be clear, lawyer and plan first, then financial independence. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled AITAH for bringing up just how much I actually do for our household to my wife. I can't believe I actually have a reason to post something on Reddit, but here I am. My wife 41F and I 42M have been married for 15 years. I apparently surprised her by being capable of doing household chores and tasks, which I didn't think much of. My mom always asked me to help out with chores when I was a kid, so I didn't think it was beneath me or anything. I do think I inherited her need to clean excessively. It's so bad that I can't eat until a mess is dealt with. My mom is an amazing cook, my aunt was a literal chef at a fancy hotel, and my dad loved having barbecues. It was pretty natural to learn from them and pick up a thing or two. The only thing I didn't pick up was how to make a decent cup of tea or coffee. I'm genuinely awful at it. It got to a point where I was handling most of the household chores and cooking, which I prefer anyway since she comes home exhausted. I've been asking our children 11F and 9M to do some minor tasks around the house in hopes of teaching them these skills too. She has a group of friends who hang out regularly, and this time it was her turn to host the group at our home. I offered to take our children out for the day and it was all set. Before we left, I had to finish up some things for work. The office space is practically on top of our living room, so I could hear what they were talking about the entire time. One of her friends asked how she always kept our house so spotless, and my wife just bragged about how she was responsible for it all. Then they all started talking about their gripes with their marriages. A common theme was how unhelpful their spouses were. I felt pretty uncomfortable, so I just left the office and went out with the kids. I came back after they had left for the night and acted normally until we got to our bedroom. I asked her what was up with that conversation they had and pointed out that I did the cooking and cleaning in our marriage. She told me not to take it personally and that she just wanted to fit in with the struggles of her friends. Now I just feel unappreciated, especially since I don't clearly remember any genuine gratitude from her for what I do. Since then, she's been pretty short with me. She says I'm weaponizing what I'm doing against her and holding it over her head. I don't expect her to compliment me each time I clean or defend me religiously, just a little. My husband is pretty helpful actually. He does his share, would be nice. I can't help but feel like her friends think I'm some sort of deadbeat who comes home to relax and neglects her. User Turmeric Ping said NTA. You're not weaponizing what you're doing against her. You're just insisting that she doesn't lie about you and badmouth you to her friends, which is exactly what she is doing. She knows that she is in the wrong here, hence her hostile response. She doesn't have a reasonable defense for her behavior. Personally, I wouldn't let this go. Her friends are people you will have to socialize with from time to time, and therefore what they think about you does matter. User Green Tea Shaman said NTA. It's bizarre that your wife would pretend that you don't help around the house. She didn't have to throw it in her friends' faces. She could have stayed silent or just said, yeah, he does help. Imagine she's being short with you because you do work around the house. What the hell? Most people would love to have a spouse who helps out. She doesn't get to be annoyed at you because you don't like the fact that she makes you out to be a terrible husband to her friends. She should be on your side. User Wooden Ad said she's 41 years old. Why is she trying to fit in and lie? Under this, User Aromatic Dare said, I'm not trying to justify her behavior at all, but I'm going to tell you something about female friends and especially unhappily married or frustrated female friends. Firstly, my husband is very helpful. He cleans around the house, inside the house, cooks worse than I do, so I do most of that, and I don't mind it. I love to cook. He takes care of me when I'm sick, has great hygiene, and we can talk about anything and everything. He supports me, and I support him in every everything. Anytime I have a conversation with some married females, whether they are my friends or just people I know, at one point they all start the my husband rant, and let me tell you how many of them think I'm so full of shit and fake for saying good things about mine. 90% of them, because 90% of the women I know got married to just the first guy they had great sex with, or because of the money, or because it was time to get married. None of them married an unselfish and giving person. They all married a man-child. Update. I am pretty shocked that this post went as viral as it did, and I tried my best to speak to my wife yesterday. I just can't believe that this is the woman I married. I tried talking with her, telling her that what she did wasn't that big of a deal, but was still not a nice thing to do. She didn't like me bringing it up again and just told me to suck it up and stop bitching about one mistake. She apologized, but in a tone that sounded like she was just tired of dealing with this. I noticed her getting very heated and on the verge of starting an argument, so I backed off and switched to a different topic. I asked if we could adjust our duties at home to be more fair for both of us, since most of our household management falls to me. I mean, pretty much 90% of things like cooking and cleaning, including planning for our date nights or vacations for our family, rely on me. I do think it's an issue that she gets to come home and just tell me that she's tired. Then she got up in my face, telling me I had no right to lecture her about chore duties when I'm practically at home most of the time. She completely refused to hear me out and basically told me that what we have works best for our situation. She threw it in my face that she was the moneymaker, and that balanced everything out in the end. Even this morning, she was pretty annoyed with me coming downstairs in a bad mood. I'm very sure our kids noticed it too, but I drove them to school after they got ready. When I got back, I noticed that my wife left her packed lunch on the kitchen counter. So now I'm sitting here feeling like the woman I've known for 15 years hates me. I guess I'll have to address this issue properly, even if she gets angry. She's been ignoring my texts and attempts to call her. I can't just let her act like this, especially in front of our children. Update 2, I think I'm just done at this point. I did something I never did before and went into her phone while she slept. We both know each other's passwords, so it wasn't really difficult. Some of the cheating comments got to me, and I felt pretty paranoid about this situation. Instead, I found a group chat with some of her work friends. It was just non-stop mockery of me and some of the things I did for her. She told them how embarrassed she feels to be with me and that I dote on her like a parent and don't feel like her husband. The lunches I pack for her are humiliating because I add sweets and other treats I know she likes. Some of her co-workers teased her about the snacks I have in for her, and she admitted to just throwing them out at work. She doesn't have any issue eating them at home, but at work she throws out my baking. She had some choice words to say about me in her chat, some of which I don't have the courage to type out here. One of her meme pictures was of me on my knees scrubbing a bathroom tile, edited to have some sort of dress on like I was some sort of housewife from the 1960s or something. I just closed her phone and left the bedroom. I confronted her about the chat in the morning and the contents of it, which got her panicking. I focused on our kids this morning and left her to her own devices. It's not like she would have appreciated a kid's lunch anyway. Now she's texting me like crazy at the office, but I think I've lost all respect for her and what she's become. Not only does she find me overbearing and embarrassing as a husband, but then I find out she mocks me to her friends and exposes some sensitive relationship issues to her group chat. This will probably be the last update, since I don't think she can come back from this. We just celebrated our 15th anniversary last month too. I feel like a loser now after seeing what my wife actually thinks of me. Final update. I know I'm going to get some hate for my decision at the end of this, but I gave my wife one more chance. She gave me a real apology for her actions and how she treated me about 2 weeks ago. In her own words, she let her friends' comments at work and her best friend's opinions affect her too much. My wife wanted to feel included in the groups by playing both sides, one that has a useless husband and one that has a clingy husband. She's not using them as an excuse and did take full responsibility for how poorly she treated me, which is a plus. She suggested some sort of marriage counseling for us and insisted on doing the planning herself to show me she's dead serious about wanting to make this work. She's copied me in her communications with a counselor, but it'll still be a while before our first appointment. She's stepped up at home too, doing more tasks without me asking. The compliments I used to receive have also made a return, so I do feel a little more appreciated. My wife promised me that she wouldn't lie to her friend group anymore and would give me the credit I deserve. As for the work friends I don't know about, their opinions on me will forever be as they are, even though she talked to them. Part of this feels disingenuous since it took us getting into a bad spot for this to happen. Maybe it's just resentment talking. I just hope this works out for our sake and the kids. And no, she has not been cheating or had some guy in her ear telling her things. A lot of messages are asking about that. User Ill Pride said now she's playing 3 sides. User That Quiet said, I'd assumed that your wife did the math multiple times and came to the realization that her life would be in the gutter if she went through with a divorce. Plus, she's the main income earner and you're the main caregiver, so you'd be entitled to a lot of money post-divorce. I say tread lightly and document things just to be on the safe side, but I do sincerely hope things work out for you. User Squish56 said, no hate, just sadness. She lied about you to her friends, doubled down and got angry with you when you were upset and didn't immediately drop it, and then simultaneously spent God knows how long mocking you to her work colleagues. She took the time to edit photos to belittle you and called you such horrible things that you couldn't repeat them. I hope you are right and this is the turning point, but I think individual counseling would be beneficial for you both. To help her figure out why she needs to disparage her spouse to fit in and for you to work through what she has done and build your self-confidence. Your spouse is supposed to be in your corner and have your back. Based on your description, you are a dream partner and she has completely disrespected you to seemingly anyone who would listen. You deserve better. This story was posted by a user named Tomatoes Forever in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, I am 24M. My parents disowned me 5 years ago for false accusations. Now they want to talk. I am bisexual. When this happened, I was still in the closet and hadn't told anyone about my ex or our relationship. My ex and my family were my whole world. I thought I had a good relationship with my parents. I had inside jokes with my dad and shared hobbies with my mom. I also had a good relationship with my sister. I didn't drink, smoke, or stay out late most nights. I wasn't perfect, but I wasn't that troubled teenage boy who didn't even deserve to be heard. In the summer, my ex and I planned a sleepover at his parents' house. I know it was a poor decision when no one knew about our relationship, but I was 19, naive, and hormonal. His parents heard us, and his father entered the room and assaulted my ex-boyfriend. When he tried to hit me, his wife restrained him, and I quickly grabbed my clothes and ran home. The next evening, my father entered my room and grabbed my hair while my mother was crying, asking if I had assaulted my little sister as well. I didn't understand what she was saying and told her of course I hadn't, but my father said I was just a mistake. He dragged me out of the house and told me to run away, or he would turn himself in to the police for harming me. I tried to call my ex-boyfriend to make sure he was okay, but he didn't answer. When I called my grandmother, she told me I should be ashamed and turn myself in to the police, saying she would support me if I did this. I tried to ask her what was happening, but she said she couldn't bear to hear my voice and hung up. I went to my close friend Angel's house. She wasn't home, but her father was. I hadn't planned to talk to him, but I broke down crying in front of him. He listened and assured me I had a place in his house and not to worry. The next day, my uncle told me he had spoken to my father, who claimed I had assaulted my ex-boyfriend and forced him to do things he didn't want to do. I was shocked and showed him the messages between us. I don't remember what happened next, but I was crying hysterically, Angel was holding me, and my uncle was calling an ambulance. After leaving the hospital, we spoke with a lawyer and reached an agreement with my ex-boyfriend that he would confess to my family that it was a lie, or I would file a defamation case. All the evidence was against my ex-boyfriend and he accepted, but it wasn't enough for my parents, who sent me a legal disownment letter. I will spare you the details, but know that I am fine now. 2 days ago, my parents sent me a long message asking to talk. They said my sister had died and they wanted me at the funeral on Friday and to talk. I told them to leave me alone and to give me the funeral location. They said either I talk to them or they won't give me the time and location. I want to see my little sister, but I don't want to see my parents. The thought of them only makes me sick. What did I do wrong to deserve this? Be gay. Edit, my uncle is actually my friend's father. I call him uncle out of respect for him. He isn't related to my family and doesn't know anyone except my parents. Edit, I couldn't find my sister's death record online as some suggested, but I spoke to my aunt and she assured me that my sister had died. I asked her about the location of the funeral, but she refused to tell me. I see a lot of comments saying they are lying about my sister's death. I don't think they are. I have nothing. I'm not successful. I don't own my own company or my own home. I don't even have kids. 2 weeks later, OP gave us an update. After the post and talking to ANU, I decided to meet my parents. I didn't have much time until the day of the funeral, and I didn't want to miss it. Many of you advised me not to go, but I hope you understand my position. She is my only sister. I know that she has changed and isn't the same person anymore, but I was going to say goodbye to that child I remember, not the person she is now. On Wednesday evening, I told my uncle about my decision. I didn't need to ask him if he could come with me or not. He beat me to it and said he would go with me. I asked Angel and another dear friend of mine and they accepted. I spoke to the same lawyer who handled my previous allegations. I asked him to supervise my meeting with my parents. I did not expect him to accept, but surprisingly he did. He tried to confirm my sister's death, but unfortunately, due to lack of time, he couldn't. On Thursday morning, I spoke to my parents and told them that I would meet them this evening, but on my own terms. I will have a lawyer and we will meet at a law firm. Half an hour after our meeting, my parents will give me the funeral location or I will leave. My parents tried to argue, but I put my foot down and they agreed to my terms. When I got to the law firm and saw my parents for the first time in years, they smiled at me and waved as if nothing had happened. After they sat down, the lawyer started recording the meeting and introduced himself before mentioning my first and new last name. I had heard my new last name often in the past 5 years, but at that moment it felt real. I don't know how to describe it, but the realization that I was actually disowned hit me. I feel that my parents felt the same way because the joy on their faces disappeared after hearing my name. After the lawyer finished explaining everything, the meeting started, and my parents spoke to me as if the past 5 years had not happened. I was disgusted when my mother tried to hold my hand, but I pulled away. My parents didn't say anything worth mentioning. After half an hour, my lawyer asked my parents to give me the funeral location. My father said that when the family goes through difficult circumstances, they support each other. My friend interrupted him and reminded him of my new last name. My parents seemed devastated, but my mother continued and said, "Do you know those feelings that you felt when you heard the news of your sister's death? I will feel them soon." I was confused and asked her, "What does this have to do with the funeral location?" My lawyer spoke and asked my parents if my sister had died or not. My father tried to change the subject, but my lawyer repeated the question and my father said no. "You were right, Reddit, it was a lie. My sister didn't die. The writing was on the wall, but I couldn't see it. Nothing written in the message was real." After my father told me that my sister wasn't dead, my body felt very heavy and I couldn't breathe. That's all I remember. I was told that I looked like a ghost. My lawyer tried to talk to me, but I didn't respond, so he decided to end the meeting. My father objected and started yelling at me. I tried to run, but I fell and started vomiting excessively before I passed out on the floor. I feel like an idiot. I can't believe I fell for this lie. I kept telling myself that my parents wouldn't lie to me about this. We're not in a TV show or a movie. I kept telling myself that you, who hates family drama, wouldn't get involved in something like this. I can't believe they did this to my sister. For heaven's sake, I am their son. When my dad told me that he was gonna harm me, I never thought he would do it, but now I'm not sure. I don't know who my parents are anymore. I don't even know why they lied. After the meeting, they sent me a message asking if I was okay. They didn't apologize or even give me any explanation whatsoever. I filed a restraining order against my parents and anyone involved, including you and A. Some of my relatives contacted me and swore they had nothing to do with what was happening. They thought my parents were going to talk to me about my grandmother's illness and her desire to see the family together. Some even sent me medical reports proving her illness and her wish to see me, but I don't want to see her or any of my family members ever again. When my ex confessed his lies, my grandmother didn't believe him. She said I had legally pressured my ex to lie about the false accusations and that I should stop lying and confess so everyone could move on. What hurt me the most was that she wanted to fix me. She was sending me information about treatment centers and stories until I gave up and blocked her. The police were called on my parents. My sister is currently living with one of my relatives, and no, I didn't talk to her. My therapist advised me not to. I currently live with my uncle. I feel safe near him. He helped me a lot without question or hesitation. He even took care of my pet bird for free. I owe him, Angel, and my friend a lot. Even in my teenage years before this happened, they were always by my side. I don't think I would have survived without them. I hope my sister has the same support too. I don't know why my parents resorted to lying about my sister, and I don't think I want to know. I lost what little respect I had for them. Thank you, Reddit. I don't know how this would have ended without your advice. User Fruitbat said, "What did the parents even want? I'm baffled." To this user, Charlie said, "There's obviously no remorse from the parents, so I doubt they want OP back in their lives. The only thing that makes some sense with Granny passing away is that the reconciliation has something to do with inheritance. But even that doesn't really make sense because it sounds like Granny never believed or forgave OP. So maybe it's just to do with her dying wishes for reconciliation, or possibly worse, wanting to make sure that OP gets helped before she passes on." And to this user, Hibachi Flamethrower said, "Grandma wanted everyone together before she died." They tried to manipulate him but failed. OP was probably the only person in the family who isn't completely problematic, so they likely want him back. I went no contact with my family, and random family members still reach out, begging me to return without offering apologies or acknowledging their wrongdoing. User ThinkActive said, "Wow, basically everyone in this poor guy's life has treated him terribly. An ex who was willing to falsely report him to the police and ruin his life. Parents who threatened him with violence and disowned him for being bisexual. It sounds like they agreed it wasn't assault after seeing the text messages. Unsupportive grandmother, uncle, and aunt. At least he has a good lawyer and a supportive uncle on his side. I hope his country has easy access to therapy." User Pastor Charlie said, "The way I read this is that the daughter ran away from these unsupportive parents and is thus dead to them because she has essentially disowned them. Upon realizing how bad it looks that they don't have a relationship with either of their children, they decided to try to reconcile with their son. They assumed he'd still want to be a part of their family because they're the ones who disowned him. So they used the metaphorical loss of their daughter to try to manipulate him. Hence the statement, 'How you felt when you found out your sister is dead is how I'll feel soon.' I would still choose to have nothing to do with the parents, but now that his sister is out of their home, I think it would be reasonable to reach out to her and see if she wants to reconnect. As for everyone who is confused about why, upon finding out someone is gay, people assume they've also assaulted their sister. A significant portion of homophobes believe that gay sex is always that all gay people are pedos, and that gay men will assault any child that they have access to. They also believe that all gay sex is about deviance, perversion, and control. That's why so many people object to gay representation in children's media. They literally don't see a distinction between a picture book where a child has two mothers and a picture book teaching children that aren't that bad. These beliefs are obviously wrong and dehumanizing, but we must understand them in order to fight against everything from book bans to anti-trans legislation." This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Quiet Satisfaction. The post is titled AITAH for cutting my dad off if he misses my graduation. I'm an 18-year-old male and I have a half-brother who is the same age as me. We'll call him Cameron. Our dad got 2 women pregnant around the same time. I'm older by 6 months. My dad chose Cameron's mom over mine and they're married now. Cameron is his parents' only child. I've always felt like I was just a backup son for my dad. I know he loves me, but not as much as he loves Cameron. I live an hour and a half away from him, but he would always make the drive to see me when I was younger and still does to this day. If I ever need anything, he makes sure I get it. He took me on trips all the time, just the 2 of us. But still, I felt like an outsider. He constantly put me second to Cameron. If we both had sports games on the same day, he would always go to Cameron's with his wife. Once, when I had an award ceremony, he couldn't come because Cameron was sick. When I wanted him to teach me how to drive, he said he couldn't because he promised Cameron he would teach him first, but that he'd help me after Cameron got his license. I could list many other examples. My dad would show up to my events, but if Cameron had something going on at the same time, he wouldn't come. Cameron and I aren't friends. We get along fine when we're together, but neither of us goes out of our way to talk to the other. I think he's spoiled and obviously our dad's favorite. Our dad and his mom did him no favors because his grades are poor and his life has no direction. He didn't apply to any colleges and won't even get a part-time job. We're both graduating high school this year. His school district released their graduation schedule after mine, and of course our graduations are on the same day at the same time. We live an hour and a half apart, so obviously our dad can't make it to both. He's known my graduation date for weeks before Cameron learned his. We already had plans for him to come and spend the day with me, but as soon as I saw that schedule, I knew he was going to flake. At first, he said he wasn't sure what he was going to do. He's been avoiding the topic for weeks, but our graduations are on the 29th, so he has to decide now. Well, yesterday he took me to dinner and told me that he was going to go to Cameron's graduation. He said it was because Cameron's grandparents weren't going to be able to make it and that Cameron would only have his mom while I have my mom, stepdad, siblings, and grandparents all coming to mine. I'm not naive. It was just an excuse that I knew would come up. He tried to soften the blow by promising me he'd make up for it by taking me on a graduation trip anywhere I wanted to go, even though he had already promised me that months ago. He's taking his wife and Cameron on a family trip to Hawaii in June. It's supposed to be Cameron's graduation trip, but he promised that he and I would have our own trip too. Now, all of a sudden, that trip is supposed to also be a makeup for missing my graduation. So I told him, okay, I want to go to this one weekend event that is on the same week he's going to Hawaii. He told me he couldn't because that's when they're going to Hawaii. I didn't actually want to go to this event. I was just proving a point. I told him to postpone his Hawaii trip so he could take me to the event instead. He said he couldn't because everything is already paid for and non-refundable. I reminded him that he's missing my high school graduation and that the least he could do is prioritize me when it comes to graduation trips. He said I'd have to pick a different weekend. I told him that he doesn't actually care about making it up to me. He only cares about what I want as long as it doesn't interfere with his real family. He denied it and told me to try to understand the position he's in. I told him straight up that he always chooses Cameron over me. For once, I want to be the first choice. So I said I'd have a ticket ready for him, but that if he doesn't come, I'll know where I stand in his life. I don't care about a makeup trip. Either he shows up and we still have a relationship, or I'm done with him. He told me that I was being unreasonable, and maybe I am, but I'm still standing my ground. I already know he's not going to come even after my ultimatum. So am I the jerk for throwing away our entire relationship over this? User Lady Vet said, definitely don't invite him to your college graduation. Even if it's clear that you would be the only son he gets to watch, Cameron will probably get promoted to head cashier somewhere and he will have to attend that ceremony, or he'll come down with another cold. Good luck. Celebrate with your real family. Don't let him ruin your day. NTA. Stand your ground. User Flat Story said, NTA, OP's dad messed this up 19 years ago and he is incapable of doing what he needs to do to make it work. Unfortunately, this means OP always gets less because dad is a weak person. This was an opportunity for dad to get his act together and realize that keeping the peace at home needed to take a back seat to maintaining his relationship with his son. The sad part is that OP has to be the adult here while dad languishes in his parental failures. A deleted user said, there's a middle ground where you simply stop making any effort yourself and let the relationship wither. I've done this with a couple of friends when I realized I was the only one putting in effort. Eventually, there was a conversation where they lamented how we've lost touch and wondered what happened. My answer was, I stopped calling you. The situation about teaching you to drive really stood out to me since you're 6 months older and would naturally get your driver's license first, but he made you wait. That's a strong point to bring up if you're looking for one. There's no plausible excuse for that. To this, OP said, that was one incident that really upset me. A few weeks after he told me that I had to wait to learn, he wanted to pick me up to spend the weekend at his house. I told him no because my stepdad was going to give me driving lessons that weekend. All of a sudden, my dad acted like he was planning on surprising me with lessons if I came. He really thinks I'm that naive that I can't tell when he's making things up on the spot. When he finally did give me a lesson, he brought Cameron along, who he could teach literally any other day of the week, so he could practice being behind the wheel too. After that, I had my stepdad give me the rest of my lessons and take me to my driving test. A few days later, OP gave us an update. Some people wanted an update on my post. My graduation was on Wednesday. Surprising everyone, especially me, my dad actually chose to come to my graduation. Not at first, but he did end up coming. After I gave him the ultimatum, he kept trying to talk to me as if nothing was wrong. He frequently asked to spend time with me and when I was free, either feeling guilty or trying to compensate for choosing Cameron. I never met with him. Cameron messaged me telling me to stop being unreasonable and to get over it because apparently our dad was stressed out over the whole situation. I just blocked Cameron and moved on. On the day of my graduation, my dad told me he was coming down to spend the day with me before he had to go home to attend Cameron's graduation. At first, I told him not to bother because there's no point in showing up if he was just going to leave before the actual ceremony, but he ended up coming anyway. We had a small gathering at my house with my mom's side of the family. My dad was there acting as if nothing was wrong, which was annoying. I refused to take pictures with him because I told him I would be taking pictures at my graduation. If he wanted pictures with me, he could have shown up. A few hours before the ceremony, he said he had to leave. I said goodbye forever and he pulled me aside to talk. He tried to justify his decision again. I told him I was serious about what I said. I will not talk to him ever again. I made it clear that this isn't something I'm going to be mad about for a bit and then get over. I'm not going to call him crying in a few years saying I'm sorry. He asked why I was being like this, and I let it all out. I told him I'm sick and tired of being in second place all the time. My entire life, I've been told that he can't show up for me because Cameron needs him or because he promised Cameron first. Yet the one time I had my graduation date set and planned first, he still cancels on me for Cameron. I asked him to give me one good reason why he has to go to Cameron's graduation over mine, specifically. No, this is a tough situation, or I can't be in two places at once, etc. He said it was because if he doesn't go to Cameron's graduation, he has to deal with a frustrated wife and his entire home life will be tense. I asked him why his wife and Cameron can't ever be the ones he apologizes to and asks to try to understand. Why do I always have to be handed the short straw? He didn't have an answer. I told him I hope Cameron gets his life together because right now he's on a downward trajectory that ends with him still living at home rent-free in his 30s with a girlfriend he can't afford to propose to, let alone marry, and 3 kids who are being raised by my dad's wife. At that point, I didn't care anymore. It's true. Cameron's not making the best choices. I told my dad good luck because he's the one who will be taken care of when he's older. I'm out. I guarantee Cameron will take their money and put his parents in the absolute cheapest nursing home he can find. They failed him by spoiling him and treating him like he's perpetually 5 years old. Dad still ended up leaving anyway. I refused to hug him and told him I was done with him. That kind of ruined my mood, but once I got to school and started hanging out with my friends, I decided to let it go. I wanted to enjoy my graduation night and just forget all the drama. After the ceremony, I was shocked to see my dad walking toward me. I was positive he was going to Cameron's graduation. Like, if you put a gun to my head and told me to guess, I would have said he'd choose Cameron without a doubt. He already did, but I guess he turned around and came back. He hugged me and told me that he was sorry for everything and how he had treated me, and that he does love me just as much as Cameron, even if he hasn't been good at showing it. I don't really believe that last part, but he showed up, so that's what I'm focusing on. Cameron was upset, of course, and messaged me from a different number to complain. He called me a crybaby and selfish, saying Dad only went to my graduation because I threw a fit. He doesn't understand that it wasn't a tantrum, it was a last straw situation for me. I just sent him a picture of me and our dad at my graduation and told him to get over it. Then I blocked that number too. Forget him. I'm glad he knows what it feels like to be second choice just once. I'm sure our dad is already bending over backward to make it up to Cameron anyway, so he'll be fine. Our joint graduation party is going to be awkward, but hopefully we can keep our distance from each other. Oh, and don't worry, I'm not delusional. I know my dad is just going to revert back to his old routine. Now, if I ever bring up his unfairness again, he'll always be able to throw in my face that he came to my graduation instead of Cameron's. It'll probably be his trump card. Honestly, it did feel good to have everyone support me in my last post because I was really upset with him when I wrote it. Still, I know that he does love me. However, I think I'm going to take some advice from that post. I'm not cutting my dad off, but I'm going to stop trying so hard. I've spent a lifetime being awarded the silver medal no matter how well I do, and I'm tired of it. Cameron can be his favorite son uncontested from now on. I'm just going to live my life and keep my dad at arm's length. I'm not going to try to force him to prove his love for me anymore. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My ex-husband is upset that I moved on so quickly. I 38, female, caught my ex-husband 41, male having an affair the same week that I found out I was pregnant. The blow was devastating. I didn't know what to do. Should I get an abortion or stay with him for the sake of my baby? I decided to get a divorce and keep my baby. My ex-husband asked for a second chance, but I knew that wouldn't work, so he moved out and in with his affair partner 25F within the month. I also started a new job with better pay and more flexibility as I was becoming a single mother. However, I had to work hard in the beginning to establish a good reputation before taking maternity leave. After I gave birth to my baby, I was back at work after 3 months. Being a single mom while pursuing a career was not an easy task. I hardly slept or ate during the entire first year. I lost all my baby weight plus an additional 15 kilos. My ex-husband and I have shared custody, but since she's still a baby, we are waiting to implement the every other week arrangement until she turns 2. He visits to see her too, 3 times a week, mostly when my mom or the nanny is present. I just can't bear seeing him so frequently, especially when he brings his affair partner with him. The few times I've seen him, he has looked at me oddly, asking if I had changed my hair or complimenting my dress. Yesterday, we held my baby's first birthday party at my ex-in-law's home. It was just family, my ex-husband, his fiancée, his sister, and my parents. My ex-husband seemed very irritated for some reason and sulked the entire evening. After the cake, his mother asked him why he was acting that way, and he replied with nothing. When I asked him if he was okay, he exploded. He started yelling, telling me that I was the one who broke us. He claimed that if I had taken care of myself earlier, nothing would have happened. Everyone was shocked, and he stormed out in tears. I know what he said was untrue, but it still made me think. I have always been modest and rarely wore makeup. My style is typically basic, black t-shirts and jeans, but I wouldn't say that I let myself go. While I do look different now and occasionally wear dresses and more feminine clothes, I wasn't aware that I had started taking care of myself more. I just feel happy and at peace with myself now, and maybe unconsciously trying to look nice because I want to start dating again. I feel guilty that he thought I was neglecting him. If I did, it was never intentional. Besides, even if I have started caring more about my appearance now, there's no way I could look 13 years younger. The advice I'm looking for is whether I should continue ignoring him or talk to him about his outburst. Do I need to explain myself? How can I move on from this? He is staying in my life as a co-parent, and I don't want any more tantrums thrown at me in the future. 3 months later, OP provided an update. I-38F found out that my husband, 41M, was having an affair with a co-worker, 25F, the same week I discovered I was pregnant with my daughter. My husband was my soulmate, and this revelation hurt me deeply. I decided to get a divorce and keep the baby. My pregnancy was difficult, and I battled depression. The first year of being a mom was the hardest, but also the most rewarding year of my life. Although I was still heartbroken about the divorce, I adjusted well and found a new purpose in life and a type of happiness I never knew I could feel. I also started a new job that offered more flexibility and better pay, which suited me as a single mom. Now I can say that I'm very happy and content. My husband opposed the divorce and initially refused to sign the papers. He wanted us to work things out, but my love for him made forgiveness impossible. He soon moved on with his affair partner and they are now engaged. However, I have noticed that he does not like seeing me thrive. I have full custody of my daughter for the first 3 years because we thought shared custody at her young age wouldn't be fair to her. Instead, he visits her 4 to 5 times a week, often when my mom, who helps me with the baby, is around. On the few occasions when I'm home during his visits, he comments on my appearance, complimenting my outfit or asking if I've done something with my hair. I've lost a lot of weight. Initially, these comments seemed harmless, but he has become angrier and more annoyed with me. At my baby's first birthday party, he threw a tantrum because I looked good in a black dress. We celebrated at my in-laws' house, which included my in-laws, my parents, my sister-in-law, and her family, as well as my ex and his fiancée. My father-in-law told me I looked great, which made my ex very unhappy. He started yelling at me in front of everyone, blaming me for our breakup before storming out in tears. This happened a few weeks ago. I asked him to give my daughter and me some space and not visit until he could be civil. He responded by saying that I couldn't forbid him from seeing his daughter. Now his mother comes to take our daughter to her place so he can see her. Yesterday, he came to my apartment to talk. He was angry because I could forget him and move on so easily. I didn't know how to respond. I just started crying and asked him to leave. None of this was something I wanted or planned. I never wanted my baby to grow up in 2 different homes or to miss out on the love her parents once had for each other. I have moved on because I want my baby to have a happy life, which is what makes me glow, as he resentfully put it. I want him to understand that we need to get along for our daughter's sake. That's the least we can do for her. He has moved on with another woman, while I've chosen to focus on myself and our child. How can I help him open his eyes? He needs to start thinking about her needs because she didn't ask to be born into this situation. Any advice would be appreciated except for suggestions about getting back together with him. I've considered couples counseling, but since we're divorced, I'm not sure how that would work. And a few days after that, OP gave us her final update. Thank you for listening to all my woes. Sometimes when you're immersed in your own problems, you forget that there are others who have gone through or are going through similar experiences. My family has been incredibly supportive, but I'm glad I shared my feelings here because I've realized that I have been quite naive and need to learn a lot about parenthood and being a single mother. I can never plan or control everything in my life or my baby's life. I can only try my best, and whatever I do, there will be many surprises and unexpected challenges, and that's okay. There is also no one right way to raise a child. I tried so hard to make things perfect because of the guilt I felt for not being able to give my baby the life I thought I could provide. I can't control or change my ex-husband, and I don't think I have the right to do so. I can only change my own life. And right now, his behavior is toxic, which I don't want in my life. I need to cut ties and go completely no contact with him. I don't know why he's acting this way, and I'm not sure it would make a difference if I knew the reason. For both our sakes, I need to distance myself. We have shared custody, but because of her young age, she will be living full-time with me for the first 3 years. That was our agreement. From now on, he will see her at his parents' house instead of coming to my place several times a week and staying as long as he wants. He is never allowed to talk to me outside of matters concerning our baby, and all communication must be via text. Any comments about us, my appearance, or anything else, positive or negative, will not be tolerated. To him, I am now a stranger, and he has no right to say or do any of the things he has since the divorce. I have communicated all of this via email because I don't want to see him. He asked to meet, but I refused. He responded by saying he understood and would keep his distance. He also apologized for crossing boundaries, but mentioned that he still saw me as his family and was hurt. I didn't reply. I hope everything is fine now and that he behaves himself. I also need to let go of the resentment and bitterness that I feel towards him. I loved him and I still do in some ways, but I am so angry about what he has done. However, this is life. People change and fall out of love, and that's okay. It's time for me to move on. User Adam Skeeter said, absolutely insane that the person who had an affair thinks she's moved on quickly. You apparently moved on while still married. I hope OP is doing well. To this, user Porky Panda said, also it's been almost 2 years since she found out he was cheating, and she's not even dating yet. I wouldn't call that quickly. Guy is so irrational. User Ryu Maru said, a 41-year-old cheats and then marries a 25-year-old. That alone says a lot. So when OP puts on a little weight, her husband no longer finds her attractive enough to stay loyal. He finds a young and probably naive affair partner, destroys their marriage, and then gets upset when depression and work lead OP to lose the weight she gained, making her attractive again. Am I understanding this correctly? What a shallow person. A deleted user said, this is a classic tale of a married man who chases a younger woman, gets caught, and loses his wife. Subsequently, the wife learns how to live again, while the affair partner turns out to be less exciting than expected, leading him to realize what he has lost. I don't doubt that OP's weight loss played a role in this situation as well. A 30-pound drop is significant, and she probably looks much more attractive to him now. He needs to seek counseling. Yes, he caused this entire situation because he couldn't remain faithful, but his daughter is going to suffer because he cannot act like an adult and maintain a civil co-parenting relationship. OP is entirely justified in keeping him at a distance. His affair partner must be realizing what a poor deal she has gotten. Clearly, her now fiancé still loves his ex-wife. This next story was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Cold Mountain. The post is titled AITAH after leaving my wife after my stepson falsely accused me of hitting him. A marriage and family implodes. I, 40M, have been married to my wife, 40F, for 5 years. She has a son, 10M, and a daughter, 8F, from her previous marriage, and I have one daughter, 7F, from my previous marriage. About a month ago, her son accused me of hitting him. I have never put my hands on him or anyone else. My wife confronted me about the accusation, and I denied it. Unfortunately, she didn't believe me. After our argument, I went to cool off and talk to a friend. He was very worried and advised me to get out of the house with my daughter. He explained that as a man, no one would believe me if things escalated and I could risk losing my daughter. I finally understood the gravity of the situation I was in. After a long walk, I made up my mind. I returned home and asked my wife to talk. I reiterated that I never hit her son, that I didn't know why he said it, and that I didn't want to know anymore. I told her that I no longer felt safe in the house and didn't want to risk my future or my daughter's future. While I understood her protective instincts as a mother, the last place I wanted to be was near a mama bear mindset. I packed our bags and left for my parents' house. I refused to take her calls and asked her to only contact me via messages. Her messages ranged from blaming me to blaming herself and expressing a desire to talk in person. 3 weeks later, she messaged me to say that she believes me. After I left, she began questioning her son's allegations, and inconsistencies started to emerge. She realized that her son may not be telling the truth. She apologized profusely and begged me to come back. However, I told her that I couldn't risk it anymore. I don't trust her children or her ability to believe me in this situation. When she asked what she should do, whether she should give up custody of her kids, I told her that while I love her and want to be with her, I can't risk being around her children anymore. I expressed my sorrow, but suggested that it might be best for us to move forward with separation. To my surprise, she is actually considering giving up custody of her kids. Her ex-husband called me and asked why his ex-wife was talking about giving up custody. I told him the truth, and he was very angry with both his son and my wife. He respected my request not to push further when I suggested he sort it out with her. So now we are in the middle of this storm, and I'm not budging. I can't stay in the same house as her children. I'm being bombarded with phone calls from people blaming me for making my wife abandon her children. But what other choice do I have? I can't risk going back now, AITA. 3 months later, OP gave us an update. After I made my previous post, I decided to file for divorce and inform my wife. Literally the next day, she told me that she was pregnant. To be honest, I didn't believe her. It felt too convenient. I took some time to process the news and asked her if she would agree to let me accompany her to the doctor's appointment. She agreed, and it turned out she was 12 weeks pregnant. We had a conversation where I told her that we would need to do our best to co-parent the baby. She promised that she would ensure her son behaved from now on and that I wouldn't have to worry about anything. I told her that I wasn't willing to risk my future based solely on her word, especially considering how easily she believed her son over me. I also made it clear that I didn't blame her. It wasn't wrong for her to believe him. So we are definitely getting a divorce. She is scared about going through pregnancy alone, but what other choice do we have? We will have to do our best, even though another child will be raised in a broken family. Her relationship with her son has deteriorated. He is currently living with his father, and she is refusing to talk to him. I can't find it in myself to judge her. She is going through pregnancy in her 40s, which is complicated enough on its own. On top of that, she has to navigate her divorce. Adding pregnancy hormones into the mix makes it easier for her to avoid talking to her son, all because she believed his lies. I spoke with her ex-husband, and he and his wife are also struggling. His son is not doing well due to his mother basically ghosting him. I suppose the stern talking to that someone recommended in my previous post is no longer necessary. He has a pretty good idea of how much he messed up. It seems we are all in a situation where everyone loses. My daughter is the only one who remains relatively unscathed. She is adjusting well to the new apartment and settling into a new routine, all thanks to my friend who warned me in time and helped shield her from the chaos. To those who sent me messages asking how I was doing and for updates, forgive me for not replying sooner. I have been very preoccupied with everything going on. This is the first time I've logged into this account since my earlier post. User Munchkins and Dragons said she did the right thing by believing her kid, but it takes more work than just believing what they say. You have to take action and advocate for them, because kids don't really have much agency on their own. In order to do that though, you need facts. If my kid comes to me and said X person hit me, doesn't matter if that person is an adult or another kid, I'm going to start asking some questions, getting some details, and making a plan of where we go from here. When did this happen? Where did it happen? How many times? What were they doing before you were hit? Was it open hand or closed hand? Did they say anything before, during, or after? Are there any makes or bruises? I figure out what happened and then I react accordingly. We're not going to sweep violence and abuse under the rug, but we're also not going directly to the police if they actually just bumped into one another. Kids are going to say whatever they think will get someone to listen to them. Even kids who are telling the truth might embellish a little bit to make it more serious, so you'll believe them more. It's the adult's job to navigate that and help them learn. User Golden Goof said, man, this is messed up. That kid was 10 and told a very stupid, mean lie. But he's just a child. Honestly, his mother is part of the problem. She jumped the gun on the lie and went after OP, and she is ostracizing a 10-year-old for making a very poor decision. For the record, I'm not absolving the kid of blame, but come on, he's only 10. The mother, OP, and everyone else involved have a greater responsibility to handle this situation maturely and ensure that the kids aren't traumatized for life. That child is going to feel guilty and torn up about this forever, especially now that his mother doesn't want anything to do with him. I believe everyone involved could benefit from therapy. To this user, Noxako said, I agree that the mother is part of the problem. She is too volatile in her decisions. The kid is just being a typical child. Obviously, what he did was very wrong, but he is still a kid and doesn't think about the consequences in much detail. I disagree, however, that OP needs therapy. Personally, I think he handled the situation as well as anyone could. His first priority was to protect his daughter and then himself. He never blamed the mother or forced her to give up her child. He was simply honest about the situation and its consequences. So props to OP for being mature and to his friend for providing an eye-opener. This final story was made in the Credit Score subreddit by a user named Credit Help Scammed. The post is titled, "My mom got a $30K personal loan in my name without my knowledge." The account is from February, which was when they bought a boat. They've missed 4 payments and told me they're going to let it default since the boat can't be repossessed. They're going to call DCFS on me. I knew my mom had her eye on a pontoon boat for the last year. She and my dad retired in 2022, and while they weren't swimming in money, I thought they were doing okay financially. They bought a boat in February for a little over $30,000. I didn't think much of it since they always rented a pontoon boat 2 to 3 times a year and didn't appear to have money issues. At the start of July, I began getting my ducks in a row to buy a house. When I applied for pre-approval, I found out my credit score was barely over 600, and I had an extra $30K in debt that I had no idea about. Even worse, it was over 90 days late. I told the lender that the account wasn't mine, and he suggested that my identity had probably been stolen, likely by someone close to me since the money would have had to go to a bank account in my name. I shared a bank account with my ex-fiancée and asked the bank to look into it. They informed me that the account had been closed a couple of years ago, and no attempts to send or withdraw money from it had been made since then. I filed disputes with both the company and the credit agencies as it was clear to me that I had been hacked or that my identity had been stolen. About a week ago, I received a notice from the company at my apartment stating that they were going to charge off the account if payment wasn't made. I requested more information from them and was directed to their fraud department. They informed me where the money was sent, to a bank account from when I was a minor that I shared with my mom. When I called that bank, they confirmed there was activity on the account, and the statement showed the loan coming in with almost all of the money being transferred into what appears to be my mom's account at the same bank. I haven't used that bank in more than a decade. I called my mom to ask her about it, and after a long pause, she admitted that this was how they bought the boat. They made 1 payment on the account but realized that they probably couldn't afford the monthly payments for the next 5 years. When I asked why they hadn't told me, she said it was because they figured I would say no and that they had worked hard in their lives and wanted to enjoy retirement. It ended with them saying that the boat couldn't be repossessed because it was a personal loan. My mom suggested declaring bankruptcy, but I told them I was going to the police. She urged me not to do that because she believed they wouldn't take it seriously. When I insisted on going ahead with it anyway, she hinted that she might have to call Child Protective Services on me regarding an incident earlier this year when my 2-year-old burned himself on a hot pan during a simple ER visit. We were told accidents happen and he's fine now. I think I'm still going to report this to the police because declaring bankruptcy would make it impossible for me to buy a house. I just needed to vent and am looking for any advice. 3 months later, OP gave us an update. I filed my police report the same day as my first post. The officer and I talked for about 20 minutes and I printed out a statement from the bank. A couple of days later, I spoke with a detective for another 20 minutes. Fast forward about 2.5 weeks. My dad called to say that my mom had been arrested. He explained that an officer and a detective showed up at their house asking to speak with her. When she went onto the porch, they grabbed her and arrested her. The detective explained that they had a warrant. My mom has never been in trouble with the law before, and she was arrested on a felony charge. They tried to talk to her, but she immediately requested a lawyer. They stopped asking questions, but didn't let her see a lawyer right away. My dad was furious, but the detective advised him to have a lawyer go down to the county jail in the morning before she went before the judge. The next morning, apparently she and the lawyer spoke, and she was released in the afternoon with a new court date. About a week later, I received a call from DCFS requesting to meet with me about my son. I had nothing to hide, so I agreed. We spoke for about half an hour at my apartment and I explained the situation. She seemed understanding and told me there were no obvious issues, she just had to follow up on a report. I will say that if I'm ever in trouble, I'm hiring her lawyer. The case was dismissed at her next court date in late September. The detective called me the next day and explained that the state attorney believed that they wouldn't be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she intentionally stole my identity. He mentioned that he thought it was a weak reason because he had documents from the bank and loan company. He said the state attorney drops many cases, even open and shut ones, especially when they're not violent and when there's a hired attorney involved. My mom never made any statements other than her attorney telling the detective that she didn't do it. He also mentioned that the loan company might pursue my mom in a lawsuit. What brings me back here is that a couple of weeks ago, the account dropped from my credit report. Even better, I received a letter from DCFS yesterday stating that the allegation against me was unfounded. I'm never talking to my piece of trash mom again. Thank you to everyone who gave me advice and hope in my first post. It just sucks that she will probably end up with a free boat out of this unless the loan company sues her, which I hope they do. User Naria said, the loan company will definitely go after her and it won't be dismissed as easily. Mom just torpedoed her life. Hope it was worth it. Sean said, yes, the loan company has a vested interest in recovering that money. The district attorney has many other cases to worry about. While pursuing legal action may incur costs in legal fees, their attorneys are on the company payroll and that is their only job. User VirtualPlay84 said, welcome to America, where we have a two-tier justice system. If mom had been assigned a public defender, she would have likely received a plea offer for a lesser charge and been told that if she didn't accept it, she would go to trial, get convicted on multiple felonies, and potentially spend the rest of her life in prison. However, since she has a lawyer who would laugh at that offer, the prosecutor decides it would take too much time and resources to pursue her case. Our system often seems to be less about actual justice and more about who can throw more money at a problem. User Cursed818 said, the loan company is not the state prosecutor. They will go after a $30,000 defaulted loan, especially with all of that evidence, and they will win. They won't care about the boat, but they'll definitely get their money one way or another. They may put a lien on the mom's house or retirement accounts. Boats depreciate rapidly, while houses and bank accounts do not. She's really going to regret this. This story was posted by a user named SlightBook in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for telling my half-sister she doesn't deserve my mom's necklace. Hello everyone, I'm coming on Reddit to seek advice because I think I might be in the wrong. I'm a 21-year-old female with two full siblings, Michael who is 23 years old and Damien who is 25 years old. We also have a half-sister, Elsie, who is 18 years old and is the result of an affair. Our mother, who is 50 years old, is unfortunately terminally ill. The doctors have informed us that she doesn't have much time left. She called us all in to discuss her will and what each of us would be receiving. My mother was a banker and amassed quite a portfolio. Shortly after Elsie was born, her mother was not very active in her life, leading Elsie to move in with us. I could always sense that my mom held some resentment towards her. She wasn't strong enough to leave after the affair and regrets it every day. Mom raised Elsie as her own for so long, but all Elsie could do was be snarky towards her, often saying, "But you're not my real mom," especially when mom was trying to discipline her. However, as soon as she needed something expensive, she would be as sweet as sugar towards mom. I avoided Elsie growing up because I always felt like she ruined our picture-perfect family. On the day this incident occurred, mom was reading her will while lying on her bed. She owns a beautiful emerald necklace, a family heirloom. She looked directly at Elsie and told her that she could keep it. I started crying immediately. It didn't make sense to me that she would inherit something so significant when she isn't entirely part of our family. She and mom share no blood relation. I began to scream and yell at Elsie, telling her that I wish she had never walked into our lives and that she should just leave because no one wanted her there. Damien tried to calm me down and reminded me that we were in a hospital. Michael left the room with Elsie to avoid further escalation. I saw mom crying, which hurt me, but I felt even more hurt by what she had done. I grabbed my bag and left. It has been 3 days since then, and I've received non-stop messages from extended family members saying that I hurt my mom and that she didn't mean any harm. AITA, minor update. Hi all, I've received some very well-worded and thoughtful comments and DMs. To answer some questions, the heirloom comes from my mom's side of the family, not my dad's. My father passed away 2 years ago. Elsie's mother is not very involved in her life, to put it nicely. My brothers rarely speak to Elsie mainly because they live 3 states away. I will be talking to my mom as soon as possible. She wants to talk and I do too because at the end of the day, I love her and would never change that. Update: I visited my mom and we had a really long talk about my life and growing up. I apologized to her and she accepted it with a smile, telling me she would always forgive me no matter what. That's why I love my mom. She's a kind soul. I expressed to her that I felt I should have the necklace because we are blood relatives, and my grandma had it before her, and before her was my great-grandma 4 generations back. My mom started to tear up and explained that she thought I didn't want it and decided to pass it on to Elsie instead. She acknowledged that Elsie isn't her biological daughter, but over the years, her resentment had turned into pity because Elsie really didn't have anyone, especially after I moved out to live with my boyfriend. Mom suggested that we could call Elsie and come to an agreement. Mom called Elsie and she actually came over to the hospital. She sat with us and I asked her what her plans were for the necklace. She told me she intended to take really good care of it and wear it. I asked if I could give her a portion of my current inheritance money as a way to buy it from her. For example, if we both get $300,000, I could give her $25,000, so she would receive $325,000 while I would get $275,000 along with the necklace. She thought that was a good idea because it was clear I had a connection to the necklace and she would benefit from the cash as well. Mom reassured her that she would receive other pieces of jewelry. My mom really loved bling. I feel happier knowing that we could come to some sort of agreement. What's most important to me is that my mom and I are good now, and we are. I cried, told her I loved her, and gave her a big hug before I left. I said goodbye to Elsie and headed home. When I got home, I called Damien and Michael to explain what had happened. They said they were proud of me for reaching an agreement that made everyone happy. We talked for about 2 hours more, and we agreed that while we don't want Elsie actively in our lives, we will make sure she is set up well. Michael suggested that we should check in on her when we can. User Electronic Sun said, I very reluctantly say YTA because honestly, how else were you supposed to react? I mean, what in the world is your mother thinking by leaving a family heirloom to her husband's child from an affair? I'd be upset too. Even if she raised Elsie as her own, at best, Elsie should receive a small monetary amount compared to you and your brothers. I'm sorry that this is the decision your mother has made and that you now have to deal with this situation, likely feeling alone in it. I don't know if it's possible for her to change her mind or even have the time to alter the will at this point. It seems like trying to have that conversation with your mom could just add more stress to her already difficult situation. This is a mess all around. User TeenySod said, YTA, it's your mother's decision. Did she ever explicitly say that she resented Elsie, or is that just your perception? Clearly, your mother sees Elsie as part of the family. Under the circumstances, Elsie probably views your mother as her own as well. The "you're not my mom" comments are likely a typical teenage response to being told no. If you think about it, you probably said hurtful things as a teenager too. I'm sorry for your impending loss. Unfortunately, you are contributing to the conflict and drama here. I strongly recommend that you make peace with your family and apologize to your mother before it's too late. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Starry Days Girl. The post is titled AITAH for telling my mom to stop playing the victim and ruining Thanksgiving. My mom and I have always had a strained relationship. Growing up, I learned early on that everything had to be about her needs, her feelings. I was expected to manage my emotions around her, tiptoeing through every interaction to keep the peace. If something didn't go her way, she would twist the situation until she was the one who felt hurt, claiming she had done everything right and was never appreciated. I hated how it made me feel, but I told myself that one day I would have a chance to set boundaries and live my life without walking on eggshells. As an adult, however, nothing has really changed. I still find myself anxiously checking my tone and weighing every word before I speak, just to prevent her from making herself the victim. This year, I decided to host Thanksgiving for the family and promised myself it would be a peaceful day. My mom could come, but I would focus on keeping things calm, no drama. Things were fine at first. My dad was cracking jokes, everyone was catching up, and I started to think maybe this time would be different. Then, as we sat down to eat, my mom started in. First, it was small jabs and comments about how I never call and how I'm always too busy for her. I tried to brush them off, but then she moved on to bigger issues, saying how family means so much to her, but she feels like she's the only one who cares. That's when she launched into her usual spiel about how much she has sacrificed, how no one appreciates her, and how she's such a good mother who's never shown gratitude. I could feel my blood start to boil. I tried to hold my tongue, but I couldn't do it any longer. I snapped and said, "Mom, you really need to stop playing the victim. It's exhausting, and it's why we don't get along." The room went dead silent. She sat there in shock before her face crumpled and she started crying. She called me cruel and heartless and said I had ruined Thanksgiving. She claimed she had only ever tried to love me, but that I was too selfish to see it. Then she stormed out, with my dad following her and giving me a sad look, as if he knew this was coming but couldn't do anything about it. Now the family is completely divided. Some relatives have called me to say they understand that she needed to hear it, while others think I was heartless and that I could have been kinder or more tactful. They keep saying she's my mother and that one day I'll regret speaking to her this way, but part of me feels like I had to say it. If I didn't draw a line now, I'd be stuck in this cycle forever. I'm conflicted because I never wanted to hurt her, especially not on Thanksgiving. I just couldn't keep pretending her behavior was okay. She refuses to see her role in our issues, and I'm tired of always being the one who has to accommodate her feelings. So AITA for finally telling her the truth, even if it hurt her. User Corgi Huntress said, I have something similar in my family, a person who is like a family bomb. Everyone walks on eggshells to avoid setting them off. I stopped doing that a while back. I set off that bomb big time and I quit walking on eggshells. Sometimes you need to be true to yourself and not worry about what other people will do or say. If you're not being a bully, then you have nothing to apologize for. She has a need to feel the power that comes from people kowtowing to her, and now you refuse to do that. Continue to stand your ground. Just be yourself. Don't go back to the toxicity of walking on eggshells. User WYD in this mess said, I hate these situations where the labels of AH or not an AH don't really apply. It's not fair to call an abuse victim an asshole. Honestly, it's probably not fair to label someone with a mental health issue who lacks the capacity to change their behavior as an asshole either. Your mom was failed by everyone when she started to behave this way, and the adults in her life did nothing to help her. You were failed by a father who didn't remove you from the situation and protect you. Your entire family was failed by the people who are now criticizing you for how you've chosen to protect yourself when none of them ever stepped in to help. You're not an AH. What you're experiencing is the fallout from suppressing your feelings and being afraid to stand up for yourself in a healthy way. Hopefully, this situation will show you how important it is not to let things fester until we lose control of them. If the people criticizing you cared that much about your mother, they would have intervened when you were a child, before she ruined any opportunity to raise children who could love and respect her. User EJ10 said NTA. The reason you were never able to fully heal is that you continued to give attention and time to your abuser. You should consider individual therapy, creating and enforcing boundaries, and developing a strong sense of self-worth. Your mom likely didn't want to hear the truth, especially in front of others, but it needed to be said. This is a great opportunity for growth. Your mom now understands why your relationship isn't strong, and she can decide what to do next. She got up and left, preventing a potentially productive conversation from happening. Let's see what she decides to do if she contacts you. If she doesn't, it's still a win. She shouldn't reach out if she's unwilling to change. If she does contact you and remains unwilling to change, you can simply lay out the facts for her. You asked me questions publicly, so I responded in the same way. The conversation we had should have been discussed in private. While I love you as my mother, I don't like some of your behaviors. I was honest at the table, but you seem to find a way to make yourself the victim when possible. This isn't behavior I want to be around or tolerate. Now that the truth is out there for both of us, you know what is needed to have a relationship with me. It's up to you if you want to do the work. I realize that this may upset some of your family members, but that's okay. People who ask you to suppress your own emotions, especially when those emotions are a response to the person they're defending, don't deserve any consideration. Just leave their messages unread, and if they try to discuss it further, say, I realize this started publicly, but moving forward, Mom and I will be handling it privately, and walk away. This story was posted by a user named Dawn of Abbey in the Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, My mom started dating my biological father after he wasn't in my life for 26 years. This might be long, so please bear with me. My mom had me 9 days after her 17th birthday, and my dad was 19. They were not and have never been in a relationship. My mom eventually started dating another man whom she got engaged to when she was 19. Tragically, he committed a week before their wedding. This had an emotional toll on my mother and triggered a 16-year struggle with addiction to pills and intravenous drugs. My grandparents legally adopted me when I was 2 and raised me as their own. They are both incredibly good people. Words cannot express everything they have done for me and how much I love and adore them. My mom was very inconsistent in my life. She would disappear for months at a time, only to randomly show up at my grandparents' house to visit me, when in reality she was asking them for money or something else she needed, then would vanish again. She spent time in and out of jail and was married 4 times, all to very abusive men. I am happy to say that she eventually overcame her addiction, earned a master's degree, and is now working on her doctorate. She is an addictions counselor now. We have mended our relationship and speak every day, though I travel for work, making in-person visits more difficult. My dad has never been very involved in my life. I met him for the first time in 3rd grade when my mom went behind my grandparents' backs and took me to his house. I have never seen him again since that day. When I was about 16 or 17, I found him and obtained his phone number. We exchanged texts occasionally until I turned 21. It was mostly me reaching out, and we never discussed anything personal. I tried to get to know him by asking him to lunch and inviting him to my high school graduation, but he always had an excuse. We never met in person. I invited him to my college graduation as well, and he said he would come. However, the day before the event, when I asked if he was still coming, he exploded on me, telling me he wasn't coming because he didn't consider me his daughter. I blocked him after that and haven't spoken to him since. Our relationship was very superficial. If I saw him in a crowded room, I would not recognize him. He is a stranger to me. He has 2 other sons with another woman whom he actually raised. Fast forward to a month ago. My mom left her current husband, who was incredibly physically and mentally abusive. She had been with him for 14 years. She has left him multiple times before, but always went back. This time, she seemed to be sticking to her decision. She moved back to our hometown and got a job. Eventually, she told me she was living with and having a full-on relationship with my biological dad. She asked me not to tell my grandparents yet. A couple of days ago, she ended up telling them. Neither of them is very happy about it, obviously. My grandpa really despises this man. He has witnessed the emotional fallout over the years that he caused me and wants nothing to do with him. My grandma didn't seem happy either, but my mom mentioned that she went over to visit him and his sons. My dad's son just had a baby and she wanted to meet him. My mom is adamant that she loves him and always has and always will, which feels completely unexpected for me. She has always spoken negatively about him in the past, and as far as I'm aware, they never dated. Recently, she has been pushing this relationship on me, constantly talking about how great he is and telling me that I need to message him and talk to him. She says he's sorry for not being in my life and that they have both discussed how they treated me poorly and are filled with regret. I feel terrible for being upset about this. I'm relieved that my mom is getting away from my stepdad, thankful that she made it out alive and seems to be happy. However, I feel extremely betrayed. Out of the billions of people on this planet, why does she choose him? I also feel somewhat betrayed by my grandma. She lied to me about seeing him, which isn't typical for her. I don't understand why everyone is being so accepting, except for my grandpa. I feel guilty about my feelings, but I can't help but feel angry and hurt. User Mysterious Ad said, I would cut off everyone except for your grandpa. They spent your entire childhood victimizing you and abandoning you. Now, after your mom finally gets her life together, she signs you up for more abuse as an adult. She has continually proven that she doesn't care about you and doesn't want what's best for you. I am so sorry that the people who should have loved you the most abandoned you as a child and continue to make you feel insignificant. It infuriates me that parents actually treat their children this way. They wrecked your life, but because of your grandparents and your own persistence, you have beaten all odds and emerged as a reasonable, kind, and compassionate person. They tried to tear you down, but you refused to let them sink you. You overcame their poor parenting. It's time to cut out their toxicity and selfishness from your life. You will be much happier when you realize that you were dealt a difficult hand with bad parents who will never change. User Package 6 said, your mom is a train wreck, whether sober or high. All that fancy education. Don't worry, their sweet reunion won't last long, and just consider it a way for her to escape your stepfather. If you can, I would recommend moving to another city. Maintain a superficial relationship and adopt a gray rock attitude. I'm sorry about your grandma, I guess she is romanticizing their relationship, thinking of it as coming back home or family togetherness. You don't have to participate in that. Just move on. If any of your relatives ask, share simple updates like, I made pea soup today, and stick to that, or maybe mention some vegetables. Let them live their lives. Visit your grandpa and take him out when you can. Wishing you all the best. User Zeridian said, if he feels bad, why is it on you to reach out? You have done your part and put in so much effort to have a relationship with him. You have every right to feel the way you do. Make sure you create space for yourself to process your emotions. It's not fair for them to push you now that they have decided what they want. If you want to be angry, need space, or want to say no, you are allowed to do that. Remember that. I understand how it feels to deal with an absent father and rejection. It's not a reflection on you, but on them. I hope you are doing plenty of things to care for yourself. A year later, OP gave us an update. I posted in this subreddit over a year ago about how my mother started dating my biological father after he had been absent from my life for 26 years. He has 2 other children whom he was present for. I'm not sure how to link it here, but it's in my post history if anyone is interested in reading it. They ended up getting married this past June. My mom tried to force a relationship between me and him and his 2 kids prior to their marriage. I moved to the West Coast for work and decided to go no contact for a couple of months to think things through and determine how I really felt. In the midst of this no contact, I found out they got married. I did talk to my mom and expressed all my feelings about her and the situation shortly after that. She basically gaslighted me and told me I needed to forgive and forget. Needless to say, I no longer speak to her or have anything to do with any of them. I'm content with this decision. I've realized that I am much happier without her in my life and experience much less stress and anxiety this way. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Remarkable Fact. The post is titled AITAH for telling my dad that I'll stop talking in therapy if he changes therapists. I'm a 15-year-old male in therapy with my dad who is 43. We started going back in April and it's been okay, I guess. I've gotten some things off my chest and my dad has too. We've made some progress, but my dad isn't happy with the progress and doesn't like the therapist anymore. The reason we're in therapy is our stepfamily. Dad doesn't like how I've handled becoming part of a stepfamily, and he doesn't appreciate that I'm not open to being a more TV-style perfect family, kind of like Hallmark. He wants us to be like a regular biological family, and he doesn't like that it feels different for me. He's upset that I treat his wife as a family member but not as a parent, or that I don't see my step-siblings and half-siblings as just siblings. I see them as steps and halves. After 5 years of him being married, he wants to fix things. Here are the reasons for therapy. I won't invite his wife to do Mother's Day activities with me, and I try to avoid celebrating with her every year. I know she's a mom, but she's not mine. I'm part of the Dead Moms Club, so for me, Mother's Day is weird. I don't like the idea of celebrating his wife as if she were my mom. When asked to write down my parents' names, I typically only write his. If it's for something unrelated to contacting someone, I'll put both him and my mom down. I don't go to his wife for advice or support the way I do for him. While I spend time with her without complaining and help her when she asks, if I want parental advice or support, I go to him, not her. I never just say my step-siblings and half-siblings are my siblings. I tell people that I have step-siblings and half-siblings. I'm not very close to my step-siblings and half-siblings. We get along fine, but he said that when I was younger, I really wanted a sibling, and now that I have them, I'm not doing the things I used to say I would. I didn't want a photo of the stepfamily added to the last page of my childhood years book that I'll receive when I turn 18. Dad said in therapy that he wants me to accept the stepfamily as just family and let his wife be another parent in my life, not just a family member. The therapist has told him that it's okay to want things to be a certain way, but that he must understand he can't force it. She asked me if there were any compromises I'd be willing to make. I said I wouldn't complain about Mother's Day if I could join them for breakfast and then be excused afterward. My dad has really disliked being told he can want things but can't force them. He often pushes back against the therapist on this point and refuses solo sessions. Now he's told me he feels we should find a better therapist. I don't want that, and I told him so. I said he doesn't get to find someone who will just agree with everything he says. He told me we can't fix things with this therapist. I said that if he changes therapist, I won't talk anymore. He told me therapy only works if we try. I said I know that, and he called me petulant about it. AITA. User Rum Soaker Chap said, "You're right. Your dad doesn't want a better therapist. He wants one who agrees with him. It sounds like this therapist is good for you, so stick to your guns. You can tell him that this therapist is working for you, but if he wants to find another therapist for himself for solo sessions, that might be a good idea. You're not the AH." User All About Bird said, NTA, speaking as a therapist, it can be really challenging to get children and teens to fully participate in family sessions. It sounds like you're willing to engage in this process and consider compromises, which is great. It's important for all parties involved to have confidence in the chosen therapist. However, it's also crucial to understand that therapist shopping to find someone who agrees with one point of view is completely counterproductive. User Suzik said, your dad is being unreasonable. He seems completely self-absorbed and unable to understand that someone else can have a different but valid point of view. I'm sorry to hear that. Changing therapists will most likely just be a waste of time, resulting in the same outcome. The good news is that you are 15 rather than 5, and it sounds like your family situation is not horrible, aggressive, or violent. I don't say this to minimize your problems, but rather to suggest that perhaps your best strategy is to keep your head down and tolerate things until you can escape. Given your age, that's only 3 years. It can be done. Maybe consider making a couple of compromises with him. You could get something you want in exchange for doing something you don't care much about. For example, could you agree to refer to your step-siblings as brother or sister? Perhaps changing a few of your outward behaviors while protecting your feelings and opinions is manageable. Your feelings and behaviors are reasonable. I'm not criticizing them. You are right, but you still have to navigate life in his household, plan for college far away, and choose a major that will lead to financial independence. Then live as you wish. Tell your dad he can either respect your point of view or not, but that the depth of your future relationship will depend on which choice he makes. The power dynamics will change in a few years. Bide your time. This final post was made in the Raised by Narcissists subreddit by a user named Born with Physics. The post is titled, My twin sister sent me a PM about how I should end myself. My mom smirked when I cried. I've been a long-time lurker here and I just need to vent about this because I am incredibly depressed and feel alone. I went no contact with my family when I first left for college at 18. That lasted 2 years and then it eventually turned into low contact because I felt guilty about not talking to them. My mom was extremely abusive. She would strangle us, punch us in the back, and so on. You know how it goes. She never physically abused us when our dad was around, but the verbal abuse was enough for him to consider leaving her. Because of this, I suffer from severe depression and PTSD, and I had to take medical leave from college. My mom begged me to come home for about 2 months before I finally gave in. I missed having a family, and I feel so weak for giving in. Since I've been back, my mom has been acting strangely. She wants me to drink with her, but I really can't because I'm on Celexa. When I refuse to drink, she gives me the silent treatment for a few days. I'm always getting the silent treatment and it hurts. Today, my mom asked if I wanted to just live here and not go back to school. That made no sense. Why would I want to stop my education? Also, I don't like the constant silent treatments, so I don't enjoy being here. I told her that I'd rather go back to school. She started yelling about how I could just go to the community college here. She began crying and saying that I didn't love her, and my dad told her to stop being dramatic. My sister came in and asked what happened. When my mom told her, she didn't say anything and just went back to her laptop. My twin sister is extremely unpredictable. She once stalked a man for 6 months because he told her she didn't know what she was talking about and should be quiet. She found his identity from a few Reddit comments and started physically mailing him things with death threats, signing his Reddit username on everything. If I had known she had done this, I wouldn't have come here. My sister then sent me a private message on Reddit that said, "You dumbass, I hate you so much. You're a piece of trash and I'm glad you were raped. No one loves you and no one ever will. How dare you make my mom upset? She has been kind to you and all she wanted was for you to stay here. You're never going to be anything and I know you've been feeling so why not just go off yourself? No one will care. Your boyfriend broke up with you last year, which just goes to show that no one cares about you. I hope you get again, but I should stop talking before you call the cops on me like you used to do to mom when we were kids. There's so much I'd love to say to you, but I don't want you snitching on me. I don't want to be a bully." As soon as I saw that, I started crying and told my dad. He said my sister was out of line, but that he can't discipline her, and if that's how she feels, she is entitled to her feelings. My mom came in, saw me crying, and started laughing uncontrollably. I asked my sister why she would do something like that when I have only been nice to her. I sent her about $400 a month when I was in school because my parents are struggling financially. I deleted my account immediately, and my sister said she found it because she put a tracker on my laptop. My dad only remarked that it wasn't nice. I have no idea how to cope with this. My cousin said that I can move in with them next month when they return to the country, but that's such a long time away. A deleted user said, "Move out. Do not ever give a dime to your biological family. They are all participants in your abuse, and you are their scapegoat whom they enjoy controlling. Make sure that your documents and valuables are secured outside of the house as soon as possible. They see you as their possession, a means to profit from. They do not appreciate you. There is nothing wrong with you. You were just unfortunate to be born into an abusive household. It will take time, but you will build your own family in the future with people who care about the real you. So hang in there and plan for your escape." Steele said, "I recommend taking drastic steps regarding school. These people are just a heartbeat away from physical violence. Do not tell them what you're doing. Remove critical documents from the house and have someone hold them for you. Assume you're being stalked both in person and online. If you drive, position your car for an easy getaway and keep an extra key inside. Have a go kit ready with essentials. Talk to the movie theater. If they say no, explain that you're trying to get out of an abusive situation and ask if they know of other opportunities. Contact the local shelter to see if they can provide temporary housing for a month. Speak with the police. While they may not be able to act until a law has been broken, they might agree to conduct weekly drive-bys or welfare checks on your sister. I didn't think my situation was that bad until 25 years later. It was. Your situation is similar. For your migraine, apply ice packs to your head and neck while soaking your feet in very hot water. You have a wealth of online support, but you need boots on the ground and you'll need to find that. As soon as you're safe, get a counselor who is experienced with PTSD. Can you go to your cousins now even though they aren't back yet? User 7UpCurly said, "Wow, sending you many hugs because you are dealing with some very difficult situations. If I may, please hear me out for a moment. I don't think your mom or sister are narcissists. They seem to exhibit sociopathic traits, which represent a more severe level on the cluster B disorder spectrum. While narcissists have a loose and tentative grip on reality, sociopaths have no grip on reality at all. Sociopaths derive sadistic pleasure from tormenting others and often seek out and create situations to their advantage to achieve that goal. Narcissists do this to some degree as well, but sociopaths take it up a notch. With narcissists, it is important to get out as soon as possible, but with sociopaths, it is imperative that you leave as soon as you can. Your dad is likely well groomed by your sociopathic mom, and it's possible that she has him so manipulated that he will not do anything to risk attracting her rage. When you deal with your mom and sister, you are not interacting with people in the traditional sense. There is no genuine human identity there, only their illness and disorder. Everything they do is to feed that disorder. Everything they do is for themselves, and if you are even slightly within reach, they will do everything in their power, regardless of how outrageous or abhorrent, to force you to pay attention to them. It will never stop. You are too wonderful a person to waste time with those individuals. I hope you can find the strength to return to school. If you do, I strongly recommend changing your bank accounts, email, phone number, social media accounts, and Reddit username. No contact can be challenging and lonely, but you deserve a better life, and you are worth it. You can start your own traditions and lifestyle now. Good luck." Update. My hands are shaking, but I am on my way to a domestic violence shelter. I am very afraid. The family who is going to take me in said that my mom asked them not to get involved and they don't want to make her mad. She didn't even have to know I was there. My entire family has known about the abuse. They tell me it's awful but have never done anything to help. I look a mess because everything happened so fast. An object was thrown at me and hurtful things were said. My life was threatened. I didn't even have time to shower yet. I am at the ER getting my medication. The domestic violence shelter is paying for it. I'm afraid of being judged because I actually rolled out of bed and look awful, but I had to escape. The shelter only gives me 30 days, so at my job interview, I think I'll be honest and tell them that I really need the job because I'm in a shelter. It's at a cinema, so that would be nice. My friend and her parents live in my college town and said I could stay with them. I just have to buy my ticket. Thank you for the encouragement, and I hope things will be okay for me. 3 years after that, OP gave us her final update. Wow, it's been nearly 3 years since I posted on this forum, desperate for help. For some reason, those posts popped into my head after all this time, and rereading them makes me want to hug my former self because I had forgotten how bad things were. I also want to hug all of you for helping me. I wrote down down the advice you gave me and I used it. I really did. I may be a little vague to continue preserving my identity. So here's the last update to this saga, and it's a happy one. The shelter where I stayed was very nice and brand new. The staff told me how cramped the other one was, so I'm very lucky that I arrived when I did. After the first day, my nerves relaxed and I could finally breathe. There were about 7 other women there, and we each had our own room with a nice bathroom. I was the youngest there, and the other women gave me advice about life. They even did my makeup for interviews. We each took turns cooking, and we developed a nice rapport. The staff was amazing and also talked to me about life. I felt so safe at this place because of the security. Oh, I almost forgot. A church group came to give us quilts they had made, and I still have mine. Sometimes I snuggle with it and think of how far I've come. I love that quilt and wash it very carefully. We also had group and individual therapy, which really helped. I know every domestic violence shelter experience isn't like this, but please don't be afraid to just leave when things get bad. Family abuse counts as domestic violence. I was able to find a job that paid more than what the movie theater offered, and I told them that I didn't plan on going back to school in the future. Yes, it was a lie, but there was no way I could afford rent by working at a movie theater. I decided to look for my own place instead of just staying with the friend who offered because I needed stability. If things got bad, I didn't really have a support network and would have to start over. I had no reason to think things would go bad, but after leaving such a difficult situation, nothing felt secure for me. I rented a room, and my roommate was rarely home because he was a truck driver. I didn't feel very comfortable staying with an older man I didn't know, but I had very few options. He was very nice, and since our schedules never aligned, we left each other goodbye notes when we couldn't say it in person. I still have his note. I did go back to school the next semester when my medical leave was over, but not at my original school. I felt like I needed a fresh start, and my family knew about the old school anyway, so I applied to different schools. I got into a great school. I told my story, everything I had survived, in my application essay. When my sister told me that I wasn't going to be anything, she was wrong, and I think she knew she was wrong in her assessment of me. I graduated this year and have stability that I've never known before. Although I'm a few years older than I wanted to be when I graduated, I realized that sort of thing doesn't even matter, and the medical leave was beneficial. I just got engaged to a wonderful man with a lovely family. They always tell me they're my family, and I'm very close with my future mother-in-law. I had food poisoning for the first time a few days ago, and my fiance left the house at 2 a.m. to get Pedialyte just to make sure I stayed hydrated. When I felt like I was never leaving the bathroom, he told me he was going to make lentil soup for me. I didn't have to ask or even say anything. When I was a kid and vomiting blood, my mom told me to go back to sleep. It feels nice to be treated this way, and sometimes I catch myself saying, "You don't have to," when he tries to do something nice for me. Anyway, he has 6 siblings, and they're like the siblings I never had. I learned to value myself and put myself first. I wasn't loved as a child, so I do things for myself that I didn't receive back then. No one made me feel special, so I make it a point to buy flowers for myself weekly. A therapist recommended this to me, and it makes a difference. No one cared that I was sick as a child, so I make sure that I rest and relax without disruptions when I'm unwell. No one valued my personal time or space, so I have days where I don't even answer my phone and just spend time with myself. Things like that. Thanks again to everyone for helping me. When I made that last update, I was crying and really didn't think I was going to be okay. I was headed to a shelter with a 30-day stay and thought there was no way anything beneficial could happen in that time. I was very depressed and hopeless, and I had no idea that things would take such a positive turn.